Reborn in Konoha as the Anbu torturer, Chapter 301. The eyes of the merchant leader stared at Biwajozo in front of him. To be precise, it was Kubikaraibasho in Biwajozo's hand. He did not dare to be rash at all, and his heart was extremely nervous. He quickly looked at the notebook in his hand. He then carefully looked at each and every word on it. Now, this merchant leader felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he had the habit of keeping a record. After all, many things would be forgotten if he was not careful. If he recalls it later, he did not know what would happen if he forgot something. The first point is. The merchant leader frowned slightly. After carefully looking at the information again, he said seriously. Satsuma Rentaro said that Konohagakure already knows that Kirigakure attacked Kumigakure, but Kumigakure has not yet known about this matter. Kirigakure. Did we really attack Kumigakure? The merchant leader couldn't help but ask. When he heard what Satsuma Rentaro word in Konohagakure, he had a lot of questions in his heart. When did Kirigakure attack Kumigakure? Why did this sound like a lie? But, at this time, he did not dare not to report these things to the 7 people in front of him. He could only tell the truth and did not dare to make any changes. He could only believe that the person who gave him the news was the real Satsuma Rentaro so that he had a chance to live. Right now, he was very clear. If what he got was fake information, then what awaited him was that sharp Kubikaraibasho. Konohagakure actually knows. Biwajozo suddenly opened his eyes wide. When he heard this sentence, he had already confirmed that what this merchant leader said was not a lie. This person had indeed met Satsuma Rentaro. Moreover, Satsuma Rentaro did know some information because the people who attacked Kumigakure's outpost were the 7 of them. Although they did not kill all the ninjas in the outpost, they later waited on the path to the country of lightning from the country of fire. They only blocked Bray and did not see any other Kumigakure ninjas. From the looks of it, those ninjas did something to Konohagakure. Biwajozo looked at the other 7 ninja swordsmen and exchanged glances with each of them. He could see the same look in each other's eyes as he had thought. At this time, everyone believed that the merchant leader had really met Satsuma Rentaro, and the person they had met was the real Satsuma Rentaro. In fact, none of them knew. The real Satsuma Rentaro had died a long time ago. The Satsuma Rentaro they saw from the beginning was no longer the real Satsuma Rentaro but the role that Aoba played. What else did he say? Biwajozo asked tensely. Just this point alone had given him a definite confirmation in his heart, allowing him to believe these things. Satsuma Rentaro said that you have to make a choice as soon as possible. Either you have to control Konohagakure to prevent someone from passing the information to Kumigakure, or you have to take precautions against Kumigakure. You have to attack Kumigakure before Kumigakure makes a move against Kirigakure. The merchant leader said seriously. Did Satsuma Rentaro say all of this? Biwajozo asked in a deep voice. Yes, he said all of this. I only conveyed it over and did not add anything of my personal statement. The merchant leader immediately nodded his head violently. Even now, his heart was still filled with fear. I understand. Go on, what other information do you have? Biwajozo nodded. He would really take Rentaro's advice as a reference. This would also require him to report the information to Mizukage before making a decision. Satsuma Rentaro also said that there was a problem with Kumigakure. Kumigakure advisor and Gasui were planning to kill Harry, and Bray wanted to save Harry. In the end, both sides had a conflict. Bray killed Kumigakure advisor, and now both Gasui and Bray are missing. The merchant leader read the contents of his notebook to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Among them were the names of Gasui and Bray. He also read it several times seriously and was sure that he was right. It had to be said. Kumigakure ninja's name was too hard to say. It was all names that made him feel very strange. As he finished this sentence, Biwajozo nodded again. This is a very high-quality piece of information. Biwajozo's face turned extremely serious. Now he knows a lot of content but could not tell the merchant leader. Whether these people could keep their mouths or not, none of them could be sure. However, even if none of them spoke, the 7 of them all knew about this matter tacitly. Bray had already been killed by them. No wonder they didn't see any other Kumagakure ninjas. It turned out that they were all killed by Bray. I really didn't expect that even Kumagakure had internal strife. I don't understand why Gosui wanted to kill Harry. Wasn't he going to save Harry before? Did Rentaro explain the specific reason? Biwajozo stared at the merchant leader and asked. I'm not sure. The merchant leader immediately shook his head. He really didn't know about this matter, so he didn't dare to speculate carelessly. Now, he finally managed to convince the 7 ninja swordsmen to believe what he said. Then all he needed to do was to say what Rentaro said to him. There was no need to add anything else. Did Rentaro give you any suggestions? Biwajozo asked again. I think he did. The merchant leader immediately looked at the notebook. His eyes finally fixed on a piece of information and said, Rentaro said that we can use this information to make Kumagakure crack from the inside. After hearing this, Biwajozo felt that he seemed to understand, but he also did not seem to understand completely. He was in a state of half-understanding. However, he remembered all of this in his mind. Wait. When Biwajozo thought of this, he suddenly realized something. Even if he had confidence in himself in these details, there was still a possibility of forgetting them. He still could not trust his memories too much. After all, the information that Satsuma Rentaro said was not just a little bit, but several. Moreover, they were equipped with corresponding solutions. If he forgot something, it was very likely to waste Rentaro's painstaking efforts. Can I take your notebook with me later? Biwajozo inserted Kyubikaribasho into the ground and pointed to the notebook in the merchant leader's hand. Yes, I can give it to you. How could the merchant leader dare to say no? A notebook was not important to him at all, especially when compared to his life. As he said that, he directly handed the notebook in his hand to Biwajozo and planned to give it to him now. Okay. Biwajozo took the book without hesitation. His eyes looked at the notebook, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Are these words? Biwajozo directly asks. In his opinion, there was no difference between these things and children's doodles, there was nothing to read at all. Yes. The corner of the merchant leader's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that he had been offended, but he did not dare to argue with Biwajozo for fear of causing Biwajozo to be angry. I'll return the book to you. Later, you will go with us to see Mizukage-sama. But before that, you still need to tell us the remaining 2 pieces of information first. Biwajozo directly threw the notebook back to the merchant leader. He could not read this notebook at all, and it was useless to hold it. Ah! The merchant leader was full of black lines. He suddenly felt that the road ahead was full of thorns, and it became even more difficult. If he had known earlier, he should have properly practiced calligraphy. He never thought that he would be taken away in this way at this time. This was too difficult. The merchant leader suddenly felt that he had forgotten his words during this period of time. It could be said that he was unlucky no matter what he did. Actually, I don't understand what Rentaro said next at all. Even now, I still don't understand it very well. I'm very confused. The merchant leader looked at his record in this notebook. He had completely recorded it according to what Satsuma Rentaro had said, but the content made him feel puzzled. He knew all the words, but it was something that could not be understood when it was formed together. At this time, he had been staring at the words in the notebook. There were a lot of question marks in his head. Even when he repeated these words in his head, he didn't know where to start. Tell me about it. Biwajozo nodded at the merchant leader. He saw the expression on the latter's face and understood what the other party meant. In the past, he had similar experiences. When he heard Satsuma Rentaro talk about these related things, he would feel confused. Satsuma Rentaro said. The merchant leader frowned as he stared at his notebook. Even though he had already recorded Satsuma Rentaro's words, he still felt that there was something wrong with the words in the notebook. Gosui ambushed Tsunagakuer 3rd Kazekage. All forces will target Kumagakuer. Then let us join forces to deal with Kumagakuer. That seems to be it. The merchant leader was in a daze and did not know how to describe this matter. You can say this to Mizukage-sama again later. Didn't you say there was a fourth one? What is it? When Biwajozo heard about the situation in the ninja world, his mind became even more confused. He directly waved his hand and chose not to listen. After he knew that Satsuma Rentaro was still alive, the big stone in his heart directly fell. I remember the last one very clearly. At that time, Satsuma Rentaro's expression was very serious. He said that it was reliable news. Harry was not dead. The merchant leader said. What happened to Harry? A big question mark appeared on Biwajozo's head. He now had the feeling of chatting with Satsuma Rentaro at that time, and he began not to understand it. I don't know either. The merchant leader shook his head because he had no idea who Harry was. All right, come with me and report everything to Mizukage-sama. Biwajozo picked up Kyubikaribasho and put it behind his back. It was just this one move. It instantly caused the merchant leader to break out in cold sweat. Yes, yes. The merchant leader nodded mechanically. He was truly afraid. At this point, he did not want to lose his life just because of a tiny mistake. The next moment, the merchant leader was taken away by the 7 ninja swordsmen. They walked directly in the direction of Kirigakure. Biwajozo originally thought that this merchant group did not bring anything back but escaped before the battle and did not think that they could get the information. Now that he found out about Satsuma Rentaro, he suddenly felt that everything came too suddenly. It was completely beyond his imagination and beyond the imagination of the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, Biwajozo still decided to listen to what the information was first. After all, if there was any bad information or some information that should not be said, he could stop him and not report it to the Mizukage. Now it was confirmed that there was no problem. He decided to bring this merchant leader to report to the Mizukage. On the other side, the northeast of the country of fire. One voice after another quickly passed through the country of fire. These people's attention was all focused on the front, and their speed was very fast. If they moved forward at their speed and there were no accidents, they could reach Konoha before dawn. All of them had dark skin and were wearing ninja clothing. They were all Kumagakuer ninjas. At the front of the troops was a buff shirtless man. It was Kumagakuer 3rd Reikage. As Reikage, he was indeed a straightforward man. He could not understand so many strategies and conspiracies, nor could he figure out the situation and traps that were so clear. But if he was just a ninja who could charge and break through the enemy lines, I had such enough strength. Swish! 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 With the rapid charge of these Kumagakuer ninja troops, they were getting closer and closer to Konoha. Only Konoha did not get any information at all. All the scouts outside who were observing the situation were killed as soon as they found the Kumagakuer ninja troops. No news was successfully sent back to Konoha. It could be said that they launched a quick sneak attack with a thunderous momentum. This was also 3rd Reikage's custom-made strategy. There weren't that many fancy things, and it was just a simple and crude direct push. No matter who his opponent was or how many people there were, it was fine to just directly punch them. Gradually, time passed by. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. The country of fire was still shrouded in the middle of the night, and it was already the latter half of the night. The Kumagakuer ninja troops had already arrived not far from Konoha. At this moment, the ninja troops all stopped. Everyone looked at the 3rd Reikage. One of the Kyumigakuer ninjas, who could be considered to have a decent status, was the Kyumigakuer ninja, who listened to the arrangement of the third Reikage in Reikage's office that day. He immediately walked to Reikage-sama, Konoha is in front of us. What should we do now? This Kyumigakuer ninja asked. Rest for half an hour, recover your energy, and then. I's voice slowly sounded, and his low voice revealed a decisive meaning. Follow me to attack Konoha. Chapter 302. Boom. While Aoba was sleeping, he immediately heard a loud sound coming from the direction of Konohagaku's main entrance, directly startling him from his sleep. Enemy attack. Aoba immediately heard the shouts from the outside. These sounds were especially loud in the Anbu dormitory, causing everyone to wake up in a flash. No one knew what had happened. Dong! 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 At this time, there was an urgent knock on Aoba's room door as if it was going to break his door. Don't sleep anymore. Kyumigakuer has sent ninjas to attack Konohagakuer. Now, all of you, go to the battlefield. A loud and clear voice came from outside. After saying this, he did not wait for any response from Aoba. He immediately knocked on the other's door and shouted. When Aoba heard this sentence, a lot of small question marks appeared in his head. What's going on? Kyumigakuer ninjas. What's going on? Aoba suddenly became the person who did not understand the situation. He lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, completely dumbfounded. Logically speaking, Kyumigakuer shouldn't have attacked Konohagakuer at this time. But judging from this level of commotion, this wasn't a simple sneak attack. It was more like a premeditated attack. Moreover, the other side seemed to have quite a few people, not as exaggerated as just a few ninja teams. After all, not long ago, Tsunagakuer ninjas had just invaded Konohagakuer. At that time, the commotion caused to the village was not as exaggerated as it was now, and of course, it was not that loud. Suddenly, Aoba immediately made a series of hand seals, controlling the chakra in his body, and used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Bang! Aoba's body trembled slightly. A person who looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. It was his shadow clone. You take my place and follow everyone. I will go and see what exactly happened. Aoba gave a simple order to the shadow clone. After he finished speaking, he immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Almost in an instant, Aoba came out of the tower in the forest and directly controlled the chakra in his body to quickly recall those shadow clones who were checking memories. Bang 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 bang! Along with a series of explosion sounds, these shadow clones were instantly removed and returned to Aoba's body one after another. In an instant, Aoba's brain suddenly trembled. These shadow clones had been working here for a long time. They transmitted the details they had just read into Aoba's mind. For a moment, Aoba only felt that his brain had received an extremely powerful information attack. He was completely stunned. 2 to 3 seconds later only then did Aoba recover from this stunned state. At this time, he had already put these shadow clones back into his body and had already recovered to a relatively perfect state. Crash crash! Aoba's body turned into pieces of paper. These flying pieces of paper began to reassemble as if they were reconstructing a body and stacking them into other shapes. Almost in an instant, Aoba turned into Satsuma Rentaro. Swish! Aoba immediately communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula above the Hokage rock, and his figure disappeared. This. Aoba stood on the top of Hokage rock and looked down at the scene below. He could immediately see the flames of war spreading. Several places were burning, and the silent night was particularly bright. Many of Konohagaku's outer walls were damaged, and many houses collapsed. Just by standing on the Hokage rock and looking at it roughly, one could see the tragedy of the war here. Damn it! Aoba's eyes flashed with anger. He instantly recognized the people who attacked were Kumigakure ninjas. They actually launched a sneak attack on Konohagakure overnight. This was something he had never thought of. According to the current situation, Kumigakure was in the state of being surrounded by enemies. Konohagakure was still holding the key that could solve Kumigakure's predicament. This situation. Kumigakure should not have attacked Konohagakure first when they attacked any village. What kind of stupid decision was this? Aoba narrowed his eyes slightly. For the Third Ninja World War, the thing he was most worried about was the spread of the flames of war to Konohagakure. He had done so many things before, and the entire ninja world had been stirred into a mess. Obviously, the battlefield should not appear in Konohagakure. Then, a strong sense of confusion appeared in Aoba's mind. He didn't understand many things. This was very different from what he had expected. His face turned ugly. However, at this time, a flash of lightning cut through the darkness of Konohagakure, and an extremely strong figure like a tank rushed directly to the Hokage building. Whether it was strength, speed, or defense, it could be said to be at the peak of a ninja's strength. This figure was the third Raikage. In front of Konohagakure's people, a scene of lightning shattering the darkness appeared. As I rushed over, he directly knocked away all the Konohagakure ninjas blocking his path. His entire body exuded a terrifying power. Swish! 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 Following the arrival of Third Raikage, many figures appear behind him and directly surround I. These figures were all Konohagakure ninjas. Among them were Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konohagakure's root boss Shimura Danzo, and Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo. These ninjas could be said to be Konohagakure's strongest fighting force. Of course, Orochimaru was not included in this. This is Kumigakure's third Raikage. When I went to Kumigakure to do a mission, I had a simple fight with him. The other party's physical fitness is extremely strong. Whether it is speed, strength, or the ability to resist attacks, I have never seen others comparable to him in my life, coupled with the opponent's superb lightning ninjutsu. A top-notch wind release user is needed to deal with it. Hitaki Sakumo immediately whispered and reported the information about the third Raikage to everyone. That wind release user should be me. Danzo stared coldly at the third Raikage, who was not far away. His face was very cold. He could allow himself to play hard inside Konohagakure, but he could not accept other people coming to attack it. I also know a little bit of wind release. Let's deal with him together. Hiruzen said with a calm face. He also knew the horror of I, so his reaction was not too big. In addition, the enemy was invading Konohagakure now. This was a war, not a one-on-one battle. Let's deal with him together. Hitaki Sakumo nodded. All of a sudden, these Konohagakure ninjas were talking openly about I openly in front of him. Only. I did not care about this at all. He stood in the middle of everyone's encirclement with his head held high. Not only did he not have terrified emotions on his face, but instead, he revealed an excited smile. It has been a long time since I had a carefree fight. I swept his gaze over these Konohagakure ninjas, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. What he liked the most was fighting, not sitting at the table to negotiate with others. I can't let a person like you destroy Konohagakure. Danzo suddenly roared. At this time, he was very clear that this was the most difficult time for Konohagakure. The strong ninjas on the other side had already broken into Konohagakure's interior. In a split second, Danzo began to form hand seals with both hands. The speed of his hand seals was very fast. Judging by the bandaged hand, he hadn't acquired the very disgusting-looking Sharingan arm in the future. Futon, Shinkyuchiyaku, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Danzo was the first to attack and began to spray out one blast wave after another at the third Raikage in front of him. After all, Sakumo had already said that by only using Wind Release, they could have a chance to fight back with this third Raikage in front of him. Whoosh! 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 Air currents rushed toward Third Raikage's body. The speed of these air currents was extremely fast, like bullets. At this time, Ai's body was covered with lightning. His body was directly covered with a layer of Raiden Chakra Anbu, lightning release chakra mode. Then, his figure flashed and dodged Danzo's wind release attack at an extremely fast speed. He actually dodged it. When Danzo saw this scene, his left eye flashed with a touch of surprise. He was very clear about how fast the air current he spat out just now was, but it did not even touch Ai's body. Let's attack together. Hiruzen looked in Danzo's direction. He was very clear that now was not the time to be arrogant. If they could attack together, then they should attack together. They had to deal with this Raikage first. Otherwise, things would become more and more troublesome. Aoba stood above the Hokage rock while looking down at the battle below. Hiruzen, Danzo, and the other ninjas all quickly formed hand seals and attacked the Raikage with wind release ninjutsu. However, those wind release ninjutsu that was as fast as wind were like a slow-moving snail in front of Ai. They simply couldn't cause any danger to the latter and were completely dodged by him. This scene continued for a few minutes. I hadn't even attacked yet. He just dodged all the attacks of Konoha ninjas. There was no way to match his speed at all, and there was no way to cause any substantial damage to him in such a situation. Apart from Ai, there was an all-out war going on in Konoha. One by one, the Konoha ninjas were fighting against the Kyuume ninjas that had intruded. The scene was very chaotic. Phew! Aoba took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He had already guessed that a war would be like this, but seeing this with his own eyes still made him feel very uncomfortable. This was not the scene he wanted to see at all. It was not something he wanted to happen to Konoha. He had done so much. However, he did not expect that it would still attract the Third Raikage. Now things were not so easy to deal with. Aoba's gaze once again fell on the Third Raikage. When he was watching the anime, his impression of this Raikage was completely focused on the Third Raikage that had been resurrected using Edo Tensei. It had to be said. This guy was really strong. Even for Naruto to defeat this Third Raikage was a very difficult matter. In the end, he could only use the Third Raikage method to attack himself. But the current Third Raikage was not in the same state. This was completely his own body. Now, he was able to control his body very well. He wouldn't be slow, and his body was even younger now. I have to think of a way. Aoba knew that if this continued, then not only would Hiruzen and Danzo be in danger, but the entire Konoha would be in danger. This was something he had never thought of in his plan. The Third Raikage actually came straight over. Attack yourself. I got it. I have an idea. Aoba's eyes suddenly lit up. The method he thought of was to attack himself. Not long ago, he had told the country of water merchants about this kind of thing. However, he could not wait for Kirigakuer to make a move. Aoba quickly made a series of hand seals. He directly used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. In an instant, he created 5 shadow clones. One of the shadow clones maintained Satsuma Rentero's appearance and directly sat on top of the head of the Hokage rock. His eyes focused on the village below, staring at what happened to Konoha. The other 4 shadow clones transformed into Kirigakure's ninjas, but each of them wore a mask on their face, looking like Kirigakure's Anbu. Go to the village and fight for a while. Do your best to hurt Kyuume ninjas, but don't let Konoha ninjas think that you are helping them. You have to act like a third party. Aoba said to the 4 shadow clones that had transformed into Kirigakure Anbu. Yes. The 4 shadow clones nodded in unison. Don't play for too long. Come over later and cooperate with me to put on a good show. Aoba's eyes flashed with a cold light. Yes. The 4 shadow clones responded at the same time. After that, they used Hirai Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared immediately. They used different techniques and quickly joined the battle. As these shadow clones left one after another, the pieces of paper on Aoba's body changed again and directly transformed into the appearance of Kyumigakuer Ninja Ga Sui. Swish! Aoba also used Hirai no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed and directly appeared at the root base. Just after entering the root base, Aoba directly controlled his body's perception ability to directly cover the root base so that he could clearly sense the root ninja's specific position. After Aoba covered the root base with his perception ability, he immediately discovered a very special phenomenon. There was a lot of chakra in root, and the energy of each chakra was very full. There was no intention of fighting at all. Good fellow! This was the same as Konoha Crush and Pain's assault. Even if this Konohagakuer were destroyed, none of the ninjas in root base would move. If this was said in Danzo's words, it was to preserve the power of root, leaving a possibility for Konohagakuer in the future. Too ruthless. Aoba felt that Danzo was really ruthless. After realizing this, he did not think Danzo would let these root members go out to fight. For Danzo to stand outside at this time, it could only be said as an accident. Whether it was when Hiruzen died or when Konohagakuer was directly leveled down, Danzo and his roots had never appeared. They were hiding in the underground root base, quietly waiting for the incident to pass. In fact, things were just as Aoba had thought. It was just that this time, Kyumigakuer's intruder had arrived late at night. Normally speaking, Danzo would be at the root at this time. If something happened, he would not come out, and he would not help. Now it could be said to be an accident. An accident that even Danzo did not expect. Tonight, Danzo did not return to root base, and Hiruzen also did not return to his home. The two of them had already agreed to do some secret things in the Hokage office. That was the black book in Danzo's hand. The teacher Bai of the ninja school story. After Danzo got this book, he couldn't help but want to share the feelings in his heart. Finally, he contacted Hiruzen, who was his best friend. After the two made an agreement, they decided to read the story of teacher Bai of the ninja school in the Hokage office all night. When Kyumigakuer ninjas invaded, Danzo and Hiruzen just happened to be in the mood. Both of them were particularly excited and immersed in the story of teacher Bai in the ninja school. Then Kyumigakuer ninja attack came too suddenly. It was to the point that Danzo and Hiruzen were not prepared. Moreover, there was also a very unpleasant feeling of being interrupted. Danzo had no way to turn around and hide in front of everyone. After the enemy invaders came to Konohagakuer, he had to bite the bullet and block them. This formed the scene of Danzo and everyone attacking the third Raikage together. Since I have seen these idle root ninjas, then let me give everyone an order. The pieces of paper on Aoba's body flew up and changed again. This time, he directly became Shimura Danzo's right-hand man, Orochimaru. Now at this time note. Although Orochimaru was one of the Konoha Sunin, he was also a member of Root. The next moment, Aoba walked out with Orochimaru's appearance and shouted at the Root ninjas. Danzo-sama's order, don't just stand here, now all of you go to the village to kill the enemy. Aoba immediately shouted at the crowd. He had seen Orochimaru countless times, and he was very familiar with Orochimaru's tones and actions. The entire process was imitated perfectly. Yes. When Root ninjas saw Orochimaru, Aoba, they immediately felt that it was Danzo who asked Orochimaru to pass the message. They immediately responded and walked out. Everyone at Root knew Orochimaru. Although he rarely came to Root base, Orochimaru had a very high status in Root and could be said to be second only to Danzo. Now, Orochimaru had issued an order. No one dared to refuse. All of a sudden, these Root ninjas who were hiding underground all started to move and ran toward the exit, ready to join Konohagakuer's battlefield. Chapter 303. These Root ninjas did not doubt Orochimaru, Aoba's words. After all, since its establishment. Root had only been invaded once. That was the matter of Goswi's invasion not long ago, and the specific reason for the invasion had not been investigated. However, this did not stop them from thinking that Root Base was a very safe place. Other than the people from Root, no other ninjas from other areas could come in. Not to mention that Aoba had come in with Orochimaru's appearance. Based on the preconceived concept, everyone in Root believed that Orochimaru, who commanded them, was the real Orochimaru. No one in Root had ever guessed that he was fake, let alone questioned his authenticity. Basically, no one would say it out loud. Although it seemed like the operation was very simple, and there seemed to be a lot of loopholes, none of the Root ninjas standing here dared to question Orochimaru. Who didn't know how terrifying Orochimaru was? If they were even a little careless, they might be sent to become a human specimen for human experiments. In an instant, these Root ninjas rushed out from the Root Base exit. They also fought with the invading Kumigakure ninjas. Kumigakure ninja tended to have a melee style as a whole. In addition, the number of people was not particularly large, and they were very tired after a long journey. Their combat strength was relatively not at its peak. If they were only dealing with Konohagakure ordinary ninjas, they could still feel that they were evenly matched. But now, the battlefield was in chaos. Not only did a few Kirigakure ninjas who were constantly spraying water appear and turn the battle into a mess, but many Root ninjas wearing masks also appeared. It had to be known that the Root ninja's strength was not weaker than Anbu, and it could be said that Danzo had painstakingly cultivated his private army. Whether it was Orochimaru or Pain invading Konohagakure, Danzo was not willing to take out this private army and just left them in Root Base to find an opportunity to seize the position of Hokage in the future. Now, all the accumulated power was controlled by Aoba, even if he made some contributions to the village. These benefits would be put on Danzo's head. Aoba was such a good person, doing good deeds without leaving his name behind. After everything was settled, he hid his skills and fame. Aoba felt the mass of chakra was quickly moving out of Root Base, and he even thought that the Root Base was slowly being hollowed out. He did not know if Danzo, outside, noticed this phenomenon. However, he was not worried at all. Even if he was discovered by Danzo. Danzo, who was currently in the midst of Third Rakige's battle, had no way to withdraw from watching what was happening at Root Base, so he could only focus on the current situation. Suddenly, Aoba began to walk around the Root Base in relief. He had his eyes on the Hokage rock, watching the situation on the surface. If something happened to Hiruzen and the others, he would remove the shadow clone and bring the information to him. But before anything happened to Hiruzen and the others, just think of it as Rakige helping him to restrain Konoha's higher UPS. Aoba still had a lot of things he wanted to do, but he never had the chance to do them. Now, the opportunity had come. At this time, after Aoba sent out 4 shadow clones transformed into Kirigakure ninjas and Root ninjas, he was no longer so worried about Konohagakure. He was very clear that Konohagakure's situation had stabilized with this power, and they would not fall into a disadvantageous position. After all, there were so many powerful clans in Konohagakure. Whether it was the Konoha crash when Orochimaru invaded Konohagakure or the incident of selling rice to Konohagakure when Pain came to catch Kyuubi. At that time, Konohagakure did not have the Uchiha clan. The current Konohagakure could still be considered the time when Hiruzen was relatively at his peak. They had Konoha White Fang. They had top clans like the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. They also had the Sarutobi clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, and Akimichi clan. In addition, there were also the Inyazuka and Abarame clans, which were relatively small but not weak. The ninjas of these clans were sleeping, and they had yet to react to Kumigakure's invasion. Konohagakure's situation would quickly stabilize as the ninjas of these clans came out one after another to participate in the battle. Aoba does not like fighting to happen in Konohagakure. Still, it doesn't mean he worried about Konohagakure's ability to fight. It was never the overall fight that could cause damage to Konohagakure but the crushing of the top combat power. Compared to those who were worried about Konohagakure, Aoba was even more worried about Hiruzen. Now was not the time for Hiruzen to abdicate. Minato still needed to accumulate some experience. He needed to gain more battle achievements in battle and get the love of more people. The best time to become the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure was not like Tsunade, who was arranged to take the position of Hokage because of the death of the third Hokage. Although they were both in the same position, there was a fundamental difference. When Minato became the fourth Hokage, no one could shake his position. Even Hiruzen had no way to take back the position. Danzo had no thoughts at all. Orochimaru was also a loser in the competition for the position of Hokage. However, the two advisors often restricted Tsunade when she became the fifth Hokage. They often relied on their seniority to teach Tsunade how to do things. Moreover, after being invaded, Danzo also came out to fight for the position of Hokage. Generally speaking, when Tsunade issued all kinds of orders, she had to overcome many difficulties to achieve the effect she wanted. Aoba did not want Minato to become the fourth Hokage in a hurry. In this way, Minato would be constrained in many things, so Minato needed to accumulate some popularity. Because of this, relying on his selfishness for Minato. For the time being, Aoba would not let anything happen to Hiruzen. All of a sudden, Aoba locked on the three massive chakra at root base, one of which was particularly weak. It was located in a secret room on the second floor, close to his current position. That person should be Harry. Aoba immediately made a judgment. After that, he quickly walked in the direction of Harry. He maintained Orochimaru's appearance, even though only 3 people were left at root base. After a while, Aoba arrived outside the stone room. But before he entered, he raised his hand and pressed it against the wall beside the door. The moment his palm made contact with the wall, chakra immediately surged, leaving a black circle on the wall. Then, Aoba immediately pushed open the stone door and stepped in, his eyes focused on a figure lying on the bed. Sure enough, this figure was none other than Harry. However, the latter had suffered severe injuries and was already paralyzed. There was no feeling from his chest down to his feet. Who is it? Harry's weak voice sounded. He was initially sleeping, but he was awakened by the sound of the movement of the root ninjas outside. Then he heard someone enter his room. Who's here? Harry asked again. His eyes looked in the direction of the door. But because of his angle, it was still not clear. Aoba did not answer Harry. He walked up to Harry step by step, looking down at the disabled Kumigakure Anbu leader. The day before, Aoba had arranged many shadow clones, and some of them were reading and extracting Harry's memories. This made Aoba understand a lot about Harry. Since the second Raikage died, Harry began to assist the third Raikage officially. Not only did he propose many constructive suggestions for the development of the village, but he also paved the way for Kumigakure in the ninja world. Among them was the decision to pull the third Raikage back. The third Raikage was not allowed to participate in the Second Ninja World War. According to Hari's memory, this decision was really very hard. After all, the third Raikage was a real militant. At that time, the whole ninja world was at war, and he wanted to intervene. However, Harry told the third Raikage a story of change and growth with reason and emotion. During the First Ninja World War, the main battlefield was in Kumigakure, and Kumigakure consumed a lot of energy. If, during the Second Ninja World War, Kumigakure could sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight instead of participating in this war and silently accumulate military strength. This way, after the other forces were significantly weakened, Kumigakure's power would jump to the peak of the ninja world. In addition to these things, Harry also led the matter of uniting with Kirigakure. He then gradually played Kirigakure in the palm of his hand. No matter what happens, they could order Kirigakure to go ahead and explore the way for Kumigakure. It was precisely because Kumagakure had a character like Harry that the entire village was organized in an orderly manner. The internal affairs of the village were handled very well, causing the village to become rich and powerful gradually. The goal of making diplomatic relations with the outside world was clear, contributing progressively to Kumagakure's current situation. It was just that Harry definitely would not have thought of it. The career that he had been working hard on all his life. It was going to be ruined by the reckless third rakeage. And it wouldn't be long before Kumagakure would instantly return to the past, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tsunagakure in backwardness. Aoba's gaze fell on Hari's face. He had already recognized this person in his heart. It could indeed be called Kumagakure's brain. The things he had done over the years could be said to have cemented Kumagakure's position today. However, it was precisely because Aoba recognized Hari's talent. This dangerous person would not be able to see tomorrow's sun alive, even though he could not see the sun at root base. Orochimaru-sama. When Harry saw Aoba's appearance, he immediately revealed a smile. Then, he asked curiously, Orochimaru-sama said that you wanted to find me a new body so I could stand up again. How long do I have to wait? I have had enough of my paralyzed body. Today. Aoba nodded at Harry. After thinking for a while, he added, you will be able to get rid of this broken body from today on. Orochimaru-sama, thank you. A bright smile appeared on Hari's face. He looked delighted as if he did not realize that this person in front of him was not the Orochimaru he knew but someone disguised. You're welcome. Aoba said indifferently. He said that he could get rid of this broken body, which meant that Harry could enter the Pure Land with his soul. He didn't need to be tortured like this anymore. Through Hari's words, Aoba still keenly captured some information points. Orochimaru had promised to change Hari's body. Would it be a preliminary experiment for Edo Tensei? However, no matter what the specific situation was, Orochimaru no longer had this chance. Hari's end was already here. Aoba stretched out his hands to Harry. What are you doing? The smile on Hari's face gradually froze. He was now paralyzed and had no strength to resist any power from the outside world. He could only watch as Orochimaru placed his hand on his body. It's fine now. After tonight, everything will be over. I'll bring you to see your most respected third Raikage-sama. Aoba's indifferent voice slowly rang out. A strong spatial fluctuation appeared on his hands, and he instantly used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Hari's body, lying on the stone bed, trembled slightly and then disappeared. On the other side, on the Hokage Rock, Hari's body appears at the top of the Hokage Rock. His eyes looked at the bright stars in the sky, and he heard the sound of fighting. Where is this place? Harry asked doubtfully. Konoha. Aoba's advanced paper clone, who had transformed into Satsuma Rentaro, answered softly. Why would I suddenly appear here? Harry asked again. You only have one chance to ask a question. Now that you have used it up, you should quietly enjoy the last moments of your life. Aoba's advanced paper clone, who had transformed into Satsuma Rentaro, said indifferently. Harry was speechless. After that, he closed his mouth. His eyes stared at the starry sky, but his attention was focused on his ears. He listened to the sound outside and tried to find a way to break the situation. Only he could not think of any good strategy. After all, his current physical condition was really too poor. At root base, after Aoba sent Harry away, he stood still in the same place. There were still 2 chakras fluctuation left. For the time being, Aoba did not know the identity of these 2 people. After a slight hesitation, Aoba decided not to take the risk for the time being. Who these 2 people were was not that important to him. He just wanted to go and take a look at the location between the basement level and the Hokage building. Was there really a secret door that could lead to those secret rooms? Aoba determined that there were secret rooms in the dark corridor before. He felt there must be some secret hidden in those secret rooms, and the entrances of those rooms were most likely in root base. Now, Danzo was busy with the third raikage. There was no way to return here. The root ninjas were sent away by him to fight. The current root base could be said to be its emptiest time since its establishment. There would definitely be no more suitable opportunity than this. If he missed it and wants to enter those future secret rooms, it might require a violent demolition method. Unless it were absolutely necessary, Aoba still wouldn't choose that way. Afterward, Aoba left Hari's stone room and walked toward the basement. Not long after, Aoba climbed back to the basement level. Right at this moment, Aoba immediately went to perceive the location of the Flying Thunder God formula. In an instant, he determined the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God formula on the dark corridor he had left before. After sensing the Flying Thunder God formula, Aoba did not directly use them as Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, s coordinates. Instead, he treated them as the coordinates to search for those rooms. A few minutes later, Aoba stopped on the empty ground that resembled a square. Then, he raised his head to look up. Right now, he was very certain that the space above his position was the room where the people of Yamanaka's clan had gone to read memories that day. When Aoba saw this, he was stunned. He suddenly felt that he had overlooked something. At that time, he knocked on the walls in all directions. But he forgot to knock on the ground below. There must be an entrance to the secret room here. Aoba's eyes became determined. He looked around and began searching for the secret room entrance. Chapter 304. Konoha was in a war at this time, and almost every ninja was fighting on the front line. Almost everyone was unprepared for this sudden war, but Konoha ninjas adapted quickly. On Konoha battlefield, the Jonins were fighting with all their might. Aoba was in the root base underground of Hokage building and was looking for the entrance to the secret room. Through the Flying Thunder God formula, he could clearly confirm that the room where Kumagakure's corpse was stored above his head. Then the location around the secret room was the secret room that could not be entered from that side of the corridor. Something is wrong here. After searching for a while, Aoba frowned slightly. He discovered a very important thing. It was that this place looked like a plaza without support at all. Usually, there should be a heavy pillar every once in a while to support the roof of this place. But there was nothing. It was completely empty. It looked like the place where root ninjas train. Could it be? Aoba looked up at the top of his head. He did not know much about architecture. He only learned prior knowledge and knew that static objects had a balance of force. Then this top was the ground above. If he did not need any support, it should be a lot of tension. A light flashed in his mind. According to the location provided by the Flying Thunder God formula, as well as his memories of the shape of the corridor, he walked down the corridor toward the depths. Walking and walking. Aoba arrived at the furthest distance he had reached before but didn't go any further. Why am I so stupid? Aoba suddenly slapped his head. He had been locking on to the Flying Thunder God formula just now, but wasn't the Flying Thunder God formula just above his head? Instantly, Aoba's hands began to form seals quickly. The hand seals he formed were precisely the shadow clone technique. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Aoba muttered in a low voice. As he said this, a person who looked exactly the same as him suddenly appeared beside him. It was his shadow clone. Crash crash. After this shadow clone appeared, the pieces of paper on his body flew over. They began to change, directly changing into the appearance of Orochimaru. Now, Aoba felt that it was good to become Orochimaru. Not only did Orochimaru have a very high position at root, but even if he were found, he would not be suspected. Moreover, Orochimaru might also be participating in the battle at this time. He did not think that he would coincidentally encounter Orochimaru's actual body. You go up. Aoba nodded at the advanced paper clone who had turned into Orochimaru. Understood. The advanced paper clone responded to Aoba. Then, he immediately communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula above his head in his mind. He then used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and his figure disappeared in a flash. In a split second, the advanced paper clone, who had become Orochimaru, directly appeared above his head. The advanced paper clone came out of the last room that Aoba had explored. He walked toward the stone door and prepared to leave from here. Rumble. The advanced paper clone opened the stone door and saw a dark corridor. At this time, there was no one walking in this corridor. It was a dark night in itself, and Kumagakure ninjas were invading. Aoba's advanced paper clone stood in the corridor. With a flip of his wrist, a piece of paper appeared in his palm. On the paper, there was the Flying Thunder God formula. After this piece of paper with the Flying Thunder God formula appeared, Aoba, who was at the bottom, suddenly sensed the Flying Thunder God formula in his mind. And as the advanced paper clone moved, it was like a lamp, guiding him into the corridor. Aoba's advanced paper clone was extremely fast, constantly walking toward the end of the corridor. Along the way, he met another room but did not go in to check. Right now, his goal was very simple. He wanted to go straight to the end and see what was at the end of the corridor. Aoba had a faint suspicion. The end of the corridor was where one could enter the secret room. Since the design of the room could be reversed, then the design of the corridor could also be reversed. Instantly, Aoba quickly chased after the Flying Thunder God formula in the advanced paper clone's hand. He walked toward the end of the path at an extremely fast speed. Just like that, the two of them walked for about 3 minutes. The advanced paper clone could still walk forward, but a wall appeared in front of Aoba. There was no path ahead. Although the square could give root ninjas a large training space, there was no way to cover the bottom of those secret rooms completely. Aoba stretched out his hand, clenched it into a fist, and knocked it against the wall. The feeling of knocking was very heavy. It was a completely solid wall. There was no gap in it. According to the memories of the 3 root ninjas he read, the location was almost the border of the root base. However, the advanced paper clone was still moving forward like a navigation system. There must be a secret passage here. Aoba began to check around the wall. He constantly knocked on the wall to sense the structure inside. He always felt that there was something in this place. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this. At this moment, the Flying Thunder God formula that the advanced paper clone was carrying stopped. He was already at the end of the corridor and passed by a few rooms along the way. He didn't enter, but the place beside the door was already marked with the Flying Thunder God formula. The end of the corridor was already a solid wall, and it was obvious that it had only been excavated to this extent. This could be considered a one-way corridor. He could only enter through the entrance, and he could only leave through the entrance unless he mastered space-time ninjutsu. Aoba's advanced paper clone stood at the end of the corridor, raised his right hand, and pressed down on the wall at the end of the corridor. At the same time, he controlled his chakra to surge out. The chakra in Aoba's palm changed slightly and then directly formed a mark of the Flying Thunder God formula on the wall. After the coordinates of the last position were placed, the rough shape and position of the entire corridor could be checked at any time. My mission is complete. Aoba's advanced paper clone muttered to himself and disappeared. As advanced paper clones disappeared, Aoba, knocking on the wall, suddenly felt a wave of information pouring into his brain. It was all brought by that advanced paper clone just now. The corridor is a dead end. There are no forks. The layout of each room is the same. The location between these rooms is the secret room. Then where else can the entrance to the secret room be? Aoba was a little puzzled. He searched here for a while and found nothing special. Either there was no way to the secret room, or he had not discovered the way. His mood was more inclined to the second point. He had yet to discover it. After all, those rooms can only be entered from the dark corridor. If there was no entrance, then there might be a second long corridor. The corridor Aoba had walked through had a parallel design, trapping the rows of rooms in the middle. Several rooms were open to the right, the rooms that could be entered on the dark corridor. The other rooms were open to the left, and they needed to be in another corridor to enter. If that's the case, Aoba looked to the left side of the place, likely to be where the corridor was. But what he saw was a solid wall. If the entrance wasn't at the root base, it was just like the long corridor. In other words, thinking of this, Aoba became nervous. He suddenly realized something very important that he had neglected. If the corridor was on the left and moved upwards, wouldn't that be Danzo's office? Aoba widened his eyes, and his pupils contracted. He vaguely realized that he had found the wrong direction. Things might be simple. Two long corridors appeared parallel. One was under the Hokage building, and the other was under Danzo's office. There were rooms built between the two corridors. However, some rooms were open to the right and could enter through the corridor under the Hokage building. Some rooms were open to the left, and the corridor under Danzo's office could be entered. Why didn't I think of this before? Aoba felt that his thoughts on this matter were a little complicated. Thinking of the underground, he directly thought of root base. Perhaps this corridor had nothing to do with root. Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and directly appeared behind the Hokage building. Boom! 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 The instant Aoba appeared, all kinds of sounds of collision could be heard. Powerful chakra unceasingly collided. Even if he did not see it, he could feel it. At this time, Konoha was in a very chaotic stage. Aoba did not leave behind any Flying Thunder God formula in Danzo's office. When he came, he did not dare to do anything there. After all, Danzo was there. If he was not careful, he might be discovered. After all, Danzo was a student of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He was familiar with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Aoba was very clear that if he was seen by others when he used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, maybe that person did not know what was going on. But if Danzo saw it, he would be recognized instantly. At that time, even Danzo didn't know his identity at all. But he would remember Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. If one day, Aoba used his own identity to display Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, then his identity would immediately be exposed and associated with what he had done in the past. This was a very terrible thing. Aoba understood the importance of Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. In the entire history of the ninja world, there were not only two people who could use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, independently. One was the second Hokage that created Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and the other was the fourth Hokage, Minato, who had brought Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to fame. Apart from that, no one could. This kind of label was too apparent on one's body. Crash crash! The pieces of paper on Aoba's body flew up and down, and his appearance changed again. At this time, he wasn't at root. Then he didn't need to worry so much. Aoba transformed into Kumigakure's ninja Gasui. He looked powerful, just like the third Raikage, but was a few times smaller and had explosive muscles all over his body. After transforming into Gasui, Aoba no longer had so many worries. He directly walked toward Danzo's office, which he had just visited not long ago. Stop! Just as Aoba stepped in, he was immediately stopped by a voice. It was a ninja wearing a mask. It was the person who had stopped him when Aoba first came because the pattern on the mask was the same. He actually still holds his post. Aoba sneered. He found that when Danzo encountered this kind of thing, he really cherished his subordinates. No one was allowed to go. What was the use of staying here at this time? There was no one inside. Lightning chakra appeared on Aoba's body. This lightning chakra seemed to have turned into armor, directly wrapping around his body. At the same time, all the cells in Aoba's body were filled with this lightning chakra, and they became active. Every cell was very excited, and it made him feel like he had been charged. Just as the lightning radiance on Aoba's body formed, the root ninja, who stopped him, instantly took out many shurikens and threw them directly at Aoba. Whoosh! 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 The shurikens were dense and precise and directly flew toward Aoba's body. They densely blocked all the surrounding positions, leaving no space at all. Too slow. Aoba stood in place and did not even move. His eyes were filled with lightning chakra. Through the lightning chakra, he stimulated his cells. Even his optic nerves had reached an exceptionally keen level. At this time, the shurikens seemed to slow down. So that's how it is. Aoba stared ahead with his eyes wide open. He suddenly thought of the scene when the third Raikage dodged Danzo's attack. Danzo's attack speed was far faster than the shuriken thrown by the root ninja in front of him. However, Danzo's attack could not even touch the third Raikage's clothes. Not only because the third Raikage was faster but also because after injecting the lightning chakra into the eye, it could stimulate the visual nerves and increase the speed at which the eye passes information to the brain. This feels like a high frame rate mode was directly turned on. However, even if the eyes of ordinary people were poured with lightning chakra, the amount of improvement it could bring was still limited. It still belonged to the situation where the eyes could not keep up with the body. Visually, there would be a limit to the performance. The more Aoba used the lightning chakra mode, the more he would clearly realize his desire for Byakugan in this mode. If such lightning chakra was injected into Byakugan, what kind of effect would that be? This question immediately popped up in Aoba's head. After all, he was someone who had personally experienced it. He was more or less curious about the benefits that could be brought about by this kind of thing. As he used more lightning release ninjutsu. Of course, they were all used when making trouble. Aoba had already understood why Kyumigakuer ninjas often targeted the people from the Hyuga clan. However, he only understood this matter. It did not mean that he could accept it. It didn't mean that he felt that there was no problem. On the contrary, Aoba felt that there was a very big problem. Then can we think about it from a different perspective? Since you, Kyumigakuer, want to use Byakugan to upgrade this lightning release body technique, can our Hyuga clan use your lightning release body technique to upgrade Byakugan? At this moment, Aoba was thinking about many questions. He didn't know it was because the lightning chakra entered his brain, which made his thinking sharp. Regarding the Hyuga clan, Gentle Fist, their only use was to seal all the chakra pathways in the body. When they touched someone who had a bit of a cheat, in a few minutes, the sealed chakra pathways would be released. Those Juken, Gentle Fist, techniques. To Aoba's knowledge, it was simply a flashy but impractical thing. Their only biggest use was when sparring with each other inside the clan and the village. Apart from that, if they have the time to grind and click those chakra pathways, they might as well take out a handful of kunao. It would be enough to turn people into sieves. Unless there was a crushing situation. Otherwise, if one's strengths were similar to or weaker than the opponent's, there would be almost no chance of continuous attack. A single touch could decide life and death in a fight between experts. Just like Senju Tobirama killed Uchiha Izuna. If the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, had turned into Rokujuyan Sho Hiraishin no Jutsu, 64 Palms Flying Thunder God technique, then Tobirama would have been killed before he could finish his technique. Aoba always felt that the Hyuga clan attack was lacking and gave his opponent a chance. Perhaps this was also why the Hyuga clan did not have any famous experts. In the future, I will find a chance to teach the Hyuga clan the lightning release body technique. Look at the overbearing feeling of Raikage's fist hitting flesh. Perhaps at that time, the Hyuga clan will be able to receive the most substantial improvement. At this moment, Aoba had already begun to imagine the Byakugan with 360-degree vision using the lightning release chakra mode to rampage through the enemy formation. Any clan needed to improve. Even a powerful family such as the Hyuga clan cannot remain complacent. Introducing the old and bringing forth the new will make people progress. Aoba felt that the Hyuga clan was somewhat constrained by the Jukan, gentle fist, created by their ancestors. One must know that ninjutsu in the ninja world was also constantly changing. Nowadays, people stand on the shoulders of their ancestors to develop and create. At least in Aoba's eyes. Jukan, gentle fist, was no longer so practical. Whoosh! 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 Just as Aoba was thinking, the shurikens thrown over by the root ninja quickly flew in front of Aoba. The lightning on Aoba's body surged. In an instant, his entire body flashed through the gaps between these dense shurikens, easily dodging them. These dense shurikens did not even touch a single hair on Aoba's body. They were completely useless. The eyes of the root ninja with the mask were wide open, and he could not believe that this was an action that a human could do. The shuriken that he threw out was just for probing. He did not expect these things to hurt the Kumigakure ninja in front of him. But in his knowledge, if he wanted to destroy this concentrated attack, at least get something out. Even if it was to block, there must be something. But he hadn't expected that he would be able to dodge it so easily. This thing was too fast. This root ninja was stunned for a moment. It was just as he was stunned, Aoba had already appeared before him. His speed was so fast that this root ninja could not react. Snap! Aoba slapped his palm on the head of this root ninja, and there was a paper tag in his hand, and the word sleep was written on the paper tag. Thud! This root ninja directly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Not only could he not use chakra, but he could not even wake up. Isn't this better than acupuncture? Chapter 305. Aoba muttered to himself in a low voice. For this method of directly sealing a ninja, he still has a lot of knowledge. He had learned all of these from the books Minato had given him. Because of this, he felt more and more that the Hyuga clan needed to undergo another evolution. Other than Byakugan, they were born with nothing. Those Jukan, gentle fist, techniques were also created by their ancestors. It was just that their ancestors could only create such things at that time. However, the lighting release body technique was at least created by the second Raikage. Based on the level, the second Raikage was a cage. Aoba now increasingly felt that the chakra pathway blocking method of Jukan, gentle fist, could be said to have extremely strong control over the enemy, but the same effect was too replaceable. And also, when a Hyuga ninja was fighting using Jukan, gentle fist, it was a one-on-one fight. In that extremely fair environment, it can be said to be effective. But if it was a free-for-all fight, it requires multiple ninjas from the Hyuga clan to fight together. When they were using Jukan, gentle fist, the attack style was as fine as rain. Although they could control the opponent before they finished the whole set of techniques, making it difficult for the opponent to counter, they also control themselves. After all, before they finished the whole set, the people of the Hyuga clan could not do anything else. In Aoba's mind, the plan for the Hyuga clan was born for a moment. Of course, these plans should only be realized after Minato became the Hokage. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Katon, Karyuin Dan, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The crisp electronic prompt rang out in Aoba's mind again. Just as he pasted the talisman paper on the root ninja's head, he just happened to read his memory. In a split second, fragments of memories flooded into Aoba's mind. Aoba's figure flashed, sticking to the wall, and then quickly searched through the memory of root ninja about Danzo's office. A moment later, Aoba's eyes lit up. Sure enough, although the first floor of this building was where Hokage's Anbu lived. However, right below Danzo's office was a locked forbidden room. No one was allowed to enter there. In Aoba's opinion, it should be the entrance to the underground corridor. Aoba quickly walked towards the forbidden room on the first floor. After a while, he arrived at the door of the forbidden room, which was firmly locked. The lock was already rusty and covered with a thick layer of dust. This place should not have been opened for a long time. At least 5 years. Aoba even felt that he might have said too little. Then, if he wanted to enter the secret corridor, he would need other methods. Suddenly, Aoba looked up at Danzo's office on the second floor. Thinking of this, he quickly climbed up to the second floor. He had been to Danzo's office once, so even without the root ninja's memories, he could accurately find the location of Danzo's office. A few breaths later, Aoba stood at the door of Danzo's office. The door was tightly closed. However, it was not locked. As long as he twisted the door, he could open the door here. Aoba did not know if Danzo had never had the habit of locking the door to the office, or he believed in the root ninjas guarding the door outside, or he had forgotten to lock the door in a hurry. Anyway, no matter what the reason was, Aoba directly unlocked the door and walked in. After Aoba entered the office, he found that the office was particularly empty. There was only a desk and a chair. The desk was extremely clean, and the bare surface of the desk could almost reflect light. There were no documents. This kind of scene was expected by Aoba. He was not here to look for those documents. If he was looking for those things, the most likely place to appear was en route. In Aoba's opinion, Danzo was not stupid enough to casually place such important documents in an office without locks. Aoba walked to the desk. He looked at the chair. He looked at the desk again. He opened the drawer in turn. There were only a few pens and a few blank scrolls inside. He. When Aoba saw this scene, he sneered. If someone didn't know the situation and saw Danzo's office, they would probably label him as clean and honest. However, think about it carefully. This wasn't too excessive. At the very least, Danzo really didn't use his position to get money. He was just killing people. Aoba swept his gaze across the empty office and finally fixed his gaze on the bookshelf at the back. This bookshelf wasn't big, and it was absolutely symmetrical and not small. The bookshelf was filled with all sorts of books, and it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. However, Aoba had already realized the problem with the bookshelf. Instantly, Aoba walked to the front of the bookshelf. He carefully looked at the bookshelves. The books on the shelves were very neat. Looking at the paper from the side, it was slightly yellow. It could be seen that it had been bought for some years, but there were no signs of flipping it through. This was very problematic. Danzo did not even leave a scroll here, but he arranged so many books and did not read much. Suddenly, Aoba squatted on the ground and looked at the surface of the ground. Immediately, he saw some subtle traces of dragging on the wooden floor. These traces were not obvious. Unless one looked carefully, it was difficult to find them. However, in the entire Konoha, there were a few people who dared to squat on the ground under the bookshelf in front of Danzo and carefully observe if there were scratches on the floor. If so, I'm afraid that they would disappear into thin air in a few minutes. Aoba had seized the perfect opportunity using the Kumagakure ninja invasion. From a certain point of view, the third Reikage helped him achieve his goal. He played the role of attracting attention for his actions. It could be said that he made a wedding dress for him. This was the reckless third Reikage. After losing a brain like Harry, he didn't think much about doing things, which gave him a lot of opportunities. Aoba seized this opportunity. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to wait before he could come to Danzo's office in such a carefree manner. Judging from the scratches on the base, it should be pushed directly from left to right. Aoba felt the sliding lines on the ground. It seemed that there was no mechanism on the bookshelf, but it needed to be pushed in a simple and crude way. Instantly, Aoba came to the side where there was no trace on the ground of the bookshelf. Then he suddenly exerted force and pushed the bookshelf to the side. Rumble! The lower end of the bookshelf rubbed against the floor, creating a loud noise. This bookshelf was directly pushed away by Aoba using brute force. In a split second, a secret door appeared in Aoba's line of sight. The design of this secret door was exactly the same as the secret door on the first floor of the Hokage building. I found it! A hint of joy flashed in Aoba's eyes. He was more and more looking forward to what was in the secret room. Since it was hidden very carefully, then it could be said that it contained important things. Aoba immediately made his move. There weren't many opportunities like this. If he missed out on this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to do it again. It was very difficult for the third Raikage to do it a second time. Aoba slapped his palm on the secret door and instantly opened it, revealing a dark expanse. It was already night. The surroundings were completely dark. The inside of the secret passage was extremely dark. He could not see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. He could not see anything at all. Without any hesitation, Aoba walked into the secret passage. When he stood at the entrance of the secret passage, his hands dragged the bookshelf back to its former position, sealing his exit. He could leave through Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. There was no need for him to return through the same route. This allowed him to enter without any pressure after encountering some secret places. It was impossible to trap him. After Aoba entered the secret passage, he immediately cancelled the lightning chakra in his body and controlled the chakra in his body to gather it in his eyes. In a split second, the vision in front of Aoba became much clearer. He was more accustomed to the dark environment than others, which could not cause him any trouble. In front of him was a staircase. It was no different from the stairs when he just came up to the second floor. Aoba walked down the stairs. After he turned a corner, a sealed door appeared in front of him. This secret door was like an escape tunnel. It was between the stairs. This staircase could still continue down, and it was far from the end. If I'm not wrong, this secret door should be that Forbidden Room's door on the first floor. The reason for closing the Forbidden Room might not be just because the Forbidden Room would lead underground, but also because it would lead to Danzo's office. Aoba silently analyzed. He found that the architectural style here was unified. The building materials belonged to the same batch. Moreover, from the architecture, it was difficult to dig and upgrade. It should have been designed like this since the construction of this building. Now that he thinks about it, the secret passage below the Hokage building should have been there since its establishment. In other words, these two secret passages should have been created by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Well, no. It could also have been created by Tobirama. Aoba's head was quickly thinking. No matter who built it, it should have been built when Konoha was built. Perhaps the specific situation could only be carefully checked after going in. So it really has nothing to do with root. A helpless smile appeared on Aoba's face. He was reflecting on his way of thinking. He was indeed a little too sensitive. As long as he thought of the underground, he would directly think of root. But in fact, the past Hokage had the possibility of creating this secret passage. Aoba continued to go down the stairs until he reached the bottom. He immediately saw a dark corridor. Only, this corridor was different from what Aoba had imagined. It directly extended toward the direction of the Hokage building. If there was no change in the direction behind, it could be said that this corridor was connected to the corridor in the Hokage building. The two corridors intersected vertically, but they did not collide at all. They were both single-way corridors. Interesting. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. He was even more eager to see what was about to happen. His curiosity was completely stirred up by this long corridor. However, Aoba did not immediately move forward. Instead, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the stairs. He then walked to the side of the stairs. He raised his right hand and directly released his chakra from his right hand. As Aoba's palm trembled slightly, a flying thunder god formula was engraved on the stairs, hidden in the darkness. Aoba left a coordinate here. He knew very well that it would not be so easy to come here again. It was impossible for him to come in through Danzo's office again, so he left a flying thunder god formula here. It might be useful in the future. It's done. Aoba nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked in the dark long corridor. At a glance, there was endless darkness. There was no end to it at all. This time, there was no more hesitation. Aoba took a step forward and walked along the dark corridor. This long dark corridor was not really that long. It was only a few hundred meters long. As such, when Aoba reached the end of the long corridor, he did not see any stone doors along the way. However, at the end of the corridor, Aoba was pleasantly surprised. There was another staircase. This time, it was not going up but down. It could be determined by the stairs' direction that this would sink into the ground again. The place to go was even lower than the ground here. Of course, it was still the same old rule. Aoba did not go down immediately. Instead, he raised his right hand and pressed down on the wall by the stairs. A stream of chakra surged out from his right hand and directly imprinted a flying thunder god formula on the wall. After Aoba imprinted the flying thunder god formula on the wall, he placed a flying thunder god formula on both ends of the corridor. Now he could come to both sides at any time. Although this corridor was a straight line, as long as there was a flying thunder god formula, he could go to both sides of the corridor. After leaving a flying thunder god formula, Aoba began to walk down the stairs in front of him. Soon, he reached the bottom. There was still a corridor below, and he was in the middle. One could see the other side at a glance. I understand. Aoba's eyes widened. He already knew where he was. Right now, he was trying to determine the location based on the flying thunder god formula he sensed. At this time, it was as if he was in a long corridor with a U shape. His position was at the bottom of the U. In other words, the U-shaped corridor that Aoba was in was just beside the corridor behind the secret door on the first floor of the Hokage building. The middle of the U was where he found those corpses. At this moment, Aoba looked toward the corridor on the left. The corridor on the left should be the corridor for those rooms in between those rooms with corpses. Then, Aoba looked to the right again. The corridor on the right should be behind the straight corridor wall with candlesticks opposite the rooms with corpses. I just don't know if it's a long corridor or a big room. Aoba quickly thought about it. Combined with the flying thunder god formula he had set up, he roughly determined his current location, as well as the location of the corridor behind the secret door of the first floor in the Hokage building. Then, Aoba turned his head to the corridor on the left, and his eyes became determined. He directly strode in that direction. Let's start with the corridor on the left. Aoba quickly walked over. He still had greater expectations for the secret rooms, so he was ready to uncover the secrets in the secret room first. Aoba turned to the corridor on the left. The feeling of this corridor was the same as when he was at the secret door of the Hokage building. The same style. The same material. It was just like a mirror image. The corridor behind the door of the Hokage building had a stone door on the left and candlesticks on the right. This corridor had candlesticks on the left, and some stone doors could be seen on the right. So this is the place. Aoba's eyes flashed with excitement. He took a step forward and directly walked into the corridor. As he walked, he knocked on the wall on the left. After the wall on the left was knocked, the sound of the feedback was very dull. He could completely feel that it was a solid structure. He can confirm that there was no more space on the left side. This corridor with the shape of a U. There were no more outer layer settings. After Aoba confirmed these details, he had already walked to the first stone door. This stone door was no different from the stone door he had seen in the Hokage building. Aoba stretched out his hand to push the stone door. Rumble. The stone door made a sound and was directly opened. Suddenly, a smell of decay came out from the stone room. It was very pungent. Compared to the preservative treatment in the stone room behind the secret door in the Hokage building, it could be said to be heaven and earth. The smell here was like entering a garbage dump, and it made Aoba unable to open his eyes. This smell is too fierce. Aoba felt a surge of nausea in his stomach, and he did not feel very well. He instantly controlled the chakra in his body and condensed it on his nose and mouth in an extremely gentle manner, sealing his sense of smell and taste. After completing this operation, only then did Aoba feel a little better. This kind of room. He didn't even want to imprint a Flying Thunder God formula inside. Then, Aoba looked inside the room. There were more than a dozen corpses piled up on the ground. There were no iron shelves like in the secret door on the Hokage building. I think I understand what is going on. Aoba instantly made a judgment in his heart. When he entered the corridor behind the secret door in the Hokage building, he thought that he had entered the route, so he did not think too much about it. When he entered the place where Kumigakure's ninja body was stored, he found that the corpses had been processed, and their internal organs had been hollowed out. Obviously, it was the work of Orochimaru. Then the iron shelves in the room should also be made by Orochimaru. However, right now, these stone rooms. Perhaps they were places that Orochimaru had never entered before. Chapter 306. Aoba could make a simple judgment based on the degree of decay here. According to his understanding of Orochimaru, even if this person looked a bit disgusting, he would not make the place he worked in look messy. There was no iron shelf in this room. Then it could be said that those iron shelves were installed by Orochimaru, and the purpose was to extract the internal organs of those corpses and then conduct research on ninjutsu. But don't these people need to be studied? A big question mark appeared on Aoba's head. Along with this question mark, he thought of a possibility that even he didn't dare to think too hard. The identities of these people. Perhaps it was not that simple. Aoba walked over to the corpses. He planned to do a simple examination of them. After all, he was a medical ninja. He had accumulated a lot of practical experience through those prisoners. Moreover, he also had Tsunade's memories. Through studying Tsunade's memories, he gained a lot of medical knowledge. This knowledge provided him with support, but he never expected he would use medical ninjutsu in such a situation. Then, Aoba pressed his right hand on the wrist of one of the corpses. Just as his fingers touched the skin of the corpse, the skin seemed to turn into dust and instantly turned into fine powder. Even flesh disappeared as if it had been weathered. Hey! Aoba was stunned. He had never thought that such a scene would happen. It was completely like a dried corpse, leaving only eerie white bones. After that, he raised his finger and poked at the other corpse. The moment his finger touched the corpse, the skin of the corpse instantly turned into dust. This stunned Aoba. Is this weathering? The corners of Aoba's mouth twitched. According to normal logic, these people were left in this place all day long without sunlight. Even if they were in a state of decay, it would be impossible for them to become like this. This was a bit too exaggerated. There was definitely a problem here. Moreover, this problem. It should be the reason why these people were thrown here. Aoba looked at the other corpses. This time, he did not make a move. He only checked them with his naked eyes. These corpses had a normal appearance on their surfaces, but they seemed to be a little dry and had the feeling of turning into dry corpses. But the dried corpses wouldn't collapse with just a touch. This was obviously still in its original appearance, but its interior was completely weathered. From the appearance, the internal organs of these corpses hadn't been processed in the later stages. In other words, they were thrown here after their deaths. No one ever touches them again. Otherwise, they would have been turned into dust. It seems that if I want to know their identities, I have to read their memories. Aoba slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to try to use the medical ninjutsu he had learned to simply check if the corpses of these people had been treated. He did not expect that, in the end, he still came to a general conclusion in a visual estimation. He still needed to read the memories. Then, Aoba stretched out his right hand and touched the skull of the skeleton in front of him, whose skin he had punctured. A strange fluctuation suddenly appeared on Aoba's palm, and then a crisp electronic prompt sounded in his head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Hihatsu, Kikaichu, secret technique, parasitic insects. Along with the crisp electronic prompt, a secret technique appeared in Aoba's mind. Only, this secret technique could not be used directly. He needed to sign a contract with insects and give his own chakra to the insects so that his body could become the insect's nest. When Aoba saw the reward given by the system, he was dumbfounded and did not know what to say. What the hell is this system? What makes you think I can practice this thing? Aoba never thought that he would obtain such a secret technique. Of course, he definitely would not use this secret technique. The insect itself made him feel extremely disgusted, not to mention transforming his body into a place that could provide the insect with chakra. Is this a joke? Aoba did not even think about this technique. He had obtained many ninjutsu through the mind-reading system. This was just the most insignificant one. He could completely forget about it. After that, Aoba did not immediately check this person's memories. Instead, he raised his right hand and touched the other corpses. Hum. 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 The skin of every corpse that Aoba had touched would instantly turn into powder, directly shattering into dust. In the end, only the ghastly white bones remained. There was no exception. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Hihatsu, Mushi Bunshin, secret technique, insect clone. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Hihatsu, Mushios, secret technique, insect gathering. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Hihatsu, Mushidama, secret technique, insect sphere. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Acquired, Hihatsu, Mushihaki, secret technique, insect wall. The system prompt rang out one after another. They were all secret techniques related to the insect from the Aberame clan. Good fellow! When Aoba heard these electronic prompts, he was completely dumbfounded. He did not want to listen to these prompts anymore and directly walked out of the stone door. Right now, there might be a lot of bacterial things in this stone room. Although Aoba's current physique was not afraid of these things, it did not mean that he could accept being in this kind of environment. Soon, Aoba walked out of this stone room. He closed the stone door again and leaned against the stone wall with his back. He raised his hands and pressed them against his temples. He immediately began to check the memories of the people he had read just now. Memories flooded into Aoba's mind one after another, showing the memories of the time of the village creation era. These people were all ninjas of the Aberame clan. It was precisely because they were all ninjas that practiced insect secret technique that their bodies had tiny holes. After they died, their bodies became hollow. Many years later, Aoba touched them slightly and caused the bodies of these Aberame clan ninjas to collapse instantly. Whew! Aoba heaved a sigh of relief again. He had discovered many secrets from the Aberame clan ninjas. Before Konoha was established, the ninja world was in the Warring States period. Each clan became a group, and the ninjas fought for the clan. At that time, there was no village that could gather everyone. Aberame clan was one of the most mysterious clans. They signed a contract with the parasitic insect when they were born so that the insect could stay in their bodies and fight side by side with the bugs. Because of this, the Aberame clan rarely gets along with people from other clans. In itself, they were very mysterious. Their characters were very reclusive. Their relationship with any clan was ordinary. However, their strength was abnormally strong. They were typically unremarkable but not to be trifled clan. According to the memories of these Aberame, at that time, the two most powerful clans, Senju and Uchiha, had turned to friendship. The heads of the two clans had decided to set up a village together, gathering the people of the big clan in the village. After that, the people in the village were the family. They opened their hearts to each other to form a bond to protect each other. When such news spread to the Aberame clan, it immediately set off a huge storm. Everyone in the Warring States era knew how powerful the Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were. They could imagine how terrifying the combination of the two would become. It was simply an unstoppable combination. At that time, the news that a village was going to be established immediately caused a fierce discussion among the Aberame clan. One of the branch members did not want Aberame to join Konoha. They felt that the Aberame clan should still maintain their original mystery. They did not need to become teammates with others. Everyone had different personalities and different fighting styles. They could not cooperate with each other at all. These people who Aoba had read memories. It was the people who insisted on opposing the Aberame clan from joining Konoha. Only the majority of the people in the clan wanted to join the village jointly established by Hashirama and Madara. It must be known that these two people were not a small force, they had the strength to unify the world. In the past, when the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were constantly fighting, the other small clans could still have some space to live. After all, these two powerful existences restrained each other. But after they joined hands, the whole world knew that no miracle could happen. That being the case, the thoughts of the Aberame clan were very simple. If they couldn't beat them, they would join them. This way, the Aberame clan would be able to receive the protection of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, while their clan could continue to be passed down. At that time, there were many clans who had such thoughts. It was precisely because of this. During the era of village creation, Konoha directly jumped into the strongest village in the ninja world. Many big clans of the Warring States era gathered there. Under the leadership of the Senju clan and Uchiha clan, they built a glorious Konoha together. Through the memories of these people, it can be very clear and serious. There was absolutely no need for any modesty. At the time when Konoha was first established, the Konoha at that time could be described as dominating an era. In any period of later history, the Konoha of that era would be its most prosperous period. But the only pity was, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama only wanted to establish a village to protect his family, brothers, and protect the people in the village. He did not have the intention to fight for domination. Otherwise, the ninja world would have been unified as a whole. Aoba found from the memories of these corpses. Their thoughts were not much different from the other forces. That was, if they were to join the village of Hashirama and Madara, then they could accept it. After all, these two people were really too powerful. But if it was just the Senju clan or the Uchiha clan, they were not too convinced. Because of this, after joining Konoha, they did not change their minds. They only suppressed these thoughts. The deadline was, of course, the lifespan of Hashirama and Madara. It was not until after the battle between Hashirama and Madara in the Valley of the End. After a while, Senju Hashirama passed away. The thoughts of these Aberame clan ninjas began to become active. They began to plan to separate the Aberame clan from Konoha. Gradually, these voices became louder and louder among the Aberame clan. Of course, it also became more and more ear-piercing. Most of the people in the Aberame clan had already established a bond with the people in the village. They recognized Konoha very much and hated those who wanted to separate the Aberame clan from Konoha. In the end, the Aberame clan couldn't help but report the names of these people to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. At that time, Tobirama had just taken over the position of Hokage and became Konohagakure's second Hokage. Because he was the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, his foundation was still very stable, but the situation in the ninja world had become very complicated. Konohagakure was directly involved in the chaos of war. After obtaining the news of internal strife reported by the Aberame clan, he decided to settle it down first so that they would have internal conflicts when they went out to fight. So, these Aberame all died at the hands of the second Hokage. Moreover, their bodies were thrown into this secret room, and there were not many people in the Aberame clan who knew this thing. Moreover, they all regarded this matter as a disgrace, so no one was willing to mention it. At that time, it was precisely because of the people of the Aberame clan's heroic act of righteousness. They were encouraged by the second Hokage to contribute to the peace and development of Konohagakure. They were the ones who pushed the will of fire and also the practitioners and inheritors of the will of fire. Good fellow. After checking the memories of these people, Aoba didn't know what to say for a moment. Whether it was the people of the Aberame clan who were still alive or the people who had been killed as traitors, they were essentially all for the sake of the Aberame clan to become better, hoping that the Aberame clan could develop better. It was just that their standpoints were different. Of course, there was also a difference in the number of people. Aoba saw the shadow of some other events in this incident. Not to mention whether the minority obeyed the majority or not, or whether the truth was really in the hands of the minority, but Aoba could be sure of one thing. That was when the people thought that one thing was right, then even if he were not right, he would become right and vice versa. Those who had objections were always the minority. They will be called outliers. Because when they become the majority, they will not be outliers but will directly become mainstream. This was a very simple principle. When a clan wanted to stay in the village steadily, those who wanted to be stable were the mainstream, and those who wanted the clan to be divided were the outliers. When a clan wanted to revolt and rise up to fight for the village regime, the will to revolt became the mainstream, and those who wanted a stable life and did not want to cause trouble became the outliers. Just like Aoba had seen in Naruto anime about Uchiha Itachi. When the matter of killing the whole clan was weighed and collided with the position of the village. What kind of choice would he really make? It could be said that it all depended on his heart. After making this choice, whether he hugged everyone or was aloof from then on depended on the group of people who had the same thoughts as him. After checking the memories of these Aberame, Aoba suddenly felt very emotional. He saw the scene of Tobirama resolutely waving his sword at them. Politics. Who could say right or wrong? This in itself was a collision of positions, and making decisions from their respective positions was in itself a different outlook on life, worldview, and values. After that, Aoba shook his head, not letting himself think about these memories anymore. Instead, he continued to walk forward in the direction of the next stone door. He vaguely realized that the reason why the room here was hidden in the dark was the simplest reason. The simplest reason was that it could not be exposed to light. However, what kind of corpse could be hidden from the light? If it was a corpse left behind after killing the enemy, not only would it not be hidden from the light, but it could also be exposed and publicized. This was a very glorious thing. Then, what was stored here was not the enemy's corpse. Instead, the Konohagakure people's corpse. When Aoba thought of this, his pupils shrank. Just as he was thinking, he had already arrived in front of the second stone door. Chapter 307. Aoba slowly pushed open the stone door in front of him. Rumble. The sound of the stone door rubbing against the ground slowly rang out. Suddenly, the smell of a rotting corpse appeared again behind the stone door. However, this time, the smell was not as dense as the one in the previous room. In a split second, Aoba once again controlled his chakra to surge toward his nose, directly sealing off his sense of smell and taste so that he would not be affected by this rotting corpse stench. Although the smell was filtered out, this feeling still made Aoba somewhat uncomfortable. There were not many corpses in this room. There were only 3 of them. This time, Aoba did not check their bodies. He directly walked in front of them and raised his right hand to touch their heads. He began to read their memories. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, fire release. 3 consecutive electronic prompts rang out. All of the ninjutsu given to Aoba was fire release ninjutsu. Moreover, they were all fire release ninjutsu that Aoba had already obtained. To a certain extent, Aoba felt that he had already mastered almost all of the fire release ninjutsu. Of course, except for the fire release ninjutsu that required the use of Mangekyo Sharingan. After Aoba read the memories of these people, he directly walked out and closed the stone door again. He leaned against the wall and pressed his hands on his temples, then began to check the memories of these people bit by bit. Hiss! Aoba suddenly took a cold breath because when he checked it, he was shocked. These 3 were all members of the Nara clan. At the same time when Konohagakure was established, the Nara clan led the Akimichi clan and Yamanaka clan to join Konohagakure together. Of course, there was also the powerful Sarutobi clan that had come with them. It was just that. These 3 corpses were all high-level members of the Nara clan. After joining Konohagakure, they had planned to fight for a higher position for the Nara clan in the village. They proposed to let the people of the Nara clan become the advisor of the Hokage so that the intelligence of the Nara clan could give full play to their advantages in the most suitable position. But at that time, the one who was the advisor of the first Hokage was Tobirama. After several consultations, Tobirama found out that the real purpose of these 3 people from the Nara clan was not to make the village better but to seek benefits for the Nara clan. This concept was contrary to Tobirama's philosophy. It was because of this reason that Senju Tobirama, who does not rub the sand in his eyes, decided to make these 3 people from the Nara clan disappear from the world. The second Hokage is really capable. After checking the last memories of these 3 people, Aoba couldn't help but sigh. Before they died, they were all invited out by Tobirama and killed mercilessly on the spot. At this time, Aoba looked at the memories from the 2 rooms. Then, he realized something that he had not thought of before. These secret rooms were not built by Danzo, but they existed when Konohagakure was just established. From the looks of it, almost all of the people who died here died because of the village, but the person who did it was Tobirama. Some things were done during the first Hokage era, and some things were done after he inherited the Hokage position. In other words, Aoba thought of Hokage's Anbu building next to the Hokage building. The first floor of this building was where Hokage's Anbu lived, and the second floor was Danzo's office. Then, before Danzo became the boss of Root, who did this place belong to? When Aoba thought of this, the answer in his heart was clear. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Sigh. Aoba took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. His brain was working quickly, and based on what he knew, he deduced something that he had never thought of before. If I'm not wrong, when Konohagakure was just established, Senju Hashirama from the Senju clan became the first Hokage of Konohagakure. At that time, the first Hokage was soft-hearted, and his style of handling things was mostly gentle, so he needed an iron-blooded helper to be his advisor. As the younger brother of the first Hokage, not only did he set up the ninja school, he also set up the Anbu department. As the person who set up the Anbu department, it would not be an exaggeration to become the first leader of Konohagakure Anbu. In other words, the office Danzo currently uses is Senju Tobirama's. The one who threw the corpses here is Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama is the first generation of darkness in Konohagakure. Before he became the Hokage, he was Shimura Danzo of Senju Hashirama. The light of the outside world was born by Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama silently did those shady things. When Aoba thought of this, he instantly understood. No wonder he chose Hiruzen to become the Hokage. It was not because Hiruzen was very suitable for the Hokage position but because he found that Danzo was more suitable for Anbu. The person who admired Tobirama the most was indeed Danzo. It was precisely because Tobirama felt that Danzo really wanted to become like him that he chose Hiruzen to become the third Hokage. As more and more details were discovered by Aoba, a secret that had been hidden for a long time, as well as a secret of Konoha that cannot be known to the world, gradually appeared in front of him. Where there was light, there was darkness. Where there was Konoha, there was root. Hokage must maintain a strong image, so there must be people with ruthless skills to do some shameful things. Hiruzen and Danzo were also the same. If not for Danzo's assistance in constantly helping Hiruzen eradicate his dissidents, Hiruzen definitely wouldn't have a stable position today. In the same logic, although the powerful Senju Hashirama did not need to use any means to eliminate his competitors, there would always be some sinister people. This was something that could not be avoided. There were so many people in such a large village, how could they be united as one? This was something that was impossible. Even clansmen in a clan would not have the same thought. When the forest was big, there would be all kinds of birds, let alone the hearts of people. Then, there needed to be someone who secretly eliminated those who had a different heart. This means that Senju Tobirama can't beat Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have been long gone. However, what he did was a classic boiling frog. By the time the Uchiha realized it, it was already beyond cure. This is like a malignant tumor. It has to be removed to save your life. Aoba sighed silently. Coincidentally, when he crossed over, his birthplace was in Anbu, and he could see the ninja world from another angle. Whether it was the modern world or the ninja world, behind the bright and beautiful scenery, there were often ugly things that people could not see. This was like some famous big cities. Some special streets would make people feel that they lived in another world, but there were many dirty things in the world that could not be seen by people living in the light. After Aoba arrived at the ninja world, he was shocked at every moment when witnessing the filth of the ninja world. Even though Konohagakure looked like the most peaceful village among the 5 major ninja villages, various incidents of theft and robbery were constantly being staged every day, and the village was full of spies who were constantly placed in by other forces. It was just like what Aoba had seen in the past. Now, the warm sunlight that Konohagakure's ninjas felt was because many people who lived in the dark have endured another part of the darkness for them. Aoba can't really comment on Tobirama and Danzo's approach if it was right or wrong. However, if he formed a fetter, whether it was for his friends or for the village, and encounters those threatening existences, if it were him, he would also get rid of them and eliminate future troubles. Then, Aoba stepped forward again and walked toward the next secret room. There were more or less corpses in each stone room, and they gave off an uncomfortable stench. Aoba did not let any of them go and read the memories of these ninjas in turn. Just as he had guessed, these people were all people who had joined Konohagakure. Almost every clan had them, and they all had a common characteristic, which was that they all had some ideas for Konohagakure. The things that Senju Tobirama did. Aoba suddenly took a deep breath, and his pupils contracted slightly. A strange thought emerged in his mind. Does the first Hokage know? This question instantly lingered in his head and could also refer to Hiruzen. Does Hiruzen know what Danzo had done? No way. Aoba slowly shook his head. The appearance of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama appeared in his mind, the one who was very warm and loved by everyone. No matter how gentle he was. In the end, Hashirama was a leader who had killed his way out of the Warring States era. Aoba absolutely did not believe that any leader of a generation would be a merciful person. After all, even if he was facing his good friend, he could still stab his heart from behind, and he could also do the same thing. Moreover, Hashirama should know that Tobirama had developed such a heaven-defying forbidden technique as Edo Tensei. developing such a technique. I'm afraid that there will be more living sacrifices than Orochimaru learning this technique. Aoba's original perception of Hokage has undergone some changes all of a sudden. Sure enough. A person who could sit in the position of Hokage. Who could be a real innocent little cutie. As Aoba pondered, he had already walked to the last room at the end of the corridor. The few rooms in front were already empty. Of course, Aoba did not find any corpses related to Hiruzen and Danzo. Obviously, these corpses had nothing to do with Danzo. But it was still rare to find something that had nothing to do with Danzo. This is the last room. Aoba raised his hand and pushed open the stone door in front of him. After the stone door opened, this room was even more spacious than the previous one. There was a huge box in the middle of the room, and there were taut ropes on the outside of the box. This is... Aoba widened his eyes. He suddenly had a familiar feeling. This was the feeling he had never seen in the few rooms earlier. But now, this room had it. He had seen a room like this before. He had also seen the boxes in this room. To be precise, it was a coffin. It turns out that the place Black Zetsu said at that time is here. Aoba pursed his lips and became nervous, but he still walked quickly to the coffin. Standing next to the coffin, he could clearly see that it was covered with a thick layer of dust. This is an empty coffin. Aoba's breathing became hurried. He felt that if this was an empty coffin, his guess was correct, but if there was someone inside, then he was wrong. Suddenly, Aoba held his breath. His hands touched the edge of the coffin lid. He immediately used Chokuhyugen no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, and directly changed the weight of the coffin lid. In an instant, the coffin lid seemed to have no weight, and he gently lifted it up. All of a sudden, the contents of the coffin suddenly appeared. Aoba immediately looked into the coffin. Sigh. Aoba immediately heaved a heavy sigh of relief. As he expected, this coffin was empty. This is the coffin that used to hold Uchiha Madara's corpse. Aoba could not help but sigh, and then he closed the lid of the coffin again. When he was watching Naruto before, he saw Black Zetsu explain what happened to Madara in the past. This was something he had learned early on. Before he died, Madara predicted that Tobirama would not dispose of his corpse and would use his body to study the secrets of Sharingan, so he had Izanagi in his right eye in advance and let him successfully dodge the fatal blow. That was exactly what Senju Tobirama likes doing, human experiments. Well, in fact, he already had a deep understanding of Uchiha's Sharingan ability. Who knows how many Uchiha clan members he had studied. However, those corpses were not discarded here. Aoba did not leave the secret room directly. He walked toward the door and raised his right hand to press down on the wall. Aoba's chakra flowed into the wall through his palm. After that, a black circle appeared on the wall. It was Aoba's Flying Thunder God formula. Aoba placed a coordinate mark here. In the future, as long as he wanted to, he could come here at any time. Wait. Aoba thought of something strange again. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the coffin that had nothing inside. Uchiha Madara's body disappeared. Did the first and second Hokage not suspect that Uchiha Madara was not dead? Chapter 308. Aoba looked at the empty coffin that used to hold Madara, and he was stunned. Whether it was the first Hokage or the second Hokage, they were not fools, especially the second Hokage. He did not immediately deal with Madara's corpse, just to study it. Then he found that the corpse was gone. Did he not have any doubts? A big question mark appeared on Aoba's head. Now, he couldn't figure out exactly what had happened in the past. What kind of reaction would he have when he saw Madara's corpse disappear? What kind of decision would he make? These questions came out of his mind one by one, making him very curious about what had happened in the past. If only I had the chance to touch Tobirama's head. Aoba muttered silently, then pushed open the stone door again, stepped out of the room, and returned to the corridor. I don't know what's going on outside, but the shadow clone above the Hokage rock still hasn't given me a hint, which means that the village can still hold on for now. The shadow clone that Aoba placed above the Hokage rock was especially used to monitor the battle. Once there was a situation where Hiruzen couldn't stand it anymore, the shadow clone would remove himself and tell Aoba about these things. At that time, it was time for Aoba to show his acting skills. Now was not the right time, so he could take advantage of this time to go to the opposite corridor to take a look. In fact, Aoba's heart was already filled with expectations for the opposite corridor. He already knew what this secret room was used for, and now he was not so curious anymore. It was equivalent to strolling around before waiting for the right time. Gradually, he returned to the bottom of the U-shaped corridor. He once again saw the stairs that he had walked through when he came and directly walked in the opposite direction. Hey! Aoba directly went to the right side of the U-shaped corridor. When he walked this way, he felt a little different. He hadn't advanced, yet he stopped and just stared at the ground beneath his feet. This place is very old, Aoba said to himself. Then he looked at the corridor behind him. It was the corridor that he had just walked through. But it's quite new compared to there. Aoba instantly made a judgment. The corridor on the right was not created when Konoha was just established but was newly excavated about 10 years ago. The stone materials used on both sides were completely different from wood materials. Even the lamps were of different styles, and they were all on both sides. Aoba vaguely realized all of a sudden. This place was no longer under Senju Tobirama. Judging from the time of the renovation, the long corridor here should have been something that happened after Senju Tobirama died. This place was done by Danzo, right? Aoba's face suddenly became serious. He felt that there might be a real big secret hidden here. If Danzo found the secret door in the Hokage building after inheriting this room and entered it to find the secret inside, then it is very likely that Danzo will copy his teacher and build a secret room on the other side. In this way, Danzo can do the same thing as Tobirama. Then, Aoba looked at the corridor on the right again. He felt that the secret of Hiruzen's harem might be hidden in the corridor on the right. On the left was the first generation of darkness, and on the right was the second generation of darkness in Konoha. If Danzo really imitated the Tobirama style, then it was entirely possible that he would also throw the corpses he had dealt with inside. After all, Danzo did not destroy Tobirama's treasure. Thinking of this, Aoba immediately stepped into the corridor on the right. This side was a long corridor, and there were lamps and candlesticks on both sides, but there were no candles on it. When Aoba walked forward, he knocked his hand to the left. He suddenly felt that the left side was empty. It was the secret room in the Hokage building. Then he knocked on the wall on the right side. This time, the feeling was different. It was completely solid. There was no open space at all. Something is wrong. Aoba frowned slightly. He found that he was wrong. The truth was different from what he imagined. There was no room in this corridor. It was just a corridor. Aoba walked toward the end of the corridor with doubts in his heart, slowly walking further and further. This corridor was very long. This made him increasingly feel that Danzo would not randomly dig out such a long corridor. There would definitely be a use for it. A few minutes later, Aoba walked to the end of this long corridor, and there was a door there. There is indeed something. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly as he stared at the stone door. He had already begun to guess what was behind the stone door. His eyes were fixed on the stone door as he raised his hands, preparing to push it open. In a split second, Aoba's head was suddenly shaken by a piece of information. The shadow clone he had placed on top of the Hokage rock had been removed. Scenes of information flooded into Aoba's mind in an instant. The third Raikage fought against Konoha many times by himself, and even after fighting for a long time, they were unable to break through his defense. Danzo's chest was heavily poked by Jigokyuzuki, Yanhan no Kite, Hell Stab, Four-Fingered Assault, and his entire chest caved in. Many of his chest bones were broken, and he had lost his fighting strength. Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo's chakra knife, was cut off by Third Raikage's hand knife. Only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was still struggling to hold on. Wind release, earth release, and fire release were continuously used. He had already stood out from the crowd of ninjas. He was indeed the most powerful one, and he had also summoned his summoned beast Monkey King, Inma. This won't do. If I don't go back now, it will be dangerous. I'll come back here next time. Aoba suddenly pressed his right hand on the wall next to the stone door. He controlled the chakra in his body and instantly imprinted a Flying Thunder God formula on the wall. A Flying Thunder God formula suddenly appeared. That small black circle, in the incomparably dark corridor, was already very difficult to find. Swish! The next moment, Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly connected to the Flying Thunder God formula above the Hokage rock. He then instantly appeared and maintained the appearance of Gasui. Jigokyuzuki, Ippon no Kite, Hell Stab, One-Fingered Assault. The third Raikage suddenly roared. His voice was full of excitement. From the fight earlier to now, it made him feel very good, and his mood was extremely good. Especially the feeling of who could beat me, which made Third Raikage feel very good. Now that his body was in the near-perfect state of lightning chakra mode, not only was his speed very fast, even his defense had reached its peak. By this state, even the Hakubi, Jayaki, would be stuffed into an amber bottle by him. Not to mention this weak Konohagakure. Right now, his left hand had already turned into an index finger. The impact of this finger was extremely strong. It directly stabbed toward Hiruzen's body as if it wanted to pierce through Hiruzen. Boom! Along with an explosion, the earth wall in front of Hiruzen was like paper. It was broken by Raikage's finger and instantly exploded into small pieces of soil. Aoba stood on the Hokage rock and saw this scene. He immediately understood that it was his turn to perform. He turned to look at Harry, who was lying beside him. "Harry-sama, do you still remember me?" Aoba imitated Gasui's appearance and grinned at Harry. That smile looked very simple and brilliant. Only when this smile was reflected in Harry's eyes. His eyes seemed to be burning. They were filled with deep resentment and anger. Gas! She! Harry gritted his teeth as he spoke. His voice seemed to squeeze out of his throat as he stared at Aoba's face. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, and his anger reached its peak at this moment. He had thought of when he might meet Gasui again one day, but he had never expected that it would be like this. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems that you still remember me. Last time, you were lucky enough to survive. This time, it won't be so easy." Aoba suddenly took a step forward and almost instantly appeared beside Harry. Instantly, Aoba grabbed Harry by the collar like he was holding a chick. "What are you doing?" Harry's expression suddenly changed greatly. He suddenly felt dizzy. Right now, his entire body was in a paralyzed state. Only his arm could move a little, but there was no possibility of struggling at all. This time, Aoba didn't answer Hari's question. Instead, he directly jumped down from the Hokage rock. The moment Aoba jumped down, his whole body was wrapped with lightning chakra. He directly used Raiden Chakra Modo, lightning release chakra mode, forming an extremely strong defense around his body. He looked like a war god wrapped in lightning but completely smaller than the third Raikage. "Raikage-sama." Aoba gathered lightning chakra in his throat. Not only did it greatly increase his volume, but it also produced some electrical sound effects. Following the sound of this voice, almost all the people in the middle of the battle could hear Gasui, Aoba's voice. At this time, the hearts of every Konohagakure ninjas all skipped a beat. Another one came. It was a Kumagakure ninja who also knew Raiden Chakra do, lightning release chakra mode. Bang! Aoba's body slammed heavily on the ground, and a violent tremor instantly sounded. At this moment, the ground under Aoba's feet had already exploded from the impact of his fall. The gravel on the ground flew up, and one of the stones flew back to Hari's face and smashed at him heavily. Aoba falling created a great deal of dust and made people only see a figure flashing with lightning in it. Ga Sui. Sure enough, the third Raikage was also affected by Ga Sui, Aoba's words. He instantly stopped his hand movement and let go of Hiruzen, who was about to be unable to continue dodging, and turned to look in Ga Sui, Aoba's direction. At this time, everyone looked at the man who had come out of the dust and knew that the appearance of this person might directly change the situation. Gradually, Ga Sui, who had transformed into Aoba, walked out of the smoke. His figure gradually became clear and directly appeared in everyone's sight. At the same time, Aoba was still holding the paralyzed Hari in his hand. I already got Hari. Aoba imitated Ga Sui's voice and shouted at the third Raikage. His voice was loud and clear and could be clearly transmitted to the ears of every Kumagakure ninja. The distance between him and the third Raikage was not far. Normally, there was no need to shout at the top of his voice like this. However, this was what he said deliberately. He wanted everyone in the village to hear him. All of a sudden, all Kumagakure ninjas were extremely excited. It was as if they had received a buff. Even their strength had become even stronger. In the hearts of these Kumagakure ninjas, Hari had become a type of mental support. As long as Hari was here, everything would become orderly. However, before they could be happy, Ga Sui's voice sounded in their ears again. Should I kill him now? Aoba imitated Ga Sui's voice, letting this voice echo in Konohagakure's night sky. Whether it was Konohagakure ninja or Kumagakure ninja, question marks appeared on their head. What is going on? Who did he say to kill? Did he just say kill Hari? Wasn't he supposed to be rescued? At this time, everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand what Aoba meant. Only Denzo knew that Ga Sui had assassinated Hari once, but he did not succeed. However, he did not know how Ga Sui found Hari. Kill what? The third Raikage was confused. He did not know what Ga Sui meant by these words. He was just about to praise Ga Sui for saving Hari, but before he could praise her, Ga Sui said something that made him feel strange. Should I kill him now? Ga Sui's voice was still extremely loud, as if he was talking about this matter to the entire ninja village. So it really was Raikage-sama who wanted to kill me. A miserable smile appeared on Hari's face. At this moment, his belief collapsed. This was Kumagakure, who he had risked his entire life for, and they actually wanted to do this to him in the end. Alright, it's time to send you on your way. Didn't I tell you that you won't have this kind of trouble in the future? Aoba looked at Hari, then turned Hari's body around, and without hesitation, he broke the latter's head. Raikage-sama, Hari is dead, mission complete. Aoba said loudly. He focused his chakra on his throat, and his voice was like a loudspeaker so that everyone could clearly hear it. Ah! In an instant, Konohagakure seemed to have exploded. Everyone could not believe their ears. What on earth happened? The third Raikage actually sent people to kill Kumagakure Anbu leader Hari. What kind of operation was this? Question marks appeared on everyone's heads, and their eyes were full of confusion. Especially those Kumagakure ninjas, they had no desire to continue fighting. Chapter 309. What happened? Hari-sama is dead. Did third Raikage-sama really order to kill Hari-sama? What exactly is going on? Wasn't it Ga Sui that killed Hari-sama? Just now, Ga Sui seemed to have said that he was ordered by Raikage-sama. In the crowd, the Kumagakure ninjas could not help but discuss among themselves. They were very puzzled in their hearts. They did not know what had just happened. It could be said that they were completely confused. All of a sudden, these Kumagakure ninjas all lost the will to continue the battle. After they got the news of Hari's death, their beliefs collapsed. They did not know why to fight and how to fight. In front of the crowd, the third Raikage was suddenly splashed with dirty water by Gasui, Aoba, and his face was full of displeasure. He stared at Gasui, Aoba, raised his left hand, and pointed at him. "Gasui, don't talk nonsense," the third Raikage said loudly. He was a rash person and had a one-track mind. When he was suddenly slandered by Gasui, Aoba, his first reaction was to clarify this matter. But this was exactly what Aoba wanted to do. Aoba was waiting for the third Raikage to explain himself. In this kind of matter, how could a rash person like the third Raikage be a match for Aoba? It could be said that Aoba would be led him by the nose. "I understand," Aoba suddenly shouted. He still used the method of condensing chakra in his throat, allowing his voice to reach every corner of Konoha, clearly drilling into the ears of all the ninjas present. At this time, Kumagakure ninjas were at the moment when their beliefs were about to collapse. Everyone did not know what was going on. Now that they heard Gasui's voice again, they immediately perked up their ears, waiting for the explanation. As Raikage-sama said it. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, Aoba spoke loudly. His voice was so loud that everyone present could hear it clearly. As his voice rang out, the nerves of the Kumagakure ninjas all tensed up. Everyone held their breath and was looking forward to what Gasui would say next. Only in the forest where no one had noticed, the four shadow clones who had transformed into Kirigakure ninja form were quickly heading toward them. "This matter has nothing to do with Raikage-sama. I, Gasui, did it on my own. It was my personal wish to kill Hari. You must not misunderstand Raikage-sama." Aoba directly explained this matter in a way that wanted to cover up this matter. In a split second, the scene was once again in an uproar. Why does Gasui sound so strange? Is he being threatened by Raikage-sama? I think so too. I feel that Gasui is about to become a traitor. He can't go back to Kumagakure. Is this a mission or not? Why do I feel that Gasui is still carrying out Raikage-sama's mission? I also feel the same, but I feel like Gasui silently shouldered everything and became Raikage-sama's scapegoat. The Kumagakure ninjas in Konoha began to discuss. They no longer attacked Konoha. Instead, they quickly gathered together and formed a small team. Kumagakure ninjas stopped attacking, Konoha ninjas also took a break. They were all confused. What was going on? Strange things happen every year, especially this year. Why did they suddenly turn into eating melons and watching a show in the middle of a battle? Big question marks appeared in the minds of every Konoha ninjas. They just felt that this matter was inexplicable and completely out of line with what they imagined about Kumagakure ninjas. Near the Hokage building, the third Raikage stared blankly at Gasui, who was not far away from him. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes flickered with intense doubt. Why did he feel that something was wrong? But from Gasui's words, Gasui was obviously trying to defend him. However, he just felt that there was something strange about it. "Gasui, what is the meaning of this? Who told you to attack Hari?" The third Raikage seemed to have forgotten that he was still on the battlefield. He directly looked at Gasui and coldly asked this question. Just as the third Raikage said this, the Kumagakure ninjas had already arrived near the Hokage building one after another. They just happened to hear the third Raikage questioning Gasui. But they couldn't explain why. When these Kumagakure ninjas heard these words, they suddenly felt as if he was just acting. Even the slightly higher level ninjas in Kumagakure stared at the third Raikage suspiciously, not knowing how things would develop in the end. Just at this time, Aoba saw these Kumagakure ninjas rushing over. This was just as he had expected. He had read the memories of Hari and Gasui. Including Gasui, every Kumagakure ninjas were extremely respectful of Harry. Harry was indeed just thinking about Kumagakure. He did not have any selfish motives and also did not have any personal forces. Of course, the one-track-minded Raikage had never doubted Harry at all. However, this was originally a peaceful situation, and just like that, it was easily broken by Aoba. When Aoba played the role of Gasui to stir up trouble, Kumagakure's tragic ending was already doomed. Now, Kumagakure's ninjas began to doubt their third Raikage. Gradually, they realized that it might be because the third Raikage felt that Harry's achievements were too outstanding, so he used this method to deal with Harry. As these Kumagakure ninjas heard the third Raikage's words, they all looked at Gasui, Aoba. However, they did not know that this person was Aoba. Instead, they thought that Aoba was Gasui. Sensing the gazes of the surrounding people, the corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an evil smile. The matter of killing Harry was all done by me. It has nothing to do with third Raikage-sama. However, I advise third Raikage-sama to return to Kumagakure quickly. Otherwise, Kumagakure might be captured by Kirigakure. Aoba fiercely threw out this sentence. First, he acted as if he was taking responsibility for the third Raikage. Then, he told the third Raikage about Kirigakure. It looked like he was reporting to third Raikage about the information he had found. All of a sudden, all Kumagakure ninjas revealed expressions of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Now, everyone had a very clear feeling. That was, Gasui was concerned about Kumagakure. Just to carry out this special mission, he had to bear the weight that he shouldn't have. After Gasui finished speaking, his figure flashed and quickly disappeared, preparing to leave this place. Don't go. Make it clear. You can't go yet. The third Raikage stared at Gasui, who had run away and immediately roared. Then, he assumed a chasing posture. However, he didn't chase after him directly. Instead, he suddenly stopped and stood in place. When this scene fell into the eyes of Kumagakure ninjas, it immediately brought them a very disillusioned feeling. It was as if the third Raikage was showing them very clumsy acting. Only the third Raikage himself knew what had happened. Just when he was about to chase after Gasui, he suddenly felt 4 very strong chakras coming out from above the Hokage rock, and they had already locked onto his position. If it were only this, then it would not surprise him too much. The fundamental reason why he stopped chasing after him was that Gasui did not leave by himself. Instead, he directly entered the lineup of the 4 Kirigakure ninjas and then suddenly disappeared. This scene, it directly made the third Raikage fall into deep thought. *T. I fell into a trap. This is a trap. The third Raikage suddenly realized that Gasui did not come here by chance. Instead, he seized this opportunity to appear in front of him and kill Harry. Then, were Gasui's words trustworthy? Had Kumagakure been attacked by Kirigakure? Now, should he go back? The third Raikage's head suddenly became a little messy. He hated this kind of thing the most. If they had the ability, they should fight it out fair and square. Why do they have to play these so-called conspiracies? Of course, he did not know. The reason why Aoba played tricks on him was that he was in Konoha. If his strength was exposed in this place, then many things would become extremely troublesome in the future. Instead, if it was outside of Konoha, it was not certain who would win and who would lose. At this time, the third Raikage's eyes were focused on the top of the Hokage rock. He could see 4 shadows. Judging from the style of their clothing, they were Kirigakure ninjas. All of a sudden, the 4 Kirigakure ninjas began to make hand seals together. Their hand seals weren't too fast, but they weren't slow either. As a whole, they were orderly, showing a meticulous feeling. The movements of the 4 people were uniform, and it looked like one person was doing it. The rhythm was completely the same. Suten, Dai Bakuzu Ishaha, water release, great exploding water colliding wave. The voices of the 4 Kirigakure ninjas rang out at the same time, clearly transmitting into the ears of everyone present. Everyone here, including Kumigakure ninjas and Konohagakure ninjas, heard the same words. After that, under the gazes of many people below the Hokage rock, the 4 Kirigakure ninjas took a deep breath at the same time, causing their chests to bulge as if they had been filled up. In an instant, the 4 Kirigakure ninjas sprayed water at the ground beneath the Hokage rock, and a surging stream of water gushed out from their mouths. The water from the 4 Kirigakure ninjas rushed down and suddenly felt like the Hokage rock had turned into a waterfall. This strong stream of water instantly poured into the village, and the first thing that it hit was the 3rd Raikage and Kumigakure ninjas. The great exploding water colliding wave that Aoba used did not have any special uses. It was just spraying water and using the water that he spat out to scatter all the ninjas outside of Konohagakure. As the water flowed down from the sky like a waterfall, it directly wrapped up the Konohagakure and Kumigakure's ninjas, causing them to flutter along with the water flow. Damn Kirigakure ninja! The 3rd Raikage's face became ugly. In fact, water could not be said to be the weakness of Lightning Chakra mode, but it could weaken his Lightning Chakra armor to a certain extent. In addition, the resistance and buoyancy of the water made him very uncomfortable fighting. Not only the 3rd Raikage. The other Kumigakure ninjas were also in the same situation. They were more suitable to fight on the ground. Once they were caught in the water, their overall combat ability would fall sharply. Of course, Konohagakure ninjas were also not in good condition. However, they were not weakened that much compared to Kumigakure ninjas. They still had the strength to fight. However, among these people, the one with the greatest weakening was none other than the Uchiha. Their overall attack was mainly fire release ninjutsu. Now, under the impact of this waterfall, it was not easy for them to spit out sparks. Is this really a ninjutsu? Can water release ninjutsu be used like this? There's not even water here, but the waterfall can be sprayed out to the ground. This water spraying technique is too strong. Are they Kirigakure ninja? Whether it was Konohagakure ninjas or Kumigakure ninjas, they were all convinced by Aoba's water spraying skill. They had never seen such a capable ninja. When they encounter such a violent current, on the contrary, they did not know how to respond. Above the Hokage rock, Aoba's 4 advanced paper clones had no intention of stopping. According to Aoba's plan, he wanted to use all the chakra of these 4 advanced paper clones before ending it. These water currents can be said to be the waters of truce. As these people flooded into Konohagakure, it could be said that Konohagakure instantly entered the state of flood, making them have a feeling of fighting in Kirigakure. This kind of crazy water spray was simply outrageous. Of course, the spray this time also made Konohagakure and Kumigakure ninjas realize how terrifying Kirigakure was. Now both sides no longer had the desire to continue fighting. Originally, the 3rd Raikage was still very eager to fight. He held the idea that if he did not defeat them, he would not return. But he never expected that he would encounter such a thing. Kirigakure was now here to interfere. The 4 Kirigakure ninjas sprayed water so fiercely that they directly drowned Konohagakure. There was no way to fight anymore. Now, they could only retreat. Retreat? The 3rd Raikage said helplessly. He was really depressed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Now he began to worry a little. If it were as Gasui said that Kumigakure was attacked by Kirigakure, then things would really become dangerous. In his original impression, he had always thought that Kirigakure was their subordinate and had no strength at all. He did not expect that there would be so many strong ninjas when he was not paying attention. This instantly refreshed his understanding of Kirigakure. It also made him really pay attention to Kirigakure. He was even more unwilling to stay longer in Konohagakure, afraid that Kirigakure would take the opportunity to attack Kumigakure. Yes. When these Kumigakure ninjas heard the 3rd Raikage's order, they immediately responded. After knowing that Harry was dead, they were a little confused and suspected their third wreckage. But at this moment, they understood that it was meaningless to be tangled with this thing. No matter what, Harry was already dead. They were Kumagakure ninjas. Who dared to question the third wreckage? At least they did not dare. Apart from this, the Konohagakure ninjas also began to change their views on Kirigakure ninjas. All of them began to pay attention to them again. This was also Aoba's goal. He made an indiscriminate attack on Konohagakure. However, it was a relatively less destructive water release ninjutsu. Even if it could cause some economic losses, it would not cause any personnel damage. Through this method, he wanted Konohagakure people to wake up. The Third Ninja World War. It had already erupted. When Aoba returned to the top of the Hokage Rock, he used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, in front of everyone's blind spot and directly returned to the stone door. He looked at the stone door, slowly raised his hands, and pushed it open. Chapter 310. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of the stone door rubbing against the ground, Aoba pushed open the stone door in front of him. At this time, Danzo was already seriously injured. The outside was also flooded with water. No one would enter this secret room. He could be at ease and boldly check the contents inside. He did not know if there would be such an opportunity in the future. However, he did not want to leave everything behind in the future. Now that he had discovered that there was a secret here. Moreover, he still had a chance to check this secret. Then he was ready to check it out. Aoba walked into the secret room. Just at this time, in Aoba's mind, a piece of information was transmitted back, all of which came from the 4 advanced paper clones who had transformed into Kirigakure ninjas. After transforming all the chakra in their bodies into a large water current, they crazily poured out. After all the chakra was used, the shadow clones were released, and the information was sent to his mind. Kumagakure really retreated. The corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. He was very satisfied with this result. After all, his goal was to let Kumagakure ninjas withdraw from Konohagakure. He did not want to end the Third Ninja World War. Therefore, as long as the main battlefield was not Konohagakure, then everything had nothing to do with him. But if they came under his eyes, then he was naturally unwilling. Aoba felt that after the water current formed by the water release had directly turned Konohagakure into a water city, it would be best for Kumagakure and Konohagakure to stop fighting temporarily. But before that, he had to get rid of Harry. That person could not be an aide behind Danzo. Aoba had read Hari's memories, and it was very clear that that person was full of tricks and had many things in his mind. Now it seemed that Danzo was using Harry. But in fact, it was hard to tell who was using who. If this person was under Danzo's command, it was equivalent to adding remote control to a ticking time bomb. In an instant, it caused the uncertainty to double. This was not an outcome that Aoba could accept. Of course, the reason why Aoba used the identity of Kirigakure ninja was that he wanted to pull Kirigakure into the muddy water directly. This way, not only could Kumagakure and Kirigakure, who were originally in the state of alliance, fall apart and instantly become hostile, but he could also ring a police bell for Konohagakure, who were in a state of fantasy about peace. The Third Ninja World War was coming. This was not something that could be reconciled as long as you wanted to reconcile. As for Konohagakure, there was no way they could live in peace during the World War. This was one of the reasons why Aoba did not want Hiruzen to die here. If Hiruzen died now, he would instead become the Hokage who died for the village. He would be loved by people, just like the 4th Hokage in the original plot. If he passed the Hokage position to Minato through this method, then Minato would have to bear the pressure of the Third Ninja World War. There was no merit get, but if he lost, he would have to bear a huge responsibility. No. It didn't matter if he lost or won. He would have to bear a huge responsibility. This was not what Aoba wanted to see. As a friend of Minato, he hoped that Minato could become Konohagakure's fourth Hokage under the best arrangement. Now that Kumagakure had retreated, it did not mean that they would not come. Although he had used Kirigakure ninjas to attack, it did not mean that Kirigakure ninjas would not attack again. These were all things that were uncertain. No one dared to make any guarantees. These things could give Konohagakure a reminder to let them know the seriousness of the matter. Then, Aoba entered the room. This room was very vast. He could see coffins placed side by side. From their current condition, he couldn't tell if there were corpses inside the coffins. Good fellow. Aoba couldn't help but sigh. Through the things in front of him, he discovered that Danzo was following his teacher. He didn't even need to guess to know that the coffins here were probably souvenirs left behind by Danzo after he eradicated his dissidents. If it had developed according to normal historical curves, it was impossible for others to know about these things. But now, Aoba had come here by accident and entered this secret area that belonged to Danzo. Moreover, he also had the mind-reading system. He could completely read the memories of these people and know what had happened to them when they were alive. Then, Aoba walked toward the first coffin on the far left. This coffin was different from the other coffins. The coffins piled up here were all made of solid wood, and only the leftmost one was made of metal. Through the material of the coffin, it was enough to see the uniqueness of this coffin. I want to see who can be specially treated by Danzo. Aoba walked directly to the side of the metal coffin. He raised his right hand and touched the coffin. He immediately used Chokuhyugen no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, to remove the weight of the coffin lid. Then, Aoba opened the lid of the metal coffin. A woman could be seen. She looked to be in her 40s and was lying quietly in the coffin. Her body was obviously been embalmed because all the internal organs of her body had been removed. Is this made by Orochimaru? Aoba saw that this person's embalming was similar to the one in the corridor behind the secret door in the Hokage building. However, this body looked a little bit green. It was obviously an early work of Orochimaru. Who are you? Aoba looked at the ninja's face, but he could not identify this person through her appearance. This was someone he had never seen in the Naruto anime. Aoba slowly raised his right hand and touched the woman's head. He was very clear. If he wanted to know the identity of this woman and the things she had done in her life, or even why she had died here, these things could be obtained through the mind-reading system. Of course, it could only be done through the mind-reading system. If it were any other person, it would be useless. Right at this time, Aoba's right hand came into contact with the head of the woman in the coffin. Suddenly, a clear and crisp electronic prompt rang out in his mind. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Genjutsu, Kokwang Gyo no Jutsu, Illusion Technique, Bringer of Darkness Technique. Suddenly, Aoba widened his eyes. He knew about this ninjutsu. It had once appeared in Konoha Crash. Through this illusion, the user could create a dark environment and take away all the light of the other party. Only he and his teammates could see the other party clearly. Of course, this was also the first genjutsu that Aoba had obtained. After obtaining so many ninjutsu, I have finally obtained a genjutsu. Now let me see who this person is. Aoba was very satisfied with the system reward he had obtained this time. After all, after he has read the memory more often, the ninjutsu the system rewards him has become more and more repetitive, and similar ninjutsu appears constantly. This situation continued to appear. The significance of the mind-reading system to Aoba has gradually changed from a system that gives abilities to a system that gives intelligence. The overall strategic significance had changed. At this time, Aoba was still mainly reading memories. He wanted to find out the memories of the person in the coffin through the mind-reading system. However, if he could obtain some special benefits during the process of reading memories, it would also be a good thing for him. Suddenly, Aoba leaned slightly toward the corner of the wall. He slowly closed his eyes, mainly to allow himself to be immersed in the picture of memory. He then touched the temple with both hands, ready to start checking the memory of this woman. Senju Momika. A kunoichi, female ninja, from the Senju clan. The trusted aide of the first Hokage. She is extremely good at using genjutsu. Her reputation in the Senju clan is no less than Senju Tobirama. Aoba only saw some of this person's most basic information in the memories, and his heart was shocked. He already realized that he was about to discover a very shocking secret. For a moment, Aoba wandered around in Senju Momika's memories. It was as if he had entered Senju Momika's perspective, following this famous kunoichi to watch the last part of her life. Time passed by. Aoba slowly opened his eyes and removed his hands from his temples. His dark eyes flashed with shock. Sigh. Aoba let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze looked toward the other coffins, and he was already speechless. So that's how it is. It's actually like this. This really makes me feel like it's very funny. How could it be like this? Aoba could not help but sigh in shock. The memories he had seen just now had greatly subverted his understanding. At this moment, Aoba once again looked toward the coffins beside him. The people there, even if he did not open the coffin, he knew who they were. Because these coffins were covered by Senju Momika herself. Each person's face. Each person's name. He saw them all from her memories. These people. They were all from the Senju clan. The true Senju clan. Apart from the clansmen who had already married off, the entire Senju clan was piled up in this secret room. So, this is the secret of the Senju clan disappearance. It is not something that they had been integrated into the village. It is not something that they no longer carry the surname Senju. The real truth is, the Senju clan took the clan emblem with them. The more Aoba thought about it, the more amazed he felt. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. When he thought of Tsunade's memories, he suddenly felt that the whole thing had become clear. For a moment, Aoba did not know how to describe his feelings. He also did not know where to start. Aoba had once read Tsunade's memories. He had seen it in Tsunade's memories. From the moment Tsunade was born, she was called Tsunade. She did not have the surname Senju. Of course, it was also the same with Nawaki. In Tsunade's memory, she had seen many people from the Senju clan, including Senju Momika lying in the coffin. It was just that these memories were buried too deeply. Sometimes, even she could not remember them. Aoba returned his attention to Senju Momika. Through Senju Momika's memories, he discovered something that Senju Momika and Senju Tobirama had conspired together. That was Hashirama's cell transplantation. Aoba would never have thought that this project was actually proposed by Tobirama, and he told this project to his student Hiruzen and Danzo. If you want to suppress the Kyuubi in the village, there are only two ways. One is to possess would release blood limit, and the other is to possess Mangekyo Sharingan. In Momika's line of sight, Senju Tobirama said this in front of her, Hiruzen and Danzo. Tobirama did not trust Uchiha. He felt that if Konohagakure did not have a would-release ninja for a long time, the Kyuubi would sooner or later be controlled by Uchiha. At that time, Konohagakure would be in danger. Therefore, Tobirama made a decision and proposed another very bold project at that time. Extracting the cells of his big brother Senju Hashirama to conduct human experiments and try to cultivate a ninja who can use would-release ninjutsu. Because Senju Hashirama was a ninja from the Senju clan. Therefore, in the selection of human experimental subjects, the first choice was to choose the people of the Senju clan to carry out the experiment, and the experimental project was handed over to Senju Momika. In this decision, Tobirama had a certain responsibility and also certain selfishness. The probability of failure in human experiments was far greater than the probability of success, or the probability of success was infinitely close to zero. Under such circumstances, let the volunteers of the Senju clan become experimental subjects. Not only can the mission be carried out secretly and not be discovered by people in other villages, but it can also avoid unnecessary sacrifices from other clans in Konoha. Because of Tobirama's selfishness, he made a decision that the experiment should be related by blood. He hoped that the next wood-release ninja would still appear in the hands of the Senju clan. This way, the Senju clan could continue to suppress the Uchiha clan, which had the Sharingan. After this project was officially opened, Senju Momika began to select volunteers from the Senju clan. However, she did not expect the feedback to be surprisingly good. Many ninjas from the Senju clan regarded Senju Hashirama as their idol, hoping to become a ninja like Senju Hashirama. When they heard that they would be injected with Hashirama cells, which would help them activate the unawakened wood-release bloodline limit in their bodies, everyone was eager to try. It was not a problem that they could not find people, but the people of the Senju clan were afraid that they would not be selected. Wealth was sought in danger. Take a gamble and change the bike into a motorcycle. These people of the Senju clan were very clear that if they had the chance to have the wood-release bloodline limit, they would be able to have the elegance of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, which was extremely tempting for them. Chapter 311. After Aoba saw the memory of Senju Momika, he finally understood that the operation to transplant the cells of the first Hokage was not started after Hiruzen became the Hokage but began after the first Hokage died. The person who really wanted to do this was the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. It was just that Senju Tobirama died too early. Otherwise, he might really be able to research it. After all, Tobirama was someone who had even researched Edo Tensei. Even if the first Hokage Senju Hashirama died, he could still bring his big brother to the battlefield. It was just that his ability would be weakened to a certain extent. Aoba immersed his own perspective into Senju Momika's memory. Not long after this, Kunoichi received the Hashirama cell transplantation project. The First Ninja World War completely broke out. She led the clansmen of the Senju clan to the battlefield and fought the enemy head-on. She established outstanding military achievements and was deeply loved by the Senju clan. With the end of the First Ninja World War, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama died in the country of Lightning's territory. Konohagakure's Hokage was replaced by Hiruzen. Senju Momika did not know if the experiment should continue. At that time, Shimura Danzo, who took over the village's Anbu, found her and told her that he wanted to continue Hashirama's cell transplantation project. Because of this, Momika and Danzo began the Hashirama cell transplantation project. Together, they transplanted Hashirama's cell to the people of the Senju clans. It's just a pity. Even the people from the Senju clan were unable to withstand Hashirama's cell, and in the end, they all exploded and died. But, even if the people of the Senju clan died one after another, they did not stop their plan. It was precisely because they had done their best and done so many things that they did not want to put this plan on hold. Not only did Momika and Danzo not want to, but even the people of the Senju clan also did not want those seniors to die in vain. Gradually, the Senju clan lost their rationality during the Hashirama cell transplantation project. More and more people died. More and more people participated in the project. There were even some twisted hearts among them, which were that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were already dead, so they had nothing to rely on to live. They could either become a powerful ninja like Senju Hashirama and lead the village forward, or they might as well die. Time passed. In the next few years after Hiruzen took over as the Hokage, the people of the Senju clan became fewer and fewer, and they were all immersed in the Hashirama cell transplantation project. Although Senju Momika did not achieve any success, in her eyes, she had accumulated a lot of experience. Several years after Hiruzen took over, there were not many Senju clansmen left. It was unknown whether it was because Senju Hashirama had a premonition of which Tsunade and Nawaka did not have Senju surnames and did not carry the Senju clan badge. So, they were not affected by the people of the Senju clan and did not fall into madness. Just when there were only 30 or 40 people left in the Senju clan, Senju Momika really panicked. She felt that if this continued, then the Senju clan would very likely disappear in the long river of history. Finally, she decided to stop the project. She would no longer conduct experiments related to the Hashirama cell transplantation project. The experiences and files will be permanently sealed. In the future, they will not let other people in the village do experiments on this thing. After all, if even the people of the Senju clan can't withstand the first Hokage cells, then who can bear it? Senju Momika could no longer imagine anyone else who could successfully transplant Hashirama's cells. Her entire body was filled with despair, as if she was the one who had destroyed the Senju clan. She had become the eternal sinner of the Senju clan. Sigh. Aoba took a deep breath and slowly spat it out. His eyes fell on Senju Momika, who was lying in the coffin. If you knew. A few years before you conducted the experiment, Madara has successfully transplanted Hashirama's cells. I wonder what your mood will be like. Aoba could not help but sigh. Perhaps in the entire ninja world, the first person to successfully transplant Hashirama's cell was Madara. However, who would have thought of this? Aoba continued to flip through Senju Momika's memories. He stood on Senju Momika's perspective and looked at the history again. Just as Senju Momika was about to let it go, Danzo found her again and introduced a powerful helper to her. He hoped that the two of them could study it together and continue this project. That person. It was Orochimaru. At that time, Orochimaru was still very young. He was in the early stages of scientific research. He has talent but lacked experience. Many things were new, and he could only increase his knowledge by accumulating experience. Senju Momika originally rejected it. However, after experiencing some twists and turns in the process, in the end, she agreed. Moreover, before the Second Ninja World War began, she successfully destroyed the Senju clan. The last experimental subject from the Senju clan to participate in the Hashirama cell transplantation project was the Senju Momika herself. She had no interest in Hashirama's cell. However, she wanted to feel what the Senju clansmen experienced who died because of her. What was the feeling before she died? The person who had performed the experiment for her. It was Orochimaru. This operation failed unexpectedly. Senju Momika felt that the Hashirama's cells in her body were filled with extremely strong vitality, but they had extremely strong rejection. Hashirama's cells were different from normal cells. After entering her body, they began to proliferate and destroy the normal cells in her body quickly. In front of Hashirama's cells, her own cells were completely vulnerable. Moreover, Senju Momika discovered these cells would quickly spread to the other organs of the body and grow rapidly, squeezing the cells in the original organs to other places, finally causing the function of the organs to decline. After experiencing the cell transplant, Senju Momika deeply felt the horror of Hashirama's cells. Moreover, in the confrontation with Hashirama's cells, she finally loses her life. As for how she was hollowed out and put into the coffin, these were things that happened after Senju Momika died. She herself did not know. Hashirama's cells. A complicated smile appeared on Aoba's face. Through Senju Momika's memory, he saw a summary of the research in this area, as well as the relevant experience gained through experiments when she was researching it with Orochimaru. But through these descriptions, Aoba doesn't know why his first thought of it was cancer cells. The only difference was that cancer cells were mutated from their own cells, and Hashirama's cells were transplanted. Ordinary people really can't handle Hashirama's cells. Aoba couldn't help but sigh. He had a lot of say in this regard. From the moment he had just come to the ninja world, he had received Sage Body's big gift. From that time on, he felt that his entire body was full of cancer cells. However, it can't be quite the metaphor. It's just that the cells in his body will not age because of the division, and they will not be limited by the number of times of division, and they can also undergo an extremely exaggerated division. Simply put, when he was in his normal state, he was no different from a normal person. But if he were stabbed, then the cells in the cut part would quickly heal and regenerate, and his body will return to its normal state. However, if there were any deficiencies in his body, such as if his arm was directly cut off, then the nearby cells would begin to divide rapidly, completing the regrowth part of his arm. Only, according to the degree of division and regeneration of the cells in the body, the level of energy consumption was also different. If he wanted to complete it in seconds or in a near-immortal state, he needed a continuous supply of chakra. This point, whether it was Senju Hashirama or the current Aoba, there was no problem. At this time, Aoba was still staring at Senju Momika, and a very strange and special idea came to his mind. If I simulate the operation, put my cells into the enemy's body, doesn't that mean it's even more powerful than the most powerful poison in this world? Aoba himself was shocked by his own strange brain circuit. He found that he was also a genius and thought of something that made him feel incredible. After that, Aoba shook his head. He now knew what was going on here and turned to look at the other coffins. He couldn't come here for nothing, so he had to read the memories of these people and also get some rewards, in case there were any good rewards. After that, Aoba began to open the lids of these coffins one by one. From these coffins, he could see the ninjas from the Senju clan in various miserable conditions. Most people had their internal organs hollowed out. A very small number of people had their heads chopped off, so there was no way for people like them to read their memories. Some of them could clearly be seen that they were not hollowed out but exploded from the inside of their bodies after experiencing great pressure. These were the tragic results that would happen after transplanting Hashirama's cells. Aoba had seen it in Senju Momika's memories. Different situations happened to different people, and they were all recorded accordingly. Why do I feel like I can do the Hashirama cell transplantation? Aoba could clearly see the experimental processes and final results of each experiment recorded in Senju Momika's memory. But even so, she also needed to communicate with the experimental subject about the specific feelings of the body. But Aoba was different. He could directly read the memories of these dead Senju white mice that had been used as experimental subjects. Standing from the perspective of the experimental subject, he felt the changes in the body. This was just like how he understood the feelings of the latter after checking Senju Momika's memories. Now, he could directly sense the changes in the body state of these Senju clansmen through reading their memories. For a time, Aoba touched the heads of these Senju clansmen. Every time his right hand touched these people's heads, he would feel a chill in his heart. The crisp electronic prompt rang out in his brain. Every time, he would obtain ninjutsu. However, these Senju clansmen were no different from other ninjas. They were all common ninjutsu, and there was no other special ninjutsu. It seems it was still necessary to read someone with a special identity. As for the Aberame ninjutsu, Aoba categorized them as this clan was really too special, and even the system has undergone a little change. After Aoba touched the heads of these Senju clansmen, he understood that there were not all of the Senju. The people in the early days of the experiment. The corpses had already been disposed of, and they were not here. This was because after Danzo inherited this place, he followed the example of creating another secret passageway and built a secret room. Only then did he manage to leave some of the Senju clan's corpses behind. As for the person that Danzo assassinated and dealt with, there were no clues left behind. Just as Aoba finished reading the memories of these Senju clansmen, his head trembled slightly as a stream of information poured into his brain. It's time to go back. The shadow clone that Aoba had left behind on the Anbu side had already been removed and transmitted back to what had happened during the battle just now. The moment the enemy attack occurred, Eden found him and protected him. He did not suffer any injuries throughout the entire process. It was only until the water was poured into the entire Konohagakure. The battle between Konohagakure and Kumegakure had come to an end, and everyone returned one after another. Now, everyone was doing the drainage work. There was water everywhere in Konohagakure. The lower the terrain, the more accumulated the water, and Konohagakure Intelligence Division has become the hardest hit area. Aoba's shadow clone used the name of returning to the dormitory to change his clothes. The shadow clone quickly returned to the dormitory and removed himself, preparing to call back Aoba's real body. Suddenly, Aoba understood the whole process of the battle. He immediately used the fastest speed to cover all the coffins here again, and then his right hand slapped the ground. Aoba left a Flying Thunder God formula on the ground, then controlled his chakra and directly used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to instantly return to the Anbu dormitory. Crash crash crash! After returning to the Anbu dormitory, the pieces of paper on Aoba's body move and release the transformation state, revealing his original appearance. The Anbu dormitory was now filled with water. Aoba had already thought that the great exploding water colliding wave he spat out would spread to Konohagakure Intelligence Division. This was originally within his expectations, and he was not too surprised. This was also a signal between him and the Shadow Clone. The role of the Shadow Clone on the Hokage Rock was to observe. When he found that Hiruzen was in a difficult situation, the Shadow Clone would release himself and pass the information to Aoba, and Aoba's real body would immediately appear. Aoba's real body turned into Gasui, and then he shouted out that he had killed Hari and completed the mission. This was not only to paralyze Kumegakure's combat strength but also a message to the advanced paper clones, who had been spread in the village as Kirigakure ninjas. After the 4 shadow clones transformed into Kirigakure ninjas and received the secret signal from Aoba, they immediately returned to the top of the Hokage Rock. They did not use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, not only to prevent others from discovering their identities but also to confirm the specific location of all Kumegakure ninjas along the way. After pouring water into Konohagakure, the shadow clone who had stayed behind to assume Aoba's identity received the news and returned to the Anbu dormitory to replace Aoba. After the entire process was completed, Aoba could act as if he had never left the entire time. Moreover, there was a pleasant surprise after following Eden. He had completely obtained an alibi, so no one would suspect him. Now it's time to help with the flood. Aoba quickly changed his clothes into Anbu ninja clothes and put on the cat-faced mask. Chapter 312. After Aoba changed his clothes, he quickly walked out of the Anbu dormitory and returned to Anbu's queue without any sense of incongruity. At this time, Konohagakure Intelligence Division's ninjas were all holding various props. Some were holding basins. Some people were holding pots. There were also tools like spades, wood planks, and so on. They were all standing still, waiting for Eden's orders. Right now, Konohagakure is flooded. Our Konohagakure Intelligence Division is on a low terrain and is in the hardest hit area. Now we need to drain the water here as much as possible so that Konohagakure Intelligence Division can return to its normal state. Eden said loudly. After he finished speaking, he did not say anything else. There was the simplest and most direct reason here, and that was that he did not know how to drain the water in this place. This place was a low-lying area. Even if they drain the water that flows inside Konohagakure Intelligence Division, the water outside would still flow in. So this place was about to become a swimming pool. Yes. The ninjas in Konohagakure Intelligence Division collectively responded. They seemed to understand, but they did not completely understand. In any case, the core meaning was just to drain the water here, and it seems that they were free to do anything they wanted as long as the water was drained. Aoba stood at the corner, his feet dripping with water. He looked at Eden, who was arranging these things for everyone in a daze. He felt that it was a group of people who dared to speak out, dared to listen, and arranged a strategy with no real arrangements. However, he didn't want to say anything more. This time, he was the one who gave Konohagakure water. His purpose was to increase Konohagakure's sense of crisis. Now, a sense of crisis had arrived. Then, he wouldn't make a move. Now, hurry up and do it. Eden nodded at the crowd, then added, no matter what method you use, you have to clear out the water here. If any of you find a good method, pass this method to everyone and let everyone use this method together. Yes. All the Konohagakure Intelligence Division ninjas responded together again. Then everyone scattered and followed their own methods to drain the water in the Konohagakure Intelligence Division area. However, the methods were too primitive and did not have much use. The efficiency was extremely low. When Aoba saw this, he felt a little helpless, but he did not say anything. He was ready to find some group and join them to drain the water. Aoba. At this moment, Eden called out to Aoba in a low voice. Aoba immediately stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Eden. Captain Eden, what's the matter? Aoba immediately answered. This was a public place, and there were many of Konohagakure Intelligence Division's ninjas outside. At this time, it was inappropriate to call Eden Brother Eden. It was better to call him Captain Eden. Aoba, you have other tasks. Eden nodded at Aoba. He knew why Aoba did not call him Brother Eden. They had a tacit understanding of this point. Yes. Aoba immediately nodded and walked toward Eden. In fact, he did not want to drain the water here. After all, he had sprayed out all the water. He felt that something was wrong if he did it himself. Aoba, this is the key to my office. Go to my office and transfer all the books to my office. Separate the already wet books from the dry ones, and sundry the wet books after the sun come out. Eden handed a key to Aoba. He stared at Aoba and said again, this is a very, very important task. Okay. Aoba nodded. To him, this task was quite easy. Moreover, it wouldn't make him so reluctant. But he had never thought of this matter before. Looks like some of Eden's books were about to be washed away by water. Aoba, I gave you this task not only because I believe in you but also because your health is not too good. I don't want you to do too tiring physical work. Can you understand my good intentions? Eden said seriously. Understood, understood, completely understood. Aoba repeatedly nodded at Eden. He knew that Eden was reluctant to part with those treasures. He hoped that he could take them out quickly so that the treasure would not be damaged. Then you should go quickly. Eden handed the key to Aoba. Yes. Aoba responded and immediately took the key from Eden. Then he walked quickly to Eden's office. Eden looked at Aoba's back and nodded silently. In fact, it was not that he trusted Aoba, but he really had no one else to trust. There were not many people who knew that he liked reading. He really wanted to share this kind of thing. However, there was no way to say it. It was hard to tell his superiors and subordinates, and finding someone of the same generation was even harder. Aoba's appearance just filled the gap and deficiency of his side. Especially after Aoba became Tsunade's disciple, he now knew some of Aoba's secrets. This gave him the confidence to share his secret. What surprised him even more was Aoba could actually write novels, and he could write so well. Even at this time, when he thought the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school was about to be published, he felt very excited and did not know how to describe his feelings. Aoba took Eden's key and walked toward the latter's office. In fact, he had already thought that the book on the bookshelf was about to be soaked. When he arrived at the door of Eden's office, the water in the corridor was still rising very fast. The feeling was like a sinking passenger ship. In the past, he had this feeling when he watched the Titanic. The current situation was like this: if the door was not opened, there might be water seeping inside, but there might not be much, but if the door was opened directly now, it might let the water flow directly into Eden's office, causing unnecessary damage to the books that had not been soaked. Forget it. I'll help you drain the water. But I can't let you guys have a good time, can I? The corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up. He stretched out his hands and quickly made a series of seals. Suddenly, chakra surrounded his hands. At this time, no one noticed his existence at all. Everyone was trying their best to drain the water in Konohagaku's Intelligence Division. Even Konohagaku's Intelligence Division's captain, Marino Eden, was fighting on the front line and had no time to deal with his own books. Only then did he find Aoba and let him deal with these things. Place. Aoba silently spat out a word. After that, two invisible barriers formed on both sides of the corridor, cutting off the flowing water. At this time, the water flowing outside Eden's office was directly intercepted. It was as if it had suddenly been put into a water tank. First, it maintained the momentum of charging forward and hitting the barrier. Then, it rushed back. After a few twists and turns, the surface of the water calmed down. Aoba raised his hands, and a paper tag appeared in his hands. There was a black circle pattern on it. It was a paper tag with the Flying Thunder God formula. Then, Aoba directly slapped the paper tags on the ground. Hiration, Dare, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. Aoba said in a low voice. As he spoke, a massive chakra surged out from both of his hands and directly converged on the paper tag with the Flying Thunder God formula. The paper tag in Aoba's hand suddenly trembled. After that, the water that was already in a state of stillness moved. At this time, a strange phenomenon appeared outside Eden's office, which was that the current on both sides was flowing toward the middle. It was like someone opened a drain. After that, Aoba held the key and opened the door of Eden's office. In an instant, a stream of water flowed backward and directly flowed out of Eden's office. This was the water that sipped into the office through the corridor, but there was not much water. After it flowed out, it caused the water's surface to drop. As the water flowed out of Eden's office, Aoba walked in and directly entered Eden's office. After entering, then, he closed the door. Bang! The heavy sound of the door closing suddenly rang out. Aoba stood behind the door, his hands forming seals again. The order of the seals was exactly the same as before. Place. Aoba silently spat out this word. As he finished speaking, a barrier appeared on the office door behind him. It was the same barrier that had cut off the flow of water in the corridor. After this barrier appeared, it blocked Eden's office from the inside. Release. Aoba's mind moved again. The two barriers outside the door suddenly disappeared, and the water flowed again. The water instantly burst out, stirring up angry waves. It was as if they were venting the dissatisfaction in their hearts for being cut off just now. Only, the water outside did not flow into Eden's office again. The reason why Aoba did this was very simple. He found that Eden was really good to him. Although Eden had very obvious selfishness, these were not important. As long as he does it, he was eligible to win the part that belongs to him. Aoba felt that this was just to help Eden protect these books. He had already seen it from Eden's memory. The latter had an almost infatuated love for these books. It was a love from the bottom of his heart. In this case, he will help him. When Aoba thought of this, he looked at the bookshelf. The situation here was better than he had expected. It had not been immersed to half a degree. It had only reached a quarter. It seemed that the door on Anbu's side was still good at water drainage. It had been holding on for a long time. After all, we can't expect this kind of door to be completely sealed so that even a little bit of water can't enter. That would be unrealistic. Let's start collecting these books for Brother Eden now. Aoba walked over to a place near the bookshelf, and his eyes focused on Eden's desk. This desk was quite high. The flowing water had not reached this height yet. The things on the table did not receive any threat at all, including the one that was placed on the table and ready to be read at any time. It was Eden's book of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. Just put these wet books on the table. With a thought, Aoba began to take out the books under the bookshelf and put them on Eden's desk. As for the books on the top of the bookshelf, he did not even move it. The books on the top were even taller than the desk, so it would be dangerous to take them off. Just when Aoba used Hirae Shin, Dare, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, earlier, he did not drain all the water directly. After all, he was the one who caused this flood. He couldn't drain the water himself. If he did drain it himself, that would be so embarrassing. Because of this, when Aoba uses Hirae Shin, Dare, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, he does not throw it into the remote forest but chooses the secret door on the first floor of the Hokage building. At that time, on the first floor of the Hokage building, Hiruzen and Sakumo carried Danzo, who was almost in a coma. Medical ninja! Hiruzen suddenly shouted. In the battle just now, Danzo's chest was heavily stabbed by third Raikage, and his body was seriously injured. They are already on their way here. When the ninjas in the Hokage building heard Hiruzen's roar, they immediately responded. Let me take a look first. Konoha Gaku's advisor Koharu quickly walked toward Danzo. She squatted beside Danzo, who was lying flat on the ground, and quickly checked his injuries. Danzo's injuries are very serious. A trace of worry flashed in Koharu's eyes. She casually pressed her hands toward Danzo's chest, and gentle chakra appeared on her palms. She immediately used Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm technique, to heal Danzo's injuries. As Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm technique, gentle chakra poured into the location of Danzo's injuries, it immediately began to stop the bleeding from Danzo's exposed wound. Koharu had not used any ninjutsu for a long time, so she was already not familiar with this feeling. At this time, Danzo slowly opened his eyes. His vision was very blurry, and he couldn't see what the ninja who was treating him looked like. Right now, he just felt that his chest felt warm, and the pain had subsided a lot. It was an indescribable feeling of caring. It made him feel a gentleness that he had not felt for a long time. Teacher Bai. Danzo stared at Koharu in a daze. His lips moved slightly, and he said something that made people feel strange. However, he did not care at all and completely enjoyed this feeling. He didn't know how long it had been since he had felt this kind of gentle touch. He had been brave for most of his life. Now he found that he was actually just a fragile boy who needed some love from his teacher Bai. In front of him, Koharu's blurred figure allowed him to perfectly match up with the image of teacher Bai in Danzo's mind unconsciously. Only his thoughts, no one could have guessed it. Everyone's attention was focused on Danzo's treatment. Rumble. However, at this time, something unexpected happened. On the first floor of the building, the medical ninja had not arrived yet. A stream of water arrived first. They surged out from behind them and rushed directly toward Danzo. Not good. Koharu's face changed. She had just stabilized Danzo's situation. Not only did she stop Danzo's wound from bleeding, but she also felt that Danzo's mood had become calm. But at this time, why did the water flow in? A big question mark appeared in everyone's head. However, the culprit of all this water current didn't expect that it would sweep Danzo away. If Aoba knew about this matter, he would definitely sigh. Chapter 313. On the first floor of the Hokage building, people still didn't know what was going on. The surging water rushed over from behind and directly hit Danzo, who was under treatment. Hiss! The cold water instantly made Danzo suck in a breath of cold air. Under the impact of the cold water, the wound caused his internal organs to twitch. The intense discomfort that emerged from his body instantly pulled him from his half-awake and hazy state. In a split second, Danzo woke up. The scene in front of him instantly became incomparably clear. Teacher Bai was gone. What replaced was Koharu's worried face. Danzo's pupils fiercely contracted. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with Koharu. A certain position that had been restless just now suddenly collapsed and couldn't stand up again in a short time. The water was no longer important. The injuries were no longer important. Danzo wanted to return to his half-awake and hazy state as if seeing Teacher Bai. But he could not return. Everything could not be returned. Danzo knew that state just now would not happen a second time. It was completely washed away by that stream of water. All of a sudden, Danzo felt a sense of loss in his heart, and there was even an indescribable feeling of discomfort in his heart. In Konoha Intelligence Division, Eden Office. After Aoba placed the soaked books on the table, he sat down on the chair and stared straight ahead, deep in thought. There was no sun, and it was not dawn yet. Moreover, he felt that there was no need to use other methods to dry these books. That would be too fake. This was good for now. As for the next thing. Aoba propped up his chin with both hands and began to flip through the Senjua clansman's memories. In any case, he was idle now, so he didn't want to go out after this matter was done. He was in a slacking state. According to his experience, things should never be rushed. The faster you do it, the more things await you. So, Aoba immersed himself in the memories of the Senjua clansman. Through these memories, he had a deeper understanding of the Senjua clan. Moreover, he wanted to understand more about the feelings after being transplanted with Hashirama's cells. At this moment, on the Hokage Rock, Fugaku walked on the Hokage Rock with a gloomy face. His eyes had already turned red, and he lowered his head to observe the traces on the ground. Recently, many people have been moving above the Hokage Rock. Fugaku squatted on the ground and pinched the soil of the Hokage Rock. He also saw some footprints and traces of Harry lying here. When he was fighting just now, he was entangled and couldn't pull away at all. However, he could clearly hear that the voice that resounded through Konohagakure was from Gasui. He never thought of it. The Gasui who killed Sekai actually dared to come back, which was simply outrageous. At that time, he was not able to catch up with Gasui. Now, he was investigating Gasui's tracks on the Hokage Rock. As these details were presented in front of his eyes, he could already be sure that the traces on the Hokage Rock were caused by Gasui. Now he had a very good reason to suspect that Gasui was still in Konohagakure. After all, Gasui had just killed Harry, so how could he leave with Kumagakure ninjas? Damn it! Where exactly is he hiding? It really makes me feel uncomfortable. Fugaku clenched his fists. Just as he was about to leave, his Sharingan instantly focused on the traces not far away. It was where Harry was lying. He had already checked it just now. It was just. He had discovered something that he had not noticed earlier. Instantly, Fugaku moved closer, looking like he was going to lie on the ground. This. Fugaku could vaguely see some distorted words. It was slightly wet, and some of the soil was sticking together. This should be written with a tongue. According to the traces in this place, Fugaku immediately guessed that Harry might have been lying on the ground at that time, and his body might have been tied up. Of course, he had no idea that Harry was already in a paralyzed state and couldn't move at all. The words were twisted and crooked, it was not very clear. This kind of phenomenon made Fugaku a little confused. He frowned and carefully looked at the handwriting on the ground through the Sharingan and reflected it in his brain. Then, with his strong brain, he began to put it together, remove the thing that covered it, then make up the coherent stroke. All of a sudden, a series of distorted words appeared in his mind again. She is. Fugaku frowned. Even the restored text is still not the same as the normal text. It was obvious that he could not use too much strength when writing, and it was not very convenient. In the end, it could only become like this. Oro, Chi, Maru. Fugaku's eyes widened as he spoke. The black pupils in his blood-red eyes shrank as if he had found out a huge secret. Orochimaru. Konoha Sunin. This name should not appear here. Instantly, Fugaku looked at the words again and removed the place that had been rubbed off. He tried to fill in the strokes again. After filling it up again, he looked at the words. It was still the same words, Orochimaru. For a moment, Fugaku realized that this matter seemed to be different from what he had imagined. Fugaku merely frowned. He half squatted on the ground, his eyes staring at the words left behind by Harry. His right hand pinched his chin, and his pair of bright red eyes revealed a pondering gaze. What exactly is going on? Why did Harry say that Gasui is Orochimaru? Could it be that he discovered some secret? Or is it just Harry's guess? Of course, it is also possible that Harry is misleading us. But is Gasui really related to Orochimaru? Fugaku's face turned extremely gloomy. His mind was already beginning to become chaotic. He was very clear that these words left behind by Harry. It can't be used as evidence and could only be used as a reference because there was no credibility at all. However, in his mind, he could not help but think about this matter. This was the information left behind by Harry before he died. Either he discovered something before he died and wanted to leave this secret behind for the people who came here to see, or he wanted to frame Orochimaru. There were only two possibilities. Fugaku was very clear that not many people could see this thing. If he had not carefully checked and used his Sharingan, then it was possible that no one would have seen these words. So deep in his heart, he was more inclined to believe that Harry had left this message to guide them to get close to the truth of the matter. This could also be considered Harry's revenge. Fugaku had been paying attention to Gasui because Gasui was the murderer who had killed Sekai. However, he did not receive any news about Gasui from the outside world. This person seemed to have vanished into thin air. He gave off a feeling that he did not exist at all. Fugaku once suspected that Gasui was still in Konohagakure, but this speculation did not have any support at all, so he did not know how to continue investigating. If Gasui had not left Konohagakure and not been found by Konoha military police force, then it meant that someone with a higher status had protected Gasui, or maybe Gasui had another identity. Could it be? Is Gasui really Orochimaru? Is Harry trying to express that Orochimaru is pretending to be Gasui? Or is there a deeper meaning? The more Fugaku thought about it, the more confused he became. Orochimaru's figure appeared in his mind. The one who would reveal an evil smile and lick his tongue whenever he saw him. In fact, Fugaku had already felt that Orochimaru was coveting his Sharingan a long time ago. However, he had no evidence at all. It was just a feeling. After all, he could feel the greed in Orochimaru's eyes every time they met. Is it really Orochimaru? The more Fugaku thought about it, the more he felt that Orochimaru was suspicious. After he got some clues, he first felt that it was unrealistic. But when he thought about it subjectively, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the problem was very big. I remember that Orochimaru didn't appear on the battlefield. Fugaku's thoughts started to move. He gradually realized that he didn't see Orochimaru in the battle just now. He didn't know where Orochimaru was. In addition to the words left behind by Harry. Then it seemed to be able to match. If Orochimaru disguised as Gasui, then everything makes sense. I remember that Orochimaru had a very powerful camouflage technique. He pretends to be Gasui and then kills Harry. Fugaku had already begun to make inferences. Although there was no evidence to support it, he felt that what he said was quite reasonable and completely reasonable. Then, if Gasui is Orochimaru in disguise, it makes sense why Gasui did not attack ordinary people in Konohagakure. He only attacked Sekai. The most important thing is, Sekai's eyes were taken away. Fugaku's eyes flashed with anger. Now, people had forgotten that Gasui had taken Sekai's eyes. Only he still remembered because he was an Uchiha, and they valued the Sharingan very much. Except for him, others only know that Gosui killed Uchiha Sekai. In addition, they had entered the Third Ninja World War. It was normal for ninjas to fight and die. Gradually, the anger that people felt toward Gosui had already begun to fade. Fugaku could clearly feel this. Sometimes, he would feel anger, but most of it was deep helplessness. People were forgetful. As long as it doesn't happen to them, it will pass after a period of time. No one would always remember who the enemy who had killed Sekai was. No one would think that Gosui had killed Sekai when they saw him. The ninja world was fighting and killing every day. People were killing people every day. But if Gosui was Orochimaru in disguise, his goal from beginning to end was to steal Sekai's eyes. Or, if Sekai hadn't rushed so fast, he might be the one who died there, and his eyes were stolen. The more Fugaku thought about it, the more he felt that this matter had something to do with Orochimaru. Especially after Sekai died, his eyes were casually taken away, and he had not even looked at the things on his body. This made things feel very obvious all of a sudden. The other party was coming for the Sharingan. Regardless of whether it was Gosui or Orochimaru, they had already regarded Sekai's Sharingan as their most precious asset. There was no doubt about this. Fugaku stood on the Hokage rock, his mind filled with many things. Finally, he began to point all the clues to Orochimaru, and his face was getting darker and darker. Gradually, he felt that the situation here was getting more and more complicated. After that, Fugaku repeatedly searched the area above Hokage Rock. In the end, he confirmed that he would not find any other clues. Then, he left this place. Apart from Fugaku, no one else had discovered anything, and no one knew what had happened. This was something that Aoba had never imagined and was completely out of his expectations. At that time, his advanced paper clone was right beside Harry, but his attention was all on the third raikage below. He had not expected that the paralyzed Harry would use his tongue to write. Who would have thought? Aoba had never expected that Harry's tongue would be so skilled. He also did not expect that Harry would connect Gosui and Orochimaru together. He thought that they were the same person. When Aoba transformed into Orochimaru, it was entirely because this identity was more convenient to walk inside the root base, and he did not think about framing Orochimaru at all. Now, it was a coincidence that made this happen. Chapter 314. After an unknown period of time, Aoba felt that there was no longer any sound outside Eden's office. With a thought, he removed the barrier at the door. When the barrier disappeared, streams of water began to seep in through the cracks of the door. However, there was not much water. It was just a simple leak. No threat to the office at all. Those people are doing well. Aoba nodded at the water flow in the direction of the door. The speed at which the ninjas drained the water was faster than he had imagined. It could be said that it was completely beyond his expectations. The sky should already be bright. After a night of emergency treatment, the problem should no longer be too big with the appearance of the sun. After all, Konoha was mainly dominated by trees. This kind of place that was full of trees, generally speaking, would not be flooded with too much water. The soil on the ground could completely absorb the water, and a night's time was enough to make the water disappear. Step, 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 step. At this time, footsteps sounded outside Eden's office. It was the sound of feet stepping on water. There was no need to think about it to know that it was Eden. Knock knock. After that, someone knocked on the door. Aoba, open the door. It's Brother Eden. Eden's voice came from outside the door and clearly reached Aoba's ears. Okay. Aoba immediately got up and walked toward the door. After entering earlier, he locked the door, preventing Eden from suddenly hitting the barrier if he had the spare key. After Aoba opened the door to Eden's office, a small stream of water rushed in. However, it was not big. It was just because the elevation of the office was too low. There is so little water here. When Eden saw that there was not much water in his office, his eyes lit up. His eyes immediately looked in the direction of the bookshelf. This. The flames of passion that had just ignited in Eden's heart instantly subsided at this moment. Looking at the books on the table that had obviously been soaked in water, his heart instantly turned cold. My treasure. After Eden, a valiant man, encountered such a situation, his eyes were filled with tears, and he almost cried out. Judging from the books on the table, there were about 20 to 30 books. This was simply a number that made him despair. One had to know that these books were all his treasures. Losing any one of them would make him feel incomparably distressed. Now, his little heart was already somewhat unable to bear it. Brother Eden. When Aoba saw Eden's appearance, he suddenly felt a little apologetic. After all, he was the one who spat out the water and directly wet Eden's book. This made him feel a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. Aoba thought about it and still apologized to Eden. Regardless of whether Eden could understand what he meant, he still planned to say these words to Eden. Aoba, this can't be blamed on you. This is all because of the water. If you didn't help me get them out of the water, I don't know what they would have become. Moreover, if you didn't help in time, those books that haven't been soaked may also get wet. In the end, I still have to thank you. Eden said to Aoba. His eyes stared at Aoba, and his eyes were full of sincerity. It could be seen that his words were not to reassure Aoba, but that was what he himself thought. Brother Eden. When Aoba saw Eden say this, he felt a little sorry. He had read Eden's memories and knew how much the latter cherished these books. It was completely on another level. He was almost obsessed with them. Many of these books were no longer available on the market. They belonged to the out-of-print books. Because of this, after the books were soaked, Eden felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. He felt that the loss had become even greater. Sigh. Aoba took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He tried to calm himself down. In fact, when Eden had said a few words to him, he felt a little better. However, he could not tell Eden that these books had become like this because of him. How about this? Aoba raised his head and looked at Eden, his eyes flashing with a bright light. He had already thought of a way to deal with it. Brother Eden, I will write a few more books and let you collect them again. It will be compensation for the books you lost. Do you think this is okay? Aoba asked Eden. Strictly speaking, he was not asking for the forgiveness of the latter but making his heart feel a little better. After all, Eden had been very good to him during this period of time. He and Eden would not be the kind of sincere friends, and their relationship would not improve to such an exaggerated extent. However, for Aoba, such a big brother boss who can take care of himself on weekdays, it allowed him to get many benefits and help in Konoha Intelligence Division. The most important thing was, if these books were drenched by water sprayed by someone else, or if he drenched someone else's books, then he wouldn't care so much. Since he was the one who did this, then he'll do it, just do it like this. Really? Eden's eyes suddenly widened and were filled with extreme joy. The sadness he felt just now was instantly swept away. Those books were nothing more than a collection. It wasn't that these books were good, but that he only had these things. It was like some people put some relatively inferior resources in their favorites resource, and when they don't have any new resources, they could use them occasionally. For them, it would still be a pity if they deleted them by mistake. However, if they could instantly obtain the best quality resources they were most satisfied with, those inferior resources would immediately become tasteless. Eden was like this right now. He had read all the books that had been soaked by water, and there was no substantial content. The reason why he still kept these things was that he was reluctant to part with them. He just wanted to keep it as a collection. Since he had read the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school, the past books he had collected were no longer fragrant. Now he would rather read Teacher Bai's story a few more times every day than read the past books. The description of the environment and mood of those books was far worse than that of Aoba. It could be said that it was not easy to use. When Aoba saw that the expression on Eden's face had returned to normal and was even a little happy, the big stone hanging in his heart also fell down. It was nothing more than writing a few more books. He had a lot of reserves in his mind, enough to complete the mass production. Moreover, he did not say when he was going to start writing. This kind of thing. There was no pressure at all. Aoba, you have to be careful during this period of time. Don't leave Konohagakure Intelligence Division easily. Yesterday, Kumagakure invaded. Tomorrow, there might be other villages invading. The current situation in the ninja world is not optimistic. Inside Konohagakure Intelligence Division is still safe. Eden said to Aoba earnestly. Yesterday, he was frightened. He did not dare to let anything happen to Aoba. Otherwise, when Tsunade came back, he would not be able to explain it. I understand. Don't worry. I will write in the dormitory when I have nothing to do. Aoba smiled and said to Eden. Right, isn't that right? When Eden heard Aoba's words, he immediately smiled in satisfaction. He was not afraid that Aoba would update too quickly, but he was afraid that Aoba would not update. Brother Eden, yesterday's situation was too chaotic. Are there any casualties? Aoba immediately asked. It was not that he had nothing to say, but he was really concerned about this matter. Whether it was his main body or his shadow clone, they did not notice the casualties. After all, Kumagakure made a sneak attack. Sigh. When Eden heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. The smile on his face disappeared and was covered with a layer of haze. There are quite a few casualties this time. Kumagakure's ninjas came too suddenly, and there was no news at all. There was no warning, not to mention that they all came after midnight. Most of them were sleeping and dreaming. It was difficult to control the casualties at this time. Eden had a sad expression on his face. He really felt uncomfortable with the situation in Konohagakure. Do you have a rough figure? Aoba asked in a low voice. The matter of Kumagakure's ninja invasion made him feel very angry. He had done so many things and pointed so many spears at Kumagakure. However, he never expected that all of this would be directed at them in the end. No. Eden shook his head. He stared at Aoba and explained, the war hasn't ended yet, and there is also a flood in the village. Many injured people haven't been rescued. Moreover, because of this flood, it is very difficult to calculate the number of casualties. I see. Aoba slowly nodded. He silently noted down this debt in his heart. If there were a chance in the future, he would return it to Kumagakure 100 times over. However, the one who was the most injured this time was Danzo. Many elite medical ninjas in the village have gone to see him. Even though Danzo-sama's injury was severe, his life is saved. However, it will take some time to recover from walking. Eden pursed his lips. His expression turned even uglier. His thoughts were very simple. No matter how much resentment he had towards Danzo, he was still one of Konohagakure's people. He had to stand with Konohagakure's people at this time. Danzo-sama was so seriously injured. Aoba was stunned. He saw the third Reikage stab Danzo in the chest from the information sent back by the shadow clone. At that time, Reikage had used Four Fingers Hell Stab. The destructive and penetrating power was very strong. It was not any weaker than Chidori. After Danzo was stabbed by this move, he would definitely be severely injured. However, Aoba did not expect that it would be as severe as Eden described. Hearing Eden's description, it made Aoba feel that Danzo might be crippled. I am not very clear about the specific situation. It does not seem very optimistic based on the information sent back from the medical team. Moreover, I heard rumors that after our advisor, Koharu-sama, saw Danzo-sama's condition, she judged that after Third Reikichi's hand broke Danzo-sama's sternum, the aftershock caused Danzo-sama's spine to dislocate. The person who can treat this kind of injury. Eden paused slightly and stared at Aoba meaningfully. The corners of his mouth moved slightly as if he was hesitating to say it. However, Eden still said it. There is only one person in Konoha, your teacher Tsunade-sama. When Eden said this, Aoba secretly nodded in his heart. Fortunately, he did not reveal his identity as Tsunade's student. Otherwise, trouble would come to him. Brother Eden, don't tell anyone about my identity. Aoba immediately warned. Even if Aoba did not say anything, it was possible that Eden might tell everyone that he was Tsunade's student in order to treat Danzo. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Eden nodded. After he said this, he looked at Aoba and asked, speaking of which, Aoba, do you know where Tsunade-sama is? I don't know. Aoba shook his head and said without thinking. He really didn't know. He didn't ask about Tsunade's whereabouts at all. Then, Eden paused for a moment. He took a deep breath and stared at Aoba with a questioning look in his eyes. He then asked, how much of your medical ninjutsu is comparable to your Tsunade-sama's? I don't know medical ninjutsu, Aoba said without any hesitation again. Only. Right after he said this, he immediately felt Eden's meaningful gaze. Is that so? Eden stared at Aoba with a smile that was not a smile. His eyes seemed to see through Aoba. That. Brother Eden, do you really want to save Danzo-sama? Aoba vaguely felt something. After all, his medical experience was accumulated in Konoha Intelligence Division. Every time he attacked those prisoners and healed them. If such a thing happens occasionally, it could still be concealed. But it often occurs and has not been brought up yet. It should be Eden who wiped his ass for him. Yes, Danzo-sama has been kind to me. If possible, I hope to save his life and let him stand up again. After all, the present Konoha cannot live without him. Eden stared at Aoba with burning eyes. Even if Aoba did not ask these things, he would still come to ask Aoba. At this, maybe Tsunade-sensei will come back after he finds out that Konoha was attacked. Aoba directly said some extremely self-deceiving words. No one knew better than him that it was impossible for Tsunade to return to Konoha at this time. For Tsunade, Konoha could be described as a sad place. Moreover, Tsunade's hemophobia had not been cured yet, so it was impossible for her to do surgery. Most importantly, Danzo was still the one who killed Kato Dan and Noeki. Even if someone fooled Tsunade and asked her to treat Danzo, Aoba would not allow this to happen. Chapter 315. Others might not know that Danzo had secretly killed Kato Dan, but Aoba knew it clearly. This was also thanks to the mind-reading system. He saw what Danzo had done in Tatsuma's memories. There was no way to fake or disguise these things. It was impossible for Danzo to be wronged. Of course, Aoba knew about these things. No one knew about it at all. For now, Aoba did not plan to tell Tsunade about this matter. After all, things had already come to this point. There was no way to salvage the situation. It was pretty good now. Aoba felt that as Tsunade's student, the only thing he could do for Tsunade was to help her walk out of trouble instead of dragging her into another trouble. If not for extremely urgent things, Aoba would not let Tsunade know the real reason for Kato Dan and Noeki's death. Perhaps this was also the reason why Kato Dan did not tell Tsunade this when he was reincarnated using Edo Tensei. The dead were gone. The living still needed to continue living. Aoba felt that the best way for Tsunade was to know nothing and slowly walk out of this haze so that her life would shine again. But this did not mean that Aoba would allow Tsunade to treat Danzo's injuries. Any ninja in the world could treat Danzo. Only Tsunade could not. Aoba would definitely not allow Tsunade to treat the person who killed Kato Dan. Otherwise, if Tsunade knew about it in the future, she would definitely regret it. This was something that Aoba did not want to see. Ha ha ha, all right. Eden smiled and did not continue on this topic. He only asked about Tsunade's matter and did not dare to point fingers. In fact, Eden knew that Aoba was quietly practicing medical ninjutsu in secret. It was also true that he managed everything behind his back. Let those people know not to speak nonsense. After being threatened by Eden, no one dared to say anything. After all, curiosity and gossip were not as important as their lives. However, Eden also knew. It hadn't been long since Aoba became Tsunade's student. He even practiced medical ninjutsu secretly, and he didn't bring it to the table openly and honestly. This was obviously because he wasn't very good at medical ninjutsu and wasn't so confident, so he hid it and didn't bring it to the table. Regarding this point, Eden had his own speculation. He felt that Aoba wanted to learn medical ninjutsu and then transform into a medical ninja. He would then leave Konoha Intelligence Division, this dark place, and walk to the bright place. After all, in the social status of the village, the social status of medical ninjas was far higher than that of interrogator ninjas. Moreover, Aoba was already 15 years old. Soon, he would have to consider the matter of his life. The career you get was still very important. Only, whenever he asked Aoba, Aoba always replied that he wanted to stay in Konoha Intelligence Division. But he did not wholly believe these words. Eden felt that maybe Aoba's medical ninjutsu was not very good, and there was no way to use it officially. Even so, he still couldn't help but ask Aoba. After all, Danzo had been kind to him. If Danzo hadn't dug him up, he wouldn't be in his position as Konoha Intelligence Division captain. Brother Eden, in this situation, can the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school still be published? Aoba saw the scene fall into an awkward situation and immediately began to change the topic. He knew that he could not continue on this topic, otherwise, it would be even more awkward. Yes. Eden nodded heavily. His eyes shone brightly, and he looked very confident. According to common sense, the sales of books published in the war period will be greatly reduced. They won't be sold as well as in peacetime, but... Eden paused for a moment and stared at Aoba with a smile on his face. I have confidence in the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. Even I, a reader, have confidence. Don't you have confidence as the author? Eden asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, I have confidence. Aoba immediately smiled and nodded. That's right. Eden raised his left hand and gave Aoba a thumbs up. You have to believe in your own ability and believe in the brilliance of your work. I believe that the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school will become a comfort in the hearts of all ninjas in the world so that they can better soothe their injured hearts in the war and even reduce the occurrence of the war. Eden said in a deep voice. He said a lot of benefits to Teacher Bai of the ninja school. Can this reduce the occurrence of the war? Aoba was stunned for a moment, and his eyebrows jumped fiercely. His eyes flashed with suspicion, and he did not believe it very much. Of course, novels were born after the First Ninja World War. They filled up the emptiness in the hearts of the ninjas to a great extent, giving many ninjas a way to vent. They used up their excess energy, which slowed down the friction between the forces that were full of gunpowder and greatly reduced the probability of war happening, Eden explained to Aoba. Aoba was speechless. Why did these words sound so familiar? It was as if he was saying, being a chicken was also contributing to the country because it reduced the probability of bad guys being strong. Aoba felt this from Eden's words. All right, Aoba, thank you. You must be tired from the night. Go back and have a good rest. I will give you a day off today. There is no need to interrogate the prisoner on the compartment's side. It will be useless even if you go. Eden said to Aoba. Thank you, Brother Eden. Aoba nodded to Eden. Then, he turned around and walked straight to the door of the office. He had indeed stayed here for half a night. However, he was not draining the water. Instead, he was flipping through the memories of the clansmen of the Senju clan. Through the memories of the clansmen, Aoba became increasingly clear that one must possess sufficient strength to face any unknown situation that might occur. The Senju clan was an example. One had to know. The Senju clan had a top expert like Senju Hashirama. Beneath Senju Hashirama were Senju Tobirama and Senju Momika. However, it was still destroyed in the long river of time. The reason was very simple. After Senju Hashirama died, the Senju clan no longer had enough fighting power. That's why they have to fight at the cost of their lives to change their destiny through Hashirama cell transplantation. At this point, every clansman of the Senju clan knew. In the ninja world, strength was very important. Without enough power, it would be difficult to fight against the unknown. After Senju Hashirama died, Senju Tobirama was the first to feel the sense of crisis. The second-generation Kage of the major ninja villages was on the rise. Also Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan was nowhere to be seen. With just him alone, it was very difficult to defend the glory of Konohagakure. The status of the Senju clan in Konohagakure also continued to decline along with the death of Senju Hashirama. There was no longer the feeling of domination at that time. With the arrival of the First Ninja World War, Senju Tobirama died on the battlefield as well. As a result, the Senju clan could be said to be a group of dragons without a leader. Their status in the village had plummeted. They could not even compare to some small clan that had mastered special techniques. Such a strong sense of loss. It strengthened the determination of the Senju clan to pursue power and also led them to their doom. I still need more trump cards. Aoba's eyes became much more determined. He found that this Kumagakure invasion was a living example. If he didn't want to expose his identity, then he could only disguise himself as Kirigakure. What about next time? If Tsunagakure or Iwagakure attacked next time, could he still use the identity of Kirigakure ninja? Even if he had to bite the bullet and use it. What would happen when Kirigakure attacked? Aoba gradually realized that a person's strength was limited. If he wanted to cause trouble, he would need a clone to cooperate with him. So he wanted to increase his combat strength. A thought suddenly appeared in Aoba's mind. This thought was something he had never considered before. Now, he could try to use it. After that, Aoba quickly walked in the direction of Anbu's dormitory. Soon, he returned to his room. At this time, there was no more hoarded water in his room, but the ground was still damp, and there was a warm breath in the air. Aoba quickly made a series of hand seals and immediately used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. He summoned a shadow clone that looked exactly the same as him in the room. I'll hand this book to you. Write down Teacher Bai's story directly. Aoba handed the book in his hand to the shadow clone. Yes. Aoba's shadow clone took the book without any emotional changes. After all, they were one body. Swish. After handing the book over, Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and determined the coordinates in his tower. He instantly flashed out and disappeared. On the tower's first floor. There was no water here. Aoba paid attention to the direction when spraying the water and did not exert force in the direction of the tower. In addition, the surrounding trees were like a barrier, and the topography of the tower was also high, so it was not damaged by the flood. He would not let the water spray on the tower. There were many things he had here. If they were soaked with water, he would really feel heartbroken, especially with so many blank paper tags. This place is not safe. Aoba's eyes became slightly cold. After Kumagakure attack, he already knew that it was difficult for him to store things in the tower. Who knows when this place would be discovered? Once it was discovered, then the things here would at least be confiscated. Maybe they would find evidence that pointed to him. Aoba did not know if there was anything that could reveal his identity. Now, it's time for me to change places. Aoba looked at the blank paper tags, ninja tools, corpse dissolving water, and other resources he had hoarded. Now, he had a better place to place them. In a split second, Aoba raised his hands. There was a white paper on his palm with a black circle at the center. That circle was Aoba's Flying Thunder God formula. Instantly, Aoba pasted the paper on the box with blank paper tags. Hiration, Dare, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. Aoba immediately used Hiration no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, S advanced skill application and directly teleport the box in front of him away. Then, Aoba teleport them one by one. Nothing was left behind besides the tables and chairs that might be used here. The blank paper tags, explosive tags, ninja tools, corpse dissolving water, some spoils of war, as well as the money that Aoba had saved up, were all taken away by him. After all of this disappeared. With a thought, Aoba raised his hands and quickly formed a seal. He immediately used Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, Aoba's clone appeared in front of him. There were 1,000 of them. Now, go to the area outside the tower and cut down a few trees. You should know what they look like. I don't need to say anything. Aoba explained to these shadow clones that now they needed to source materials on the spot, cut down trees to harvest some wood, and keep them for later use. Yes. The thousands of shadow clones immediately responded at the same time, giving Aoba a response. Aoba nodded at these shadow clones. After that, he directly used Hiration no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, Aoba appeared in a dark place. The sudden change from light to darkness made his visual nerves unable to react. It was as if he had lost consciousness and temporarily saw nothing. This will be my new warehouse in the future. The corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up, and his gaze fell on the huge coffin in front of him. In his opinion, there was no warehouse more suitable than this. It could be said that it was tailor-made for him. Chapter 316. As Aoba gradually adapted to the darkness in front of him, a coffin appeared in front of his eyes. This was the secret room at the end of the corridor behind Danzo's office. The coffin inside was the coffin that once had Madara's corpse. Now, this place was already empty. No one will come at all. Aoba's gaze fell on the coffin in front of him. He felt this was the most suitable place to store his items. This room could be said that very few people in the village knew about it. It was almost Danzo's thing. Danzo had recently been injured, and there was a possibility that he would be paralyzed. Now, he had to lie in bed and recuperate. There was no way he would run over here to see if there was anyone inside. It was impossible for anyone to come here. And finally, Aoba would put these items in Madara's coffin and then put the lid on. At the very least, even if someone came here, they wouldn't open the coffin lid. Even if they really opened it, they would probably only treat these things as burial items. Then, Aoba used Chokahyugen no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, to open the coffin lid in front of him. He then began to throw his items one by one into the coffin. For this, Aoba has no shyness at all. If Madara's corpse were lying in the coffin, he would not do anything disrespectful to the corpse. At most, he would just touch the head of Madara's corpse. He would not throw the corpse out to free the coffin and use it as a container for the items. Madara was still alive. He was still relying on Gedo statue to live. There was no pressure in his heart when he uses this coffin. Aoba suddenly realized a very strange problem. He raised his head and looked at the coffin lid. Right now, Madara is still relying on the Gedo statue to survive and has not found the tool person who will help him carry out the Eye of the Moon plan, which is Obito. Then, if I protect Obito, does Madara still have a backup plan? Once he fails to find the person who can replace him, and Nagato started to use his Rinnegan. Will Nagato also pull out the old Madara when he's summoned the Gedo statue? Aoba himself didn't know why he thought of such a question, but this question made him feel very interested. The only pity was that Nagato was in the country of rain. It was too far away from him. If this really happened, he wouldn't be able to see such a scene even if Nagato summoned the Gedo statue. The more Aoba thought about it, the more he found it interesting. The only problem was that it was too troublesome to operate. After a while, Aoba put all of his things into the coffin. These things are placed along the side of the coffin, not completely neatly stacked here. After the things were placed, Aoba raised his right hand and touched the surface inside the coffin lid. Just as Aoba's right hand collided with the coffin's surface, his palm trembled. What he did was leave behind a flying thunder god formula within the coffin lid. After that, Aoba raised his hand and covered the coffin lid again. It's too dark here. Aoba looked around the room and began to install candlesticks on it. He felt that he could buy a few more candlesticks and install them in Madara's room to make the place brighter. The secret room at the end of the corridor behind Danzo's office was more fragrant than the one on the tower. Thinking of this, the corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up. A large number of plans to remodel this place had already appeared in his mind, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. Swish! Aoba returned to the Anbu dormitory, but he did not remove the shadow clone that was writing but lay quietly on the bed. It was a rare time to rest. It was better to have a good rest. Aoba did not intend to make himself too tired. In the tall tower, on the first floor, Aoba's shadow clones had already returned. They were holding the trees they had just cut down and piled them up on the ground. With the appearance of these trees, the first floor became a lot more crowded. The hands of Aoba's shadow clones emerged one after another, and they began to slash at the bodies of these trees, dividing them into large and small pieces of wood. After completing these things, the shadow clones began to create some things that people could not understand. Dong! 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 Just as Aoba was sleeping in a daze on the bed, the sound of knocking came from outside his room door. Bang! Almost at the same time, Aoba's shadow clone made a sound and directly pulled him out of his dream. A message suddenly appeared in his head. This information was sent back by the shadow clone next to him. All the information was about the writing progress of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. There was nothing else. However, because there was a knock on the door outside, the shadow clone immediately took the initiative to remove himself. Not only did it give Aoba a hint, but it also avoided embarrassing things. Aoba, are you there? A dignified voice sounded outside the door. The owner of the voice was the Fugaku he was familiar with. I'm here. Aoba replied lazily. When he spoke, he even yawned, giving off a very tired feeling. Then, Aoba got up from the iron bed and walked directly in the direction of his room door. He was puzzled as he walked. What was going on? Why had Fugaku suddenly come here to look for him? Could it be that something special had happened? Aoba was a little worried. He knew that if Fugaku was bored, he would not come to find him. Fugaku only came to Konohagakure Intelligence Division once to find him. At that time, he was still investigating the news of Kenji's disappearance. Even if it was the death of Sekai, Fugaku did not come here to look for him. Yesterday, Kumagakure invaded Konohagakure and a real war happened. In the end, Fugaku came to find him. There was no change on Aoba's face, but in his mind, he had already begun to think about what was going on. After all, there was nothing to do that needed him. He felt that Fugaku had come with something. Soon, Aoba walked to the door of his room. He opened the door and immediately saw Fugaku standing behind the door. At this moment, Fugaku's expression was exceptionally grave. It felt as if something major had happened. Come in and sit. Aoba opened the door and gestured for Fugaku to come in. However, before he could turn around, Fugaku reached out and grabbed his wrist. "I'm not sitting." Fugaku shook his head. His expression was still heavy. It was not that he wanted to show this face, but because he was not happy at all. "What happened?" Aoba asked in a low voice. Just as Fugaku reached out his hand to grab his wrist, he almost instinctively dodged it. In his mind, he had been wondering if he had made a mistake and let Fugaku discover something wrong. "Come with me. I'll take you to my house. I have something very important to tell you." Fugaku's tone was firm, like a domineering president directly pulling Aoba out. "Oh, okay." Aoba was quite helpless in his heart, but since the last time he asked Fugaku permission to use his name for the novel, he vaguely felt that his relationship with Fugaku had changed a little more, so he did not say anything. After Aoba was pulled out of his room by Fugaku, he directly closed the door with his backhand. At this time, there was no need to place a shadow clone in the dormitory. Now that he had gone out with Fugaku, it could prove that he had done something in a reasonable time. As long as he kept showing everyone his harmless side, no one would think that he had any problems. All of a sudden, Fugaku pulled Aoba out of Anbu's dormitory and then walked in the direction of the Uchiha clan. "That! Brother Fugaku! You should let me go. I'm so tired of walking like this," Aoba said in a helpless tone. In fact, it was not that he was tired. He could totally keep up with Fugaku's speed, but the feeling of being dragged by Fugaku on the street was too strange. He did not want to be misunderstood. "Okay." Fugaku immediately let go of his hand and quickly led Aoba in the direction of the Uchiha clan. "Brother Fugaku, what happened?" Aoba asked Fugaku in a daze. There were many big question marks in his head. He did not know why Fugaku came to him in such a hurry. It seemed that there was no smile on his face. "This is not the place to talk." Fugaku shook his head and did not answer Aoba. Instead, he still walked in the direction of the Uchiha clan with a gloomy face and added, "Let's talk about it when we arrive at my house." "All right." Although Aoba felt helpless in his heart, he had never seen Fugaku in this state. He could not help but be more curious. What exactly happened? To actually be able to make Fugaku this nervous? Wasn't he too careful? Fugaku brought Aoba all the way through Konohagakure's alley. This allowed Aoba to see what Konohagakure was like after experiencing a great deal of water disaster. Recovery is pretty quick. Although some buildings were washed away by the flood and looked slightly damaged, overall, there were no major problems. After half a night of water drainage work, not only did it make the civilian of Konohagakure realize that the ninja world was not peaceful and was still full of danger, it also made them feel the power of unity in the process of water drainage. This made Aoba very satisfied. After almost half an hour, Aoba was led by Fugaku to the Uchiha clan district. As he just stepped into it, people's gazes fell on him. Those eyes were full of questions and doubts, and there was a trace of caution and resistance. Aoba could say with great certainty, if Fugaku hadn't brought him here, he was sure that he would be greatly rejected by the Uchiha. This was a very xenophobic place. This point was not as simple as seeing it. Aoba had already felt it. These Uchiha clan people looked at him as if he stole an Uchiha clan's things. Their eyes were faintly filled with hostility. The Uchiha clan was relatively large, and Aoba followed Fugaku through the alley, surrounded by houses of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan at this time, the place where they live was still the place that originally belonged to their clan. Just like the Senju clan. These two clans originally lived in the position of Konohagakure and had been fighting for years. It could also be said that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were put into the Konohagakure. Or it was better to say that from the surrounding territory of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, a large circle was drawn, and the circled area becomes Konohagakure. Aoba didn't look around too wantonly. After all, if he didn't handle it properly, the Uchiha might completely treat him as a problematic person. However, he still sizing up the situation from the corner of his eyes. It could be confirmed that the life of the Uchiha clan was very rich. The Uchiha clan at this time. They had not been bullied by Danzo and moved home after the Kyuubi rampage. They still live in the area that originally belonged to them. Although this was not the most central area of Konohagakure, it could be considered a quasi-center. This was something that Aoba had seen in Senju Momika's memory. Senju Hashirama once wanted to bring the Uchiha clan to the center of Konohagakure to create a village but was unanimously opposed by the big clans. In the end, he chose the Hokage rock between the two clans as the center of the village, drawing a semicircular and covering the surrounding area. The territory of the Uchiha clan was not the center. However, it was very close to the core area. Moreover, there was only one clan in this area, and the rest of the clans were not allowed to come. This is my home. Fugaku pointed to a very impressive two-story building in front of him. Chapter 317. Aoba looked in the direction that Fugaku pointed and immediately saw the double-story building. Good fellow. Aoba did not know how to describe it. He knew that Fugaku was rich, and there were very few people in the Uchiha clan who was poor. But this was too exaggerated. He could tell that this house was older than Konohagakure, and it had been passed down for countless generations. Come in with me. When Fugaku saw Aoba's expression, he was quite satisfied. He was very confident in his house, especially for a ninja like Aoba, who usually lived in the Anbu dormitory. In fact, he did not want to show off. It was just that he couldn't bear it. After that, Fugaku took the lead and walked toward the gate of the house. Aoba followed closely behind. As Fugaku opened the gate to his house, after stepping in, it suddenly became another world inside. Long wooden hallway. Ring-shaped path. After entering the gate, one could see some rockeries and potted plants. When Aoba saw this scene, he immediately felt that it was a bit familiar. He had seen it in Naruto anime before. At that time, Sasuke complained that Itachi would not play with him. Every time his brother would poke his forehead and would say next time. The background place at that time should be this house. This was really big. Aoba followed behind Fugaku and followed him around the circular path into the house in the back half. After entering the door of the house, there was another long corridor inside. There were rooms with different functions on the left and right sides. Under Fugaku's lead, Aoba walked all the way to the end of the corridor. Then, he saw the wooden stairs going upstairs. My room is on the second floor. After Fugaku said this to Aoba, he began to walk up the stairs. Step by step, he brought Aoba to the corridor on the second floor. Then, he looked at the first room on the left side. This is my room. As Fugaku spoke, he directly opened the door of the room. One could see that the room was neat and tidy. It could be seen that this person was a little clean obsessed. Come in. Fugaku stood at the door and acted as if he was entertaining the guests, allowing Aoba to enter first. After Aoba entered, Fugaku then walked in and closed the door. Aoba stood in the room and looked around Fugaku's room. This room could be said to be clean and tidy to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Everything was in a neat and tidy manner. There was not a single speck of dust on the ground, not even a single strand of hair. This made Aoba faintly suspect that Fugaku had obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, Aoba was not surprised. When he was watching Naruto anime, he saw Sasuke's room, which was also extremely tidy. He believed that Itachi was the same. This cleanliness was hereditary. Thinking of this, Aoba slowly nodded. After all, whether it was Itachi or Sasuke, they had grown up by Fugaku's side since they were young. The environment they usually lived in was an extremely clean environment. This left a deep imprint in their souls, making them unable to accept the dirty and messy situation in their homes in the future. Now, I can say some things I can't say with confidence and boldness. Fugaku raised his hand to signal Aoba to sit down. There was a table and 2 futons on the floor. I'll make a pot of tea first. After Fugaku said this to Aoba, he opened the door of the room and walked out. Aoba stood quietly in the room. He just looked around and determined that there was roughly something in the room, but he didn't look for anything carefully. This was not in line with his cautious personality. Firstly, there was nothing to be curious about. Secondly, he did not want Fugaku, who was obviously in a bad mood, to feel dissatisfied. A moment later, Fugaku walked over with a tray, a steaming teapot and 2 teacups. Aoba, sit down. Fugaku nodded at Aoba. Then he put the tray on the table and sat down on the futon first. After Fugaku sat down, Aoba also sat down on the futon. Drink some tea first to moisten your throat. Fugaku immediately picked up the steaming teapot and poured tea into the teacup. After filling the teacup, Fugaku pushed one of the teacups toward Aoba. Aoba, I came to find you this time because I want to ask you for a very important matter. Fugaku's eyes instantly changed and looked very serious. It was obvious that he attached great importance to this matter. What is it? Aoba took the teacup and took a sip. He looked up at Fugaku's dark eyes and slowly asked. I need you to read a person's memory for me. Fugaku's eyes suddenly became sharp. From his state, he was not lying at all. This. Aoba was stunned for a moment. He did not expect to receive such a private job. However, this matter made him hesitate. He just wanted to live a quiet life. He did not want to make his life busier by reading someone's memories. Or rather, he did not want to put himself in a more dangerous situation. Who is it? Aoba refused in his heart, but he did not say it directly. Instead, he asked Fugaku. He asked before answering. He would then try denying it based on what Fugaku replied. Aoba, I won't beat around the bush with you. Let me be frank. I want you to read Hari's memories for me. I will try my best for you to have an opportunity to touch Hari's head. In an extremely short period of time, help me read this person's memories. Fugaku directly looked at the door and said. Just as he said, he did not circle too much on this matter. It was an extremely frank statement. This. Aoba looked hesitant on the surface, but he was even more confused in his heart. What does Fugaku want to know in Hari's memory? What did Hari's memories have to do with the Uchiha clan? Or, what clues did Fugaku find? Aoba began to hesitate in his heart. He had no idea whether doing this was a good thing or a bad thing for him. He also did not know whether Fugaku was really doing this or tricking him. No matter what, he could not easily agree. The more he agreed, the more troublesome things might become. Brother Fugaku, you are making things difficult for me. As far as I know, Hari is already dead, and I don't know where his body is now. Moreover, it is very troublesome to read memories. Aoba said with a helpless expression. I know that this matter is very troublesome. If I had any trust in other ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, I would not come to you. But recently, I found something that makes me feel a headache. I want to confirm it through Hari's memories further. Fugaku said in a deep voice. What he was talking about was the thing that Hari had left behind. He wanted to know the authenticity of the words that Hari had left behind, and he wanted to know what exactly Hari wanted to convey before he died. Brother Fugaku, do you have some misunderstanding about reading memories? Memory reading is a difficult process, especially for a dead person. Do you think it is as simple as lifting your hand to touch your head? Aoba put on an extremely helpless expression. Of course, it is not as simple as touching your head. Fugaku suddenly revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His eyes fixed on Aoba, and he said, I just want to know what Harry experienced before he died. This is very important to me. You know that Gosui killed Sekai. I have always been brooding over this matter. I hope you can help me. Aoba looked at Fugaku and suddenly felt that this person seemed to be quite good. Sekai was obviously competing with Fugaku for the position of future clan leader of the Uchiha clan and Konoha military police force captain. It was impossible for Fugaku not to notice these things. However, after Sekai died, Fugaku had never felt the slightest bit of happiness because of this and directly opened his Mangekyo Sharingan in anger. Not only that. It's been a while now. The people of the Uchiha clan had almost forgotten about it, and they couldn't even remember it if they didn't mention it deliberately. However, Fugaku was still thinking about this matter. This made Aoba feel. Fugaku could be considered a real person. Brother Fugaku, are you still investigating Brother Sekai's matter? Aoba immediately took the opportunity to ask. You have to know. Now was the time of war. It was normal for ninjas to kill each other. If there were people who killed people, there would be people who would be killed. This was completely the law of conservation. People in the ninja world can have so much pain because so many people have been killed. They kill because the blood relatives of the murderer were killed, then the blood relatives of the murdered person become the people who were in pain. This was an infinite loop. How to cut this thing off? Aoba felt that it was very simple. That was to cut the grass by the roots. It was not some so-called understanding. Aoba did not know why Naruto's mouth was so exaggerated, but he knew one thing very well: he should not persuade others to be kind without experiencing other people's pain. The only way to solve the problem. Just don't leave people in pain. Since he had already killed someone, then he should also kill those who might experience pain. Aoba's previous understanding of this matter was only at the stage of theory. After all, he hadn't killed many people. Basically, they were all people who came to find him. Even so, Aoba had a feeling that Grandpa was rescued by the gourd baby. Came one. Another one would come. If he hadn't uprooted the remnants of the old era, then who knew how much trouble he would have to face in the future. The current Fugaku was the same. However, the person Fugaku was looking for was Gosui. But he didn't know that Gosui was Aoba in disguise. But, to a certain extent, this gave him a reminder. In the future, he had to be extremely cautious when doing things. If he had no choice but to kill someone, he must do a good job cleaning up the aftermath and not let anyone know about it. If someone found out about it, then he absolutely could not let that person have the ability to speak of this matter go. What Aoba thought of was very simple. They can experience pain. However, the person in pain had to be completely unaware of him. Otherwise, he would have to do weeding and rooting. He would eliminate future troubles forever. This was the best way. That's right, I have been looking for Gosui, who killed Sekai. Others might forget about this matter, but I will never forget. Sekai has been my good friend since childhood. I must find Gosui to avenge Sekai. Fugaku said hatefully. When he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, his pitch-black eyes became uncontrollable under the surge of emotions and suddenly turned into a bright red Sharingan. The instant the Sharingan appeared, it immediately returned to normal black pupils. Fugaku didn't want his Sharingan to scare Aoba. Aoba, you must help me. If I don't have the memory of Hari's last period, then many things in my heart are just guesses. There is no basis. Can you understand what I mean? Fugaku pleaded. He could indeed be said to be sincere friends with Sekai. What doubts? Aoba was stunned for a moment. He could clearly feel that there was something wrong with Fugaku. But he didn't say it completely. It was because Fugaku was in this state that he could say those vague words. No one else could understand it. Only Fugaku could understand it. He was completely immersed in his own world. Aoba did not understand Fugaku's words. He did not know what reading Hari's memories had to do with searching for Gasui. There was no logical connection to this. I can't tell you this for the time being. After hearing Aoba's question, Fugaku shook his head decisively. He had no intention of yielding. Everything I think of now is based on my own guesses and deductions. I need you to help me read Hari's memories and find evidence from his memories so that I can find evidence that firmly believes in my deduction. Fugaku explained in a low voice. His eyes were particularly determined when he said these words, revealing a sharp gaze. I can't tell you my guess before you read Hari's memories. That might disrupt the effect of you reading Hari's memories. What I want to know is the truth, not the truth I think. Aoba listened to Fugaku's words in a daze. He suddenly felt that the latter's words were very reasonable. The real truth. It was not the truth he thought it was. It seemed. Fugaku could already tell that it might be a trap. However, Aoba was very clear. The truth was impossible to see because his name would come out that way. What could be provided to Fugaku now? It would be a fake truth. Aoba vaguely felt that Fugaku had realized something from Hari. Although he didn't know what it was, he was quite glad that the person Fugaku was looking for was him. If it was someone else, it didn't matter how good their ability to read memories was. If there really were something he didn't pay attention to, then he wouldn't be able to fix it. Things would become even more troublesome. Compared to this, Aoba felt that the heavy responsibility of reading memories was on him. It would allow him to take more initiative. Brother Fugaku, I am very touched to hear you say that. I promise you that I will try my best to read Hari's memories. However, I believe that you also know that the memories stored in the brain will quickly dissipate over time after a person dies. We must find Hari's body as soon as possible and read his memories. Aoba said with a face full of sincerity. Fugaku's proposal gave him a reminder. He still didn't know why Fugaku was so determined to read Hari's memories. According to his judgment, it was estimated that Hari had left some clues. As a result, things had become more complicated and troublesome. Aoba did not know if the village would arrange for the ninjas of Yamanaka's clan to read Hari's memory. Then he had to rush ahead of these people. If he found any small details, he could completely destroy these details. You really agreed? Fugaku's eyes flashed with surprise. He thought that he would have to talk to Aoba for a while before he could persuade Aoba to help him. This process was much faster than he had expected. Brother Fugaku, you are a real person. I admire you very much. Now that I have the ability, I will surely choose to help you. How can you fight alone? Aoba nodded at Fugaku. Aoba, I knew you were a reliable person. The smile on Fugaku's face became even brighter. After he dealt with Aoba, it could be said that a big stone in his heart had been relieved. Actually, he wanted to look for other people from the Yamanaka clan. However, this matter involved too much. If it was really like the words left behind by Hari when he was alive, Gasui was Orochimaru. If this was true, then the person who read the memories would also find out about this matter. It was clear that there would be some problems with the secrecy of this matter. Fugaku couldn't guarantee that no one in the Yamanaka clan had anything to do with Orochimaru. If he didn't do things well and let the people of the Yamanaka clan report to Orochimaru, in the end, his request was delayed. Then it would become very difficult for him to find an opportunity again, and he might even become a thorn in Orochimaru's side. Fugaku was also very cautious in this aspect. Now, only one person knew that Hari had left behind words. That was himself. Therefore, he had to protect himself. It was precisely because of this he had set his target on Aoba. Originally, Aoba was a very tight-lipped person. In addition, they had some friendships which made him trust Aoba quite a bit. Now, Aoba agreed to this matter. It made him feel a little better in his heart. Brother Fugaku, when will we start? This kind of thing cannot be delayed. The longer we wait, the less content I can see. Aoba said in a deep voice. This still needs some time. Fugaku pursed his lips, and his face revealed a helpless expression. He looked at Aoba and said, according to the information I got from Konoha military police force, Hari's body was taken away by Danzo's people. It should have been transported to the Hokage building, but after I checked, I did not find Hari's body in the building. The people around were also unaware of this, so I couldn't tell the exact location. Maybe it was hidden by Danzo. The Hokage building. Aoba muttered to himself. He looked at Fugaku, and his eyes flashed with a touch of light. Brother Fugaku, I think I know where Hari's body is. Aoba said with absolute certainty. Where is it? Fugaku's spirit was suddenly refreshed. He stared at Aoba and became nervous. Not long ago, I was called by Danzo-sama to carry out a secret mission. At that time, the mission was to read the memories of those Kyumigakuer ninjas who died at Konohagakure's main entrance. Aoba seemed to have not noticed, showing an unintentional act. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized. He picked up the teacup in front of him to hide his embarrassment. Then, he took a deep look at Fugaku in front of him. Brother Fugaku, what I told you is a secret mission. You must not tell anyone about it. Aoba said to Fugaku in a deep voice, looking as if he had accidentally let it slip. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Fugaku quickly said. Now that he heard Aoba talk about some secret, he felt much more at ease. It was as if they were exchanging secrets. Especially when Aoba said it casually. This made Fugaku feel that Aoba did not treat him as an outsider. All of a sudden, Fugaku felt that the relationship between him and Aoba had become much closer. That's good, that's good. I believe in brother Fugaku. I am not saying this because I am incompetent as an Anbu. I also want to avenge brother Sekai with my meager strength. Aoba suddenly grinned and said, letting himself show a very simple and ordinary appearance. Through these gentle words, Fugaku put down his guard. I understand. Fugaku clenched his fists and nodded. The Uchiha clan was a sentimental clan. When he heard Aoba say this, the look in his eyes changed. Aoba only used a simple secret exchange method to grasp Fugaku. For Aoba, if he wanted to pinch Fugaku, it could be said that it would be a matter of minutes, but he had never done so. At that time, he was afraid of the Uchiha clan. He didn't want to have too much contact with the Uchiha clan. After all, Danzo was eyeing this clan. If he was not careful, he might be implicated. But now the situation was different. Danzo was seriously injured and could no longer able to do anything during this period of time. Coincidentally, the thing that Fugaku wanted to investigate was related to him. There was no other way. He could only be forced to participate. I did a memory reading mission under the command of Danzo-sama. The people who he wanted us to read were the Kyumigakuer ninjas who died in the Konohagakuer main entrance matter. Their bodies were stored in the secret passage in the Hokage building. If I am not wrong, Hari's body should also be in the secret passage. Aoba immediately explained and revealed the secret passage out. He was not afraid to tell Fugaku. Anyway, the Uchiha clan and Danzo had a conflict. There was no problem telling the secret passage in the Hokage building, which was not like the secret passage behind Danzo's office. Can you still locate that secret passage? After hearing Aoba's words, Fugaku was stunned. He could hear his thumping heartbeat, and he felt that finding Aoba was a very correct choice. I can find it, but there is a relatively serious problem. Aoba pursed his lips and hesitated to speak. This question was not deliberately said for Fugaku to hear, but he really thought so. There was indeed a difficult problem here that was difficult to break through. What problem? Fugaku's mood suddenly tightened. He felt as if he was sitting on a roller coaster, constantly rising and falling, and he was almost played by Aoba. Every corpse in the secret passage will be processed by Orochimaru-sama, removing internal organs and other organs. Then, it will be made into a specimen and stored in the secret room. If we go now, we might encounter Orochimaru-sama directly. Aoba had a headache about this. In his heart, he felt that Orochimaru was a more terrifying person than Danzo. After all, Orochimaru had too many tricks up his sleeve. If he was not careful, he might be exposed in front of Orochimaru. If that happened, everything he had done would fall short. Orochimaru. Fugaku suddenly widened his eyes. His dark pupils contracted fiercely. His eyes were full of shock and surprise. He never thought that before he could read Hari's memories, he would first hear Orochimaru's name. All of a sudden, Fugaku felt that Hari's matter had a very close relationship with Orochimaru. Otherwise, Hari's body would not be sent to Orochimaru for disposal. Once Orochimaru has dealt with it, the clues on Hari's corpse might be wiped out. Fugaku suddenly stood up as he spoke. His eyes stared fixedly at Aoba. Aoba. Fugaku's voice became incomparably solemn, and his voice was filled with extreme expectation as he stared fixedly at Aoba. We have to go to the secret passage now and find Hari's corpse. We absolutely cannot let Orochimaru snatch it first. Otherwise, everything will be meaningless. Fugaku was in a state of extreme anxiety. In his heart, he had already begun to doubt Orochimaru. Then, if he could not investigate Hari before Orochimaru dealt with his corpse, in the end, everything would become a bubble, and there would be no more evidence to support his conjecture. Actually, Fugaku knew. From a certain point of view, reading memories could not be used as evidence to convict someone like Orochimaru. Besides, if Orochimaru kills someone, then he kills them. It wouldn't have any effect at all. However, Fugaku only wanted to confirm in his heart whether Gosui was Orochimaru or not. If so, he still had to make further plans. This. Brother Fugaku, you have to tell me first. If we meet Orochimaru, what should we do? Aoba said very cautiously. He could help Fugaku. But he would not joke when using his identity to do things. He did not want to see Orochimaru now, because this was not a good thing for him. If Fugaku did not give him a satisfactory answer, he even wanted to wait until Orochimaru finished dealing with it before going. After all, no matter what happened, he had already read Hari's memory. But, there was also a risk that Hari's secrets would be exposed. However, Aoba was far less nervous than Fugaku. After all, if Orochimaru could dispose of Hari's corpse quickly, then he was helping him cover up the evidence. Aoba felt that there wasn't that much risk to him. Now, it was completely to see how much Fugaku desired. If we meet Orochimaru. Fugaku's eyes became even more determined, and his eyes even shot out deep killing intent. If he wants to touch you, then he has to step over my corpse first. Are you satisfied with this? Fugaku was now extremely determined. If he could be ahead of Orochimaru and confirm the evidence on Hari, and this evidence pointed to Orochimaru, he couldn't wait to have a head-on clash with Orochimaru in the secret passage. Let's see who the real man was. Sure. Aoba nodded. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up. If he could let Orochimaru and Fugaku fight, then they wouldn't notice him. But I want to change my clothes, put on a cloak, and a mask. I can't let Orochimaru-sama see my real face. Aoba told Fugaku his last request. No matter what Fugaku would do at that time, he could not put all his hopes on Fugaku. And Aoba added in his heart, if Fugaku cherished his life and wanted to leave him there to escape, then if he wanted to leave Orochimaru's hands, he had to expose his own strength. This way, neither Orochimaru nor Fugaku can't escape alive. This was only the last resort. Unless there was no other choice. Otherwise, Aoba would not do this. After all, this was like a Pandora's box. Once the news of Orochimaru and Fugaku's disappearance spread out, it would be very difficult for him to hide. Moreover, Aoba was very clear. If he wanted to kill these two people, it was almost impossible to not take out some trump cards. Okay, I will provide you with these. The Uchiha clan crest is printed on it. This way, even if Orochimaru saw it, he would suspect that it was the Uchiha clansman. He would not suspect you. Fugaku immediately nodded. He could understand Aoba's concerns. Since he had a request for Aoba, it was his duty to do these things well. Thank you so much. Aoba nodded at Fugaku. Fugaku's words dispelled some of his worries. Because if he used his own cloak and mask, even if he changed the style, it could still be seen that he was Anbu. Who went out? Who was in the dormitory? It was completely possible to find out clearly. Most importantly, Aoba appeared with Fugaku. As long as Fugaku was exposed, his identity would be quickly found out, and there would be no way to hide things. When Aoba thought of this, another thought appeared in his mind. It could avoid great hidden dangers. It was just that he might have to take a little bit of risk. Aoba weighed the pros and cons a little. Then he still decided to do this. Brother Fugaku, I want to go to the bathroom. Aoba stood up and said. He had to prepare everything. Otherwise, the risk and pressure would be too great. It would be more troublesome to remedy it in the future. Just go out and turn right to the end of the corridor. Fugaku said to Aoba, we'll set off after you're done. I'll find you some clothes now. Okay. Aoba responded and immediately walked toward the bathroom in Fugaku's house. He went all the way to the end of the corridor and saw a wooden door on the right side. On it was the two letters WC. Then, Aoba pushed open the door and walked in directly. He closed the door and locked it. Then, he directly uses his perception to its highest. In a split second, Aoba clearly felt Fugaku's chakra. Fugaku was still in the room just now and did not leave. Obviously, he still believed in Aoba. Aoba slowly nodded and felt a little relieved. He immediately made a series of hand seals and used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Bang! Right in front of him, another Aoba appeared. It was his shadow clone. Aoba suddenly flipped his wrist, and a piece of white paper appeared in his hands. A black circle was at the center of the white paper, which was the Flying Thunder God formula. The Flying Thunder God formula in Aoba's hands directly stuck to the shadow clone, causing the shadow clone to tremble. Hiration, Dare, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. Aoba directly threw the shadow clone out, making it seem as if nothing had happened. Aoba's shadow clone appears in the forest at the edge of Konohagakure's bustling area. Then, he swaggered toward Konohagakure's streets and alleys. Finally, along the streets, many people saw him and walked in the direction of Anbu's dormitory. The task of this shadow clone was to swagger back to Anbu's dormitory and then write novels in his room. It was best to let more people see his figure on the way back so that people would know about this matter. After that, Aoba flushed the toilet in front of him, turned around, and walked back to Fugaku's room. When Aoba returned to Fugaku's room, Fugaku was already waiting for him there. Aoba, try this one and see if it fits you, Fugaku said with a smile. He looked gentle on the surface, but in fact, his heart was already burning with anxiety. His heart had already drifted to the position of Hari's corpse. Okay. Aoba immediately responded. He put the clothes that Fugaku had brought over directly outside his current clothes. It was a set of night clothes and was dark black in color. There was the emblem of the Uchiha clan on both of its sleeves. It looked like it was worn when on a mission at night. There was also a mask here. The style of this mask was extremely simple. It was also black and looks like the Batman kind. Just a little different from it. Other than the eyes, there were no other holes in the mask. It could completely cover Aoba's face, and could not even see the shape of the face clearly. This mask is not bad. Aoba could not help but praise. This mask looked much more convenient than his cat face mask, especially at night. Aoba put the black mask on his face, then put on the cloak, and then put the hood on, covering his whole body tightly. Aoba, aren't you being too cautious? When Fugaku saw Aoba's appearance, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch fiercely. This was too exaggerated. Not to mention Orochimaru, who had never seen Aoba, even he would not be able to recognize Aoba. He. Aoba only laughs at Fugaku. He did not say anything unnecessary. He began to check if any place on his body was still outside. It might expose a little of his identity. You also made me want to hide my identity. Fugaku originally did not have the habit of hiding his identity. When he wore a mask, it was not to hide his identity. Instead, he hoped that when he first met his opponent, he would not let the other party know what clan he was from so that the other party would not be able to guess his specific attack trajectory. Fugaku had never seen a person as cautious as Aoba in his entire life. It was a bit too exaggerated. Phew. As Fugaku thought about it, he could not help but let out a long sigh. Afterward, he walked toward the wardrobe, took out another cloak from inside, and draped it over his body. Fugaku thought about it again and finally decided to put on the hood of the cloak. It seemed that it would not expose his identity too much. Let's go. After putting on the cloak, Fugaku looked at Aoba. If they stood in Aoba's perspective, they could only see the part below Fugaku's nose. Even if it were an acquaintance, they would be able to recognize him. Aoba nodded. The two of them immediately walked out of Fugaku's room and headed toward the Hokage building. Let's reach the Hokage building safely first, and then I will leave the matter of finding the secret passage to you. Fugaku led Aoba around the road and walked toward the direction of the Hokage building. Through the route that Fugaku took, Aoba silently praised in his heart. As expected of Konoha Military Police Forces elite, he is very familiar with all the roads in the village, big and small. Moreover, he had accumulated experience from many years of patrolling. He was very clear at what time there were many people or no one at every intersection. The whole process went on. Although they had walked a bit more. However, they did not waste much time. Moreover, no one had discovered them. It was very smooth. At this time, Aoba and Fugaku were standing behind the Hokage building. They were still a distance away from the entrance. Brother Fugaku, how are we going to sneak in? Aoba asked Fugaku. If it was him, he had countless ways to enter, but now there was Fugaku next to him, so the opportunity to solve this problem was handed over to Fugaku. Leave it to me. Fugaku nodded. He knew very well that he was the one who asked Aoba to come and help. Moreover, Aoba was only responsible for reading the memories. So, he had to take care of these things along the way. Wait for me here. Fugaku slightly lowered his head and pulled the hood of his cloak with his right hand to cover his face. Then he directly walked in the direction of the Hokage building. Stop! Who are you? The two guards at the entrance of the building looked at Fugaku, who was wearing a cloak and a hood. According to their instinct, they felt that the person who did this was very dangerous. Fugaku did not say a word. He just maintained his posture and walked toward the entrance of the building step by step. Stop! The two guards immediately shouted at the same time. Their eyes were focused on Fugaku, and they looked at the face under his hood. They wanted to know what Fugaku looked like. At this time, Fugaku suddenly raised his head and their eyes met. A pair of blood-red eyes with 3 black megatomas appeared in their line of sight. 3 Tomo Sharingan. At this moment, these two Chunin realized that the situation was not good. However, it was already too late. Go to sleep. Fugaku said lightly. He had only cast a sleeping genjutsu, which directly disturbed the nerves of the other party's brain through his dojutsu. Thud. Thud. With two sounds of falling, the two guards at the entrance of the building lost consciousness and fell to the ground unconscious. Come quickly! Fugaku shouted at Aoba. He did not dare to shout too loudly, nor did he dare to call Aoba's name directly. After all, he could not leave the information of his teammates here. Just as Fugaku had just finished speaking, Aoba had already appeared in front of him. Let's go together. Aoba moved toward the nearest guard and carried him to the side. Fugaku carried the other person away. After that, Aoba nodded at Fugaku, indicating that the two of them could go. Fugaku immediately received the signal from Aoba and followed closely behind. He could not help but feel nervous. Under the lead of Aoba, Aoba and Fugaku arrived at the first floor of the Hokage building. It was unknown whether it was because the people were very tired from dealing with the water the night before. Except for the guards standing at the entrance, they did not encounter anyone at all. Aoba then brought Fugaku all the way to the secret door. This is the place. Aoba stood at the door of the secret passage. He did not immediately push the door. After all, entering this time, things would become extremely dangerous. If you hadn't said that this was a door, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. Fugaku's eyes were fixed on the wall. This place wasn't a bare wall. Instead, there were some lifelike carvings. The carvings' lines fit perfectly with the door's cracks. It was very difficult to see the specific appearance outside. Now you have to think clearly. If we go in directly, we might encounter Orochimaru-sama. At that time, things will not be so simple. Aoba said in a low voice. In his heart, the thing he least wanted to happen was meeting Orochimaru. If they were to encounter Orochimaru, they would be in a difficult situation. It would also add a lot of trouble. This was not something he wanted to see at all. Enter. Fugaku nodded firmly. He had been waiting for this moment all this time. Now that he had the chance to obtain Hari's corpse, it would be a very good thing for him. Okay. After hearing Fugaku's words, Aoba immediately nodded. Facing the matter that he had already decided on, he no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and pushed open the door. It's very dark inside. Be careful. After warning Fugaku, Aoba took the lead and walked in. The corners of Fugaku's mouth slightly curled up, and his black pupils once again changed into the form of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Then, he followed Aoba into the secret passage. After the two of them entered together, the door behind them closed and locked the two of them inside. Come with me. Aoba walked toward the dark corridor in front of him with ease. It was a sloping path. They had just walked a few steps when they felt that the terrain was descending. Fugaku's eyes became serious. When he entered this secret passage, he had a feeling that this place was not simple. Now, as he kept going down, his heart began to beat faster. A few minutes later, Aoba and Fugaku arrived at the end of the corridor. There was another door there. We are almost there. There are stairs behind this door. If you don't pay attention, you might stumble. Aoba said to Fugaku. Then, he pushed open the door and walked down the stairs. Fugaku followed Aoba down the stairs. At this point, the two of them had completely arrived at the corridor that stored the corpses. Let's slow down a bit. Right now, there might be Hari's corpse in every room. Of course, there might also be Orochimaru in every room. Aoba said to Fugaku. Understood. Fugaku nodded. His eyes were especially solemn, and he maintained his Sharingan. For the time being, he didn't plan to retract it. Brother Fugaku, wait a moment. Aoba took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes. He immediately controlled the chakra around his body to sense his surrounding. The result was clear in his consciousness. There were only two of them. There was no one else. Orochimaru was not here. Let's start searching for Hari's corpse. Aoba did not tell Fugaku the results of his perception. These were his own little secrets. It was enough for him to know what he was doing. There was no need to tell Fugaku about this at all. After he finished speaking, Aoba took a step forward and took the lead to reach the stone door. He had come here twice. Inside was the corpse of Kumagakure ninjas. Of course, Aoba felt that this place was the most likely place to store Hari's corpse. Because they were all the same batch of Kumagakure ninjas. Aoba pushed open the stone door in front of him and pushed it hard. Rumble. The stone door was pushed open. Inside was a dark room. It was the room where Kumagakure ninja corpses were previously in. It was pitch black inside now. After Aoba pushed open the stone door, he only stood at the door and did not make a move to walk in directly. Brother Fugaku, I will guard the door for you. Take a look inside and see if there is. Aoba deliberately made his voice seem full of fear, trying to show his weak side as much as possible to stimulate Fugaku to move forward. Now he was very clear. Since he was with Fugaku, there were many things that he didn't need to worry about. He just had to leave all of them to Fugaku. Okay. Fugaku immediately nodded and directly walked into the room. His eyes still maintained his 3-tomo Sharingan. As for observation, this thing was completely enough. Fugaku looked brave, but when he stepped into the room, he still looked cautiously around. After all, it was dark here. There were also corpses lying on every iron shelf inside. Fugaku swept across each corpse one by one and finally fixed his eyes on the iron shelf in the corner. It was on this iron shelf, there were 2 corpses. One was the Hari he had seen before and also the one he was looking for. The other was a skeleton that looked like it had been burned by flames. There was only a skull and a number of small bones. 2 bodies were placed on the same iron shelf. If he did not know Hari, he might have missed it. Here. Fugaku said in a low voice. His voice was not loud, and he deliberately lowered his voice. However, it was clear enough to reach Aoba's ears because it was too quiet here. I'm coming. When Aoba heard Fugaku's words, he was truly surprised. Even though he had already guessed that Hari's corpse was likely to be placed here. However, he was still shocked after he confirmed that it was here. He still felt a little amazed in his heart. They actually threw Hari's corpse here. Then, Aoba stepped into the room. After he entered, he closed the stone door with a backhand. Although this place was incomparably dark. However, Aoba's eyes had already adapted to it. However, he still acted a bit. Which side? Aoba acted as if he couldn't see anything after coming in. He raised his hands and touched the air in front of him. It looked like he was fighting the air here. Over here. Fugaku's face suddenly became black. His eyes focused on Aoba, and his eyes showed a touch of helplessness. Fugaku directly walked toward Aoba and then raised his hand to grab Aoba's arm. Come with me. Fugaku was already extremely anxious in his heart. Right now, he needed to know what exactly was in Hari's memories. This was extremely important to him. Then, Aoba was directly pulled over by Fugaku, standing directly next to the cold iron shelf. I've adapted to it. Aoba said slowly. His eyes focused on Hari's body, and then he reached out to touch Hari's neck. He was killed by twisting his neck. Aoba said in a low voice. In fact, he was the one who broke Hari's neck, but he still analyzed it in a serious way. After that, Aoba's right hand moved toward Hari's abdomen. His internal organs have not been removed. It should be that Orochimaru has not come yet. Now, Orochimaru-sama might appear at any time, Aoba said again. Aoba, then hurry up. We will leave before Orochimaru comes. Don't analyze it for me. I know how he died. Fugaku's face was full of black lines. If he hadn't found Aoba to read memory, he would have thought that Aoba was here for a medical appraisal. Okay. Aoba immediately walked to the top of the iron shelf. He then slowly raised his hands and pressed them on Hari's temple. In fact, Aoba was also very curious at this time. What kind of secret did Hari grasp? Brother Fugaku, because time is limited, I will directly tell you what I see. If you think there is no problem, I will not waste time. If you feel that there is a problem, I will carefully investigate it. As Aoba spoke, his hands suddenly surged with chakra. He was currently using the Yamanaka clan's mind-reading secret technique to read the memories that were still stored in Hari's brain. At this time, Aoba was really reading Hari's memories. He was using the pure secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. His mind-reading system had already been used, so he had no idea what had happened to Hari at that time. Then, Aoba's chakra directly surged into Hari's brain and began to enter the neurons, searching for fragments of memories. If it was a memory he was not satisfied with, he would directly use chakra to erase it. When Hari came to Konoha as the leader of Kumagakure's envoy group, he issued an order to Gasui to kidnap a member of the Hyuga clan, Aoba said slowly. Because he sensed from Fugaku that the other party wanted to know information about Gasui, so he gave him information about Gasui. Continue. Fugaku's expression immediately became nervous, and even his breathing became much faster. The first sentence that Aoba said just now made him very concerned. The Kumagakure envoy group mission is to attract the attention of Konohagakure higher UPS while a Kumagakure team sneaked in secretly. Aoba began to tell the story of the Kumagakure envoy group coming to Konohagakure. That's the truth of the matter. Konohagakure's people still did not know. Now, Aoba only needed to tell the truth. There was no need to make any adaptations. Gasui's original mission was to wait outside Konohagakure and receive the intruder team and help them in their escape. If the intruder team successfully abducted a Hyuga clansman, they would immediately leave and run back to Kumagakure. If the intruder team fails, then Gasui will be responsible for capturing a Hyuga clansman as a backup plan after the Hyuga clan thinks that the incident has ended. This is all Gasui's mission from beginning to end. Hari doesn't know why Gasui attacked Brother Sekai and didn't expect such a thing to happen. Moreover, it is precisely because of this that he faces a dangerous situation. Aoba said one sentence after another. His words were very clear, and he completely recreated Gasui's mission to Fugaku. Fugaku immediately nodded. He did not say his thoughts. Time was precious, and he had to leave it to Aoba to read Hari's memories. However, the moment he heard these words, he had two guesses in his mind. There were only two possibilities for Gasui to do such a thing that went against his ninja mission and even frame Hari, the leader of Kumagakure Anbu, and be caught by the Konohagakure people. The first one was that Gasui had another mission on him. It was a secret mission, and the level of the mission was higher than the mission Hari had given him. The second one was that Gasui was not the original Gasui but was disguised by someone else. If there were no words left by Hari, Fugaku would definitely think that it was the first guess. After all, the matter of Gasui being disguised could only be stopped in theory. It was not so easy to actually carry it out. But it was precisely because he saw the words left behind by Hari that he began to think that Gasui was someone else in disguise. And the person who pretended to be Gasui, it was Orochimaru. After Aoba said these words, he vaguely felt that these contents were what Fugaku wanted to hear. Fugaku just wanted to hear the content related to Gasui. Then satisfy him. Aoba paused for a moment. He was searching for Hari's memories, searching for the memory he had not seen yet. Hari was crippled. He couldn't move his entire body except for his mouth. Aoba said slowly. He didn't say these words because he knew the words written by Hari, but because he wanted to draw out the matter of Gasui attacking Hari. He wanted to use this method to tell Fugaku that there was indeed something wrong with Gasui. What? Fugaku suddenly widened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with deep horror. He never thought that things would be so coincidental. Wasn't this what he cared about? No wonder. No wonder the handwriting I found was wet as if licked out by his tongue. It turned out that Harry was not tied up. Instead, he was crippled. All of this made sense. At this time of hunger, Fugaku had completely believed that the words on the Hokage rock were written by Harry, so he only needed to know the authenticity of the content. Can you see how Harry becomes crippled? Fugaku asked anxiously. He knew that any bit of time they had here was precious. Wait a moment. Aoba put on a very strained look. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. He knew very well that Fugaku, this big fish, had taken the bait. Aoba controlled the chakra in his body as if he used even more strength, showing a feeling of desperately fighting. Bean-sized beads of sweat continuously fell from Aoba's forehead, drop by drop falling to the ground, directly smashing into pieces. This scene completely fell into Fugaku's eyes. This made him quite moved, and his impression of Aoba changed again. Fugaku knew very well that Aoba's physical fitness was not good. The strength he could exert was limited. In addition, it was very difficult to read the memories of a corpse. When he saw that Aoba was so desperate, he did not know what to say. His heart was full of gratitude. As time passed, the secret room seemed very quiet. Almost 5 minutes passed. In this anxious waiting, every minute seemed to be particularly long. Fugaku seemed to have spent an entire century here. Found it. At this time, Aoba suddenly spoke. His eyes were tightly closed, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Beads of sweat kept falling down from his head. His acting could be said to be particularly realistic. After being caught, Harry has been imprisoned in the basement under the control of Danzo. No one can come into contact with Harry, not even Third Hokage-sama. Aoba slowly spoke. As soon as his words came out, a picture was immediately constructed in Fugaku's mind. It was the appearance of Harry sitting in the deepest prison at the root base. One day not long ago, I can't tell exactly which day it is, but one day, Gosui suddenly appeared at the root base. He destroyed the prison with brute force, launched a surprise attack on Harry, broke his spine, and then left directly. After that time, Harry was crippled. Aoba said one sentence at a time. Every sentence he said was like a clap of thunder exploding in Fugaku's mind. Gosui went to root. Fugaku asked in surprise. He felt that something was wrong. Aoba had already said before that the prison that Harry was in was a place that even Third Hokage-sama could not enter. How could Gosui come into the prison at root? If root were so easy to enter, it would not be root. That's right. Aoba said firmly. This matter had really happened. He did not lie at all. If it were another person from the Yamanaka clan who read Hari's memories, he would be able to see the same scene. How did Gosui appear at root? Fugaku asked with trembling eyes. The words that Harry had left before he died once again appeared in his mind. Since it was Gosui who had caused Harry to enter the underground prison at root, and it was also Gosui who had beaten Harry into a cripple, then it was only natural that Harry had a deep hatred for Gosui. For a moment, Fugaku had already regarded Harry as one of his people. After all, the enemy of my enemy was my friend. They had a common goal, and that was Gosui. I do not know either. Aoba shook his head. He knew about this matter, but he would not say it. However, other than him, no one else knew about it. This was not a problem. After all, he used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to secretly enter root. Harry thought that Gosui wanted to kill him, but when the final medical results came out, many of his injuries were only a little bit worse. If Gosui used even a little more strength, Harry would have died countless times. Aoba said in a low voice. Sure enough, it's an assassination. Fugaku slowly nodded. Now he could understand Hari's feelings. That was that the other party wanted to kill him. If that was the case, even if he was the one who had experienced such a thing, all he could think of was to die together with Gasui. After becoming crippled, Harry decided to join Root and become Danzo-sama's subordinate and give advice to Danzo-sama. He asked for only one thing, to understand why Garcia wanted to kill him and use Danzo-sama's power to defeat Gasui. Aoba said again. I can understand. Fugaku nodded again. Now he has made up for the sullen anger in the heart of a crippled person. He was extremely angry, but he did not have the ability to change all of this. He could only borrow the power of others. This feeling was extremely powerless. As Aoba talked about the situation at that time, he paid attention to Fugaku's reaction. After seeing Fugaku's situation, he gradually had confidence in his heart and understood Fugaku's thoughts. This person just wanted to figure out the relationship between Harry and Gasui first. Then satisfy him. Who? Aoba took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. In this dark environment, it could be seen that his face was extremely pale, just like a bloodless face. It was enough to feel how much energy he had consumed. Just yesterday, Kumagakuer invaded Konohagakuer, and all the ninjas from Root went out. Someone took the opportunity to find Harry, took him away, and was ready to hand him over. Just as Aoba said this, he suddenly felt that he had made an error. This memory was what he saw in Hari's memory through the mind-reading secret technique. Harry was thrown above the Hokage rock using Hiraishin, Dare, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, and transformed into Orochimaru. There he met his advanced paper clone, a Kirigakuer ninja named Satsuma Rentaro. Now, if you speak about the past directly like this, the memory was not very coherent, and problems were prone to occur. Most importantly, he did not know where Orochimaru had been yesterday. He had never seen Orochimaru. Should he shift the blame to someone else? At this moment, Aoba's thoughts became active, and he began to think of a way to smooth this matter over. However, Aoba stopped in place. It made Fugaku extremely nervous, and his entire nerves were twitching. Who was the person who found Harry? Fugaku immediately asked in a low voice. He suddenly realized that this person was the key that put the puzzle together. Even if he were not Gasui, he would definitely know Gasui. According to what Aoba had described, Harry had always been at Root and never come out. So how could he happen to appear by Gasui's side when the third Raikage came? From the looks of it, there was a person who broke into the Root and took Harry away. This was the problem. A big problem. I didn't see it clearly. Aoba still hadn't figured out how to deal with it. After all, there was the most realistic problem in front of him. Hari's body had not been dealt with yet. There was only one person in charge of dealing with the corpse. That was Orochimaru. Maybe Orochimaru would appear here at any time. If he directly threw the blame on Orochimaru, but Orochimaru appeared, then as long as they confronted each other face to face, those doubts would be solved. This was the hardest part of this time. Aoba could fool anyone, make up stories, and show off his acting skills, but he has no way to make up his story in front of the target person. This was simply impossible. It was really too difficult. If there was no confrontation with Orochimaru, and it was just splashing cold water on Orochimaru, then he could do this. But it was possible that he would encounter Orochimaru at any time. This was very difficult. Can you see the general characteristics of that person, or the general appearance, outline, voice, behavior, and so on? Fugaku asked urgently. Well, I'll take a good look. Aoba took a deep breath. This time, he was not acting. He really felt the pressure. This pressure made him a little speechless. There was indeed a big problem. If he said that the person was Gasui, then there was no way to explain how Gasui came en route and accurately found Harry. But if he really splashed dirty water on Orochimaru? Forget it. Splash it. Aoba's heart suddenly hardened. He thought of how Orochimaru had almost poked him and was coveting his body to become the next material. How could he accept such a thing? He simply couldn't accept it. Aoba immediately made a decision. That was to drag Orochimaru out and make him the scapegoat. As long as Fugaku felt that it was Orochimaru and there was no decisive evidence, then he would not argue with Orochimaru. If so, everything made sense. Otherwise, Fugaku already knew that there was someone pretending to be Gasui. It was hard to guarantee that he would not be suspected one day. At that time, it would be difficult to blame Orochimaru again. Now, there was still a pot that could be dumped. He must cherish it. If he misses it, there will be no more. The most important thing was, Aoba had already used Orochimaru's image to enter Root and ordered Root ninjas to fight against the Kyumigakuer ninjas outside. This kind of thing had already made Orochimaru take the blame. Then it would be better to lock this pot to death. Then, Aoba slowly spoke. Just now, in Hari's memory, I found the memory of that person entering Hari's room. At that time, when the stone door opened, Hari could only see the position of the ceiling and not the person who came over. He even cautiously asked who, but there was no response. Not long after, the person walked in front of Hari. Through the black light, he could see a long black-haired ninja. He could not see the specific face, but it seemed to have a pair of snake eyes and a long tongue. Not only that, but he also talked to that person and mentioned Orochimaru-sama. Aoba said one sentence after another. What he said was all the content in Hari's memory. He had already read the content through the Yamanaka clan mind-reading secret technique. However, he planned to destroy the related memories of Hiraishin, Dare, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, that could be directed at him later. Hiss! After hearing Aoba's words, Fugaku could not help but gasp. The surprise in his heart completely exploded at this moment. Orochimaru! It really was Orochimaru! So it really was Orochimaru! I should have known it was Orochimaru a long time ago. Fugaku clenched his fists tightly. Now, he had already confirmed that Gasui was Orochimaru. As Aoba spoke to this point, Fugaku had already made long reasoning and could be logically self-consistent. First, Orochimaru disguised as Gasui. Originally, Orochimaru's target was him, but Sekai rushed forward instead. In the end, his target fell on Sekai. He killed Sekai, took his Sharingan, and successfully shifted the blame to Kyumigakuer Anbu leader Hari. He completely pulled himself out and didn't even arouse the suspicion of anyone. For no reason, he obtained a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan and achieved his dream. Second, Orochimaru was a member of Root, and it was not difficult for him to enter Root base. After entering Root, he disguised himself as Gasui again, wanting to kill Hari directly to silence him because Hari knew that Gasui did not take such a mission. This could be said to be a matter that violated the principles of a ninja, which was unreasonable. Therefore, if Orochimaru wanted to be safe, he must kill Hari. Moreover, he had to kill him with the identity of Gasui. In this way, people would think Gasui had received some special mission. Third, Orochimaru did not expect that Hari was only crippled and not dead. This became a thorn in his eye. If he did not get rid of him, he could not solve the worries in his heart. Because of this, when Kyumigakuer invaded, Orochimaru did not go to the front line to fight against Kyumigakuer. Instead, he entered Root and found Hari. He disguised himself as Gasui again, killed Hari in front of everyone, and framed the third Raikage. Finally, he quietly left. Although Fugaku had not yet obtained the complete information, he had already analyzed Orochimaru's actions quite thoroughly. In his opinion, this was Orochimaru's way of doing things. If Hari had been killed by the furious Konohagakuer ninja that night, then these things would not have happened. But now, it seemed, it was still Hiruzen who was too cowardly. However, it was precisely because Hiruzen was a coward This gave him the opportunity to investigate the truth. Fugaku was now glad that Hiruzen had left Hari's life behind. Just now, Orochimaru had done more and more. The more he did, the more clues would be exposed. In the end, it was directly exposed. Then, in this way, Hari must have found some clues in the process and finally pointed the spearhead at Orochimaru. There was no chance to investigate it. In fact, it was immature, and there was no conclusive evidence. Therefore, it was only at the level of doubt and the confirmation in his heart. It was slow to advance, and there was no way to report it to Danzo. Even was Danzo on the same side as Orochimaru? Hari was still unclear. This kind of feeling was too desperate. Just thinking about it now gave Fugaku a headache. This was not a feeling that anyone could have. There are still a few words after them. At this time, Aoba's voice continued to ring out, clearly drilling into Fugaku's ears. It pulled him back from his fantasy and focused his attention on him again. Chapter 318. As Aoba's voice rang out, Fugaku's gaze once again fell on him. At this moment, Fugaku already believed in his heart that the entire matter was planned and done by Orochimaru. Sekai died at Orochimaru's hands. Hari also died the same. Wait. When Fugaku thought of this, the fourth step of Orochimaru's operation appeared in his mind. Just now, he only thought of 3 steps, but now it seemed that there was actually a fourth step. In the fourth step, Orochimaru secretly ordered the people at Root to send Hari's body to this secret room. In the end, Orochimaru would personally deal with it. This way, no other secrets would be exposed. Thinking of this, Fugaku's eyes narrowed. He knew that now was not the time to confront Orochimaru head-on. If possible, he hoped to go back and think about it and slowly plan all this. He can't be too hasty. Fugaku found that Orochimaru was very precise in everything he did. He acted only after thinking about it and made plans after thinking about everything. Aoba, now is not the time to talk. Hurry up and look through Hari's memories of Orochimaru and Gasui. Then look at whether Hari left something on Hokage Rock. Remember, we had to leave quickly. Fugaku began to be a little anxious. He knew that if he met Orochimaru at this time, they would become the targets to be silenced. Now that he had already obtained Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku believed that his strength could quickly rise in the future, and finally reach the peak. But now was not the time. He still had no way to be compared with the dignified Konoha Sunin. Previously, when Fugaku said that he would protect Aoba, he didn't think that this matter would be so serious. Now, it seemed, this matter was far more serious than he had imagined. Okay. After hearing Fugaku's words, Aoba immediately understood what Fugaku cared about. Looks like Hari leave behind before he died. I don't know if this thing will be bad for me. Aoba's face darkened. He began to secretly blame himself for being too careless. He actually did such a thing and put himself in an awkward situation. How could he just stare at the invader and ignore such a smart Hari? Aoba reflected in his heart. Suddenly, Aoba found the memory fragments of Hari before he died. Hari was lying face down on the ground above Hokage Rock. His whole body could not move. He had no choice but to use his tongue to write a line on the ground. Gasui is Orochimaru. Aoba instantly opened his eyes wide and suddenly read out those words. He never thought that Hari would give him a helping hand before he died. Good fellow. This was no ordinary assist. This was definitely a godly assist. A godly assist in the godly assists. A relaxed expression appeared on Aoba's face as the large rock hanging on his chest suddenly fell down. Understood. Now, everything was clear. Aoba asked Fugaku why he wanted to find him and asked him to read Hari's memories. Because Fugaku had been searching for the whereabouts of Gasui and wanted to avenge Sekai, but he had never found Gasui. Now, he found evidence about Gasui's identity from the place where Hari died. How could he give up so easily? Moreover, Aoba understood even more clearly why Fugaku's expression became so exaggerated when he mentioned Orochimaru. It turned out, Fugaku had been suspecting Orochimaru from the beginning. However, he did not say a word. Now, everything was clear. Everything on both sides matched up. Aoba's train of thought immediately widened. He completely knew what to say. There was no difficulty in this at all. You saw it. When Fugaku heard Aoba's words, the large stone that was hanging in his heart also dropped. He was afraid that he had guessed wrong. Now it seemed that all the evidence pointed to Orochimaru. Sure enough, Gasui was Orochimaru. Brother Fugaku, I have read all the memories. We will talk about the rest when we go back. Now we must leave this place. If we meet Orochimaru, we will be in trouble. Aoba said to Fugaku. As he spoke, a chakra surged from his palm and directly destroyed the memories of Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, matter in Hari's head. That's right. Fugaku nodded as well. Right now, he was also thinking the same thing. They absolutely could not meet Orochimaru. Then, the two of them looked at each other. They quickly walked in the direction of the stone door, pushed it open, and came to the corridor. The instant Aoba stood in the corridor, he began to spread out chakra perception. Aoba suddenly discovered that there were 3 chakras coming toward them from the secret passage. One of them had exceptionally powerful chakra. There was no need to guess. It was Orochimaru. Brother Fugaku, Orochimaru is here. He is right in front, I heard it. Aoba leaned close to Fugaku's ear and said. I heard footsteps too. Fugaku's eyes were solemn. His hands were clenched into fists, ready to fight Orochimaru head-on. Brother Fugaku, I don't think there is a need for us to fight. Right now, Orochimaru must be here to deal with Hari's corpse. In other words, he won't continue to walk further here. Now, let's continue going deeper. Maybe there is another way. Even if there isn't, it won't be too late for us to leave after Orochimaru leaves. Aoba slowly said. He didn't want to fight with Orochimaru at this time. It was not a matter of strength, but his own feelings. He didn't want to expose himself like this. That makes sense. Fugaku immediately nodded. He was a little caught up in it just now and did not think too much about it. Now it seemed that this could really be the case. There was no need to insist on going against Orochimaru now. There would be opportunities in the future and he would be more prepared at that time. Let's go. Aoba immediately turned around and walked forward. He then tiptoed forward, trying his best not to make any noise when his feet touched the ground. Fugaku imitated Aoba's actions and followed him. Although both had varying degrees of anxiety in their hearts, they were not anxious to that extent. After all, they were very clear that Orochimaru's goal was only to get rid of Hari's corpse. As long as they continued to walk onward, then Orochimaru would not see them. Sauntering like this would instead give them an advantage. Aoba and Fugaku walked step by step toward the back of the corridor. The two of them did not make any sound at all. After the two of them walked a distance, the sound of a stone door opening rang out behind them. When Orochimaru and the 2 attendants were walking the corridor. Orochimaru looked forward with his pale yellow snake eyes. Although he did not see anything, he sensed the existence of 2 people. It seems that there are rats in this secret passage. Orochimaru smiled and said to himself. Then he did not say anything. He did not care about the 2 people at all. He came here to take Hari's body organs back as research materials. As for the rats in this passage, that was Danzo's matter. It had nothing to do with him. After that, Orochimaru stopped at a stone door. He raised his hand and slowly pushed open the stone door. Rumble. As these sounds rang out, Orochimaru directly walked in. The 2 attendants behind him also quickly followed. Rumble. The sounds of a stone door rubbing against the ground rang out again. The stone door closed. At this moment, Aoba and Fugaku looked at each other. They both saw affirmation in each other's eyes. As expected, Orochimaru did not chase after them. However, right now, they were faced with two choices. One was to continue walking forward. The advantage of that was that they did not have to take risks for the time being, but they might go deep inside and wait for Orochimaru to leave. The other one was to return the way they came. The good thing was that they could run away quickly. The problem was Orochimaru might sense them when they walked outside of the room. Now, these two decisions. It lingered in Fugaku's mind, making him not know how to choose. Aoba, what should we do? Should we continue to go deeper or return? Fugaku had no way to make a decision by himself. He immediately looked at Aoba, wanting to get an answer from him. Let's go out. Aoba immediately said. Now that Orochimaru had entered the room, returning immediately was definitely the best opportunity. If they continued to go deeper and once they failed to hide, it would be even more troublesome. What if Orochimaru comes out from the stone door to chase us? Fugaku asked doubtfully. This was also what he was very concerned about. If they could not solve this problem, he felt that the risk was very high. It's fine, I have this. Aoba immediately reached into his ninja pouch. He took out a paper tag with the word explode written on it. It was an explosive tag. Are you going to blow up the stone door? Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. Although it was a good idea, he found that Aoba was bold enough. For a moment, he couldn't figure out Aoba's character. Was this person cautious or bold? Or Aoba's bold behavior was only because he was very cautious? Fugaku took a deep look at Aoba. He felt that if this person was not in poor health, he might be even more terrifying than Danzo and Orochimaru. I will stick an explosive tag to the place where the stone door turns. As long as the stone door does not turn, the explosive tag will not be triggered. Once the stone door turns, then the explosive tag will be triggered. Aoba nodded at Fugaku and added, this is the best way I can think of. Otherwise, once we are found, the future will be bleak. Good. Then let's do it. Fugaku's eyes suddenly narrowed and he made up his mind. It should be known that not long ago, he had been prepared to fight Orochimaru head-on. Now, it was just sticking an explosive tag. There was no problem at all. Then let's go. Aoba began to sneak back the way he came from and walked directly toward the stone door. Fugaku followed behind Aoba. Gradually, the two of them slowly walked to the vicinity of the stone door. Fugaku's breathing also became rapid, and he was extremely nervous. He said that he was not afraid of Orochimaru because he had obtained Mangekyo Sharingan, and his strength had greatly improved. After all, that was Orochimaru, one of Konoha Sunin. Fugaku did not doubt that with Orochimaru's strength, even if it was to fight with a cage of various villages, he will not fall into a disadvantage. Aoba walked in front, but his heart was not flustered at all. It was far from the degree of panic that Fugaku had. He knew exactly what the paper tag in his hand was. This was a little toy he had specially made. It was not an explosive tag at all. It was just that after the paper tag was finished, he wrote the word explode on it, making it look like an explosive tag. Aoba walked to the side of the stone door step by step, then raised his hand and quickly pasted the paper tag in his hand on the gap of the stone door. After that, Aoba suddenly looked at Fugaku behind him and nodded at him, indicating for the two to leave quickly. Then Aoba quickly walked forward the corridor. Fugaku quickly followed Aoba. His heart was far more panicked than Aoba's. After a while, the two of them arrived at the end of the corridor. Run! Aoba whispered to Fugaku. He immediately exerted strength in his legs and climbed up the circular step. This gave him the feeling of climbing a mountain. At the same time, Fugaku also quickly climbed up. Both of them were very fast. They didn't want to stay here for even half a minute. 2 minutes ago. Orochimaru led the two attendants to the room. He walked directly to the iron shelf where Aoba and Fugaku were before and saw Hari's body. "If those two rats come over, you two go and kill them." Orochimaru's face turned ugly. He faintly felt that Hari's body had been touched. This made him feel like he had lost something, but it was hard to say what exactly he had lost. "Yes." The two attendants immediately nodded. They did not know who they were going to face, but from Orochimaru's appearance, they did not seem to be a difficult person to deal with. After that, the two people walked toward the stone door and stood still. Only the two of them had no idea at all. The movements of the two of them had already been seen through by Aoba. Through his powerful perception, Aoba had already determined from their positions that they were going to attack them. Because of this, Aoba decides to go out at this time. Otherwise, when Orochimaru finished dealing with Hari's corpse, he would definitely go deep into the corridor to find them. Snapped. Aoba stuck the paper tag on his palm on the stone door. However, he did not paste the explode side facing up like a normal explosive tag should be, but directly pasted the explode side down to the stone door. On the other side, the word seal appeared. After Aoba pasted this paper tag on the stone door, he immediately injected chakra into it. Along with the injection of this chakra, this paper tag with the word seal suddenly trembled. Just when Aoba and Fugaku ran past this stone door, the paper tag on the stone door suddenly showed its effect. A transparent barrier directly appeared on the stone door and instantly seemed to add a wall on the outside of the stone door. Just after the barrier was formed, Orochimaru's two attendants in the stone door began to push forward the stone door. They were shocked to find that no matter how much strength they used, they could not open the stone door. "What's going on? The stone door can't move. Orochimaru-sama, we can't open the stone door at all. We are sealed here." The two attendants immediately cried out in alarm. They had never encountered such a scene before. Their expressions were filled with nervousness, and they did not know how to deal with such a scene. "The two of you are making such a big fuss. The stone door is covered with a barrier. It won't last long before it disappears on its own. Now, even if you smash the stone door, you won't be able to get out. There is no need to chase any more." Orochimaru began to undo the clothes on Hari. He took out a metal scalpel from his backpack and all kinds of bottles and jars filled with nutrient fluids. He then began to dissect Hari's body and remove his organs. "It seems that these two rats are not simple rats," Orochimaru muttered to himself. However, his attention was completely focused on Hari. After all, these organs were the freshest when a person had just died. The longer the time passed, the more likely there would have some problems. He had just finished his experiments and immediately came over. In fact, he had already been delayed by a lot of things. He did not have the mood to care about the two rats outside. "Yes." Orochimaru's two attendants helplessly responded after hearing his words. None of them had expected to encounter a barrier in this kind of place. The sealing tag just now. It was the variant sealing tag that Aoba had drawn. Although there was the word seal written on it, the technique drawn on it was a barrier type, and the more suitable word should be barrier. Aoba took Fugaku and ran wildly all the way. Finally, they went back to the secret door. Aoba stood behind the secret door and felt the chakra outside. He found that the two guards had already awakened. "Brother Fugaku, now is the last door. We don't know who is behind the secret door. Do you have any plans?" Aoba did not tell Fugaku who was behind the secret door. He said this just to fill Fugaku's heart with tension. This way, there would not be any omissions. If Fugaku felt that everything was so smooth, then problems would appear, and this was not what Aoba wanted. "Aoba, I will go out first to attract attention, and then you will wait for an opportunity to slip away. We will meet later," Fugaku said firmly. He knew that he should be the one to stand up for such a thing. He couldn't let Aoba continue to work for him. This matter was originally raised by Fugaku. He was the one who called Aoba out. Aoba had helped Fugaku a lot along the way. This made Fugaku extremely satisfied in his heart. Fugaku was very clear in his heart. If not for Aoba bringing him into this secret passage and with their Konoha military police force's ability, they might not be able to find where Hari's corpse was stored. Not to mention successfully reading Hari's memories and obtaining extremely crucial information. Now, Fugaku understood that he absolutely could not let anything happen to Aoba. Okay. The corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up behind the mask. He wanted an answer like this from Fugaku. As long as Fugaku drew the attention, then the news that Fugaku had been here may leak out. At that time Fugaku would represent the Uchiha clan and completely stand on the opposite side of Danzo and Orochimaru. This kind of thing seemed to be very exciting just thinking about it. Then, Aoba pushed open the secret door. Fugaku directly rushed out. His eyes, which were covered by the cloak hood, had already turned into a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. On the first floor of the Hokage building. When the 2 guards woke up, they felt their heads were heavy. They could not remember what had just happened. They felt as if they saw something red and then fell asleep. When they woke up, they thought they were drowsy. However, they still had a slight impression of that red thing. But, no one dared to report this matter to the Hokage. They were all afraid of being reprimanded by him. Hey! Just at this time, a voice sounded from behind them, which made the 2 ninjas guarding the entrance turn their heads without hesitation. The 2 of them had just turned their heads and saw a pair of blood-colored 3 Tomo Sharingan. In a split second, the consciousness of the 2 suddenly received a strong chakra impact. They directly fell into a coma and fell again. Fugaku immediately walked toward the entrance and did not see anyone. Aoba quickly followed behind Fugaku. When he used his perception ability, he already knew how many people there were in the building. What made him feel very lucky was the 3rd Hokage was not here at the moment. In comparison, the Hokage building was empty and did not attract too much attention. Aoba followed behind Fugaku, and the 2 left the building one after the other. They walked along the path in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Ha 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 ha! We're out! Fugaku couldn't help but laugh out loud. He looked very comfortable. He didn't feel any confusion because of this matter at all. Even the way he looked at Aoba had changed. In his heart, their friendship had evolved into that of carrying a spear on the battlefield together. Yes. It's really too dangerous. I never thought that Gasui would actually be Orochimaru. Aoba immediately began to talk about Orochimaru. Previously, he didn't talk much because he was afraid that they would encounter Orochimaru. Now, he was completely out of Orochimaru's range and everything he said was told to Fugaku alone. In the future, if there was any sound in the village, it would be Fugaku. Let's go back and talk about this matter. It's not safe to talk here. Let's go to my house now. The smile on Fugaku's face suddenly disappeared. He only smiled for a while, and then he could no longer smile. His mood, which had just relaxed a little, was not very good because of the information he had received. Okay. Aoba nodded. This time, even if Fugaku did not want to bring him to his house, he would still go to his door and meet him. He had to make things clear about Orochimaru. Such a natural script, if he did not make a second composition, it would be unfair to an excellent actor and screenwriter like him. You follow me. Let's speed up. The Uchiha clan is not so peaceful. There are many eyes staring at us. Do not look at anyone. Fugaku said to Aoba. After he said this, he immediately took Aoba toward the direction of the Uchiha clan. Okay. Aoba nodded again, and then followed Fugaku without saying a word. Half an hour later. Under Fugaku's lead, Aoba returned to Fugaku's house. The 2 entered the gate. Through the entrance, they bypassed the garden adorned with rockery potted plants and arrived at the house. This was not the first time Aoba had entered this place. It was the second time now. It was no longer so fresh and was even more familiar. Aoba followed behind Fugaku and went directly to the second floor and entered Fugaku's room together. Aoba, wait a moment. I'll go make another pot of tea. Fugaku only relaxed a lot when he returned to his home. He knew that even if Orochimaru had extraordinary abilities, it was impossible for him to barge into their Uchiha clan. This was undoubtedly courting death. Aoba's mood was also completely different from before. At that time, he was still somewhat nervous. He did not know what kind of clue Harry had released, and he also did not know what kind of discovery Fugaku had. Unknown things were often the most terrifying. Now that Aoba knew exactly what was going on, he was at the stage where he knew himself and his enemy. He could completely rely on the information gap he had to crush them. I have to say, Aoba was once again grateful for Hari's godly assist. This assist was simply too fragrant and it actually matched everything directly. Aoba didn't even dare to write a novel like this. How could there be such a coincidence? Even if it was purely a coincidence, there shouldn't be too many coincidences. It just so happened that Hari's mood, who had experienced those encounters, has become distorted. There was only one purpose for him to live in the world, and that was to find the person who made him like this. Because of this, when Harry looked at the world again, his eyes were filled with suspicion. He suspected anyone who tried to get close to him. When Aoba got close to Harry with his identity as Orochimaru and used Hirei Shin, Dare, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder's method to send Harry to the top of the Hokage Rock. At that time, Harry had already determined that Orochimaru was the one who harmed him. Aoba quickly summed up how to find a bridge between Orochimaru and Gasui. No matter what was said, Orochimaru was definitely going to take the blame. It was Orochimaru's return gift for scaring him that day. Aoba took off the black mask. The corners of the mouth behind the mask curled up slightly and he looked very excited. He just didn't know how to deal with Gasui's matter. There were too many bugs in this identity. He didn't know what identity to use when he was doing things, so he would bring Gasui out. It could be said that he would use Gasui when something happened. Just as Aoba was deep in thought, Fugaku walked over with the brewed tea. At this time, Fugaku was in a good mood. It was completely because he had already confirmed the true identity of the murderer who killed Sekai. This was a very big breakthrough. Recently, Fugaku had been investigating this matter. It could be said that he had no clue at all. Now, there was finally progress. No, it should be said that it was a leap forward in progress. How could such a leap make him unhappy? Sit. Fugaku nodded at Aoba, indicating for him to sit on the futon. Then he placed the tray on the table in turn and sat on the futon himself. Aoba did not like this kind of kneeling posture. He felt that it was very unfriendly to his knees. But since he had come to Fugaku's house, he should follow the way that Fugaku was used to. Instantly, Aoba also knelt down and sat down. The two people sat opposite and their eyes staring at each other. They could see the smile in each other's eyes. Aoba, I really have to thank you today. If not for your help, everything I found yesterday would be useless. Moreover, Gasui's identity might become a permanent mystery. Fugaku picked up the steaming teapot on the table and poured out the hot tea into Aoba's teacup. After he finished pouring Aoba's teacup, he began to pour it into his own teacup. You are welcome, brother Fugaku. You have helped me so much. This is what I should do. Moreover, this is not my credit. If not for brother Fugaku's intelligence, meticulous observation, and courage, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I was completely following brother Fugaku's instructions. This is all brother Fugaku's credit. Aoba directly began to do his old job. You dare to praise me? I'm sorry. A rainbow fart directly smoked you to death. Aoba had never liked praise. He always felt that when he was praised, the other party was implying to him or flattering him. At the very least, it was poisonous milk. Low profile. No matter what, he had to keep a low profile. This was Aoba's only thought. It was precisely because of this. Every time Aoba encountered praise, he would not gladly accept it. Instead, it was as if he was being scolded, and he instinctively wanted to rebound these praises back. Fugaku's eyelids twitched violently. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Aoba praise him back. Moreover, his expression looked very sincere, and he almost believed what he said. It can't be. This Aoba. He was too good at it. Aoba, tell me the truth. Are you still just a small subordinate in Konoha Intelligence Division? Fugaku asked suspiciously. It was the first time he had seen Aoba return all the compliments and doubled them. Yes. Aoba nodded. There was nothing to hide. Amazing. It's really amazing. Is Eden so impartial? If you were in our Konoha military police force, based on your reaction just now, you would definitely be the vice captain in less than 2 years. Fugaku praised Aoba from the bottom of his heart. He then raised his hand and gave Aoba a thumbs up. Fugaku had seen flattery in Konoha military police force before. However, those were all too clumsy. It was not as natural as Aoba. It was simply the same as real. What do you mean? Aoba frowned for a moment, then as if he suddenly realized something, his face immediately showed a dissatisfied expression, and immediately asked, Brother Fugaku, do you think I am flattering you? What else? Fugaku smiled. Now, he was in a very good mood. He was very relaxed. Talking to Aoba made his mood even more comfortable. Brother Fugaku, you are boring. I am not in the mood to praise you. I have only been telling the truth since I was a child. What I said just now was just the truth from the bottom of my heart. In fact, I also silently gave a discount in my heart. I did not say all the truth because I was afraid that you would be too proud when you heard it. Aoba waved his hand and said. In a split second, Fugaku's eyes widened. He was stunned by Aoba's actions. He stared at Aoba foolishly and raised his hands to give Aoba a thumbs up. Hi. It's really high. I misjudged you just now. If you were in Konoha military police force, you wouldn't need 2 years at all. I think you can become a vice captain in half a year. You may not know how much Akaru-sama will enjoy if you use this method on him. Fugaku sighed from the bottom of his heart. For so many years, he hadn't been treated too impartially in Konoha military police force. First, it was because Akaru himself was suppressing him, putting on an appearance of wanting him to inherit the Uchiha clan, but not really wanting him to inherit the Uchiha clan. In addition, most of the Uchiha were very arrogant in their hearts. They disdained doing those flattering things, which was not in line with their character. But there were all kinds of birds in the forest. Even the Uchiha clan would have people who liked to flatter and be flatter. Of course, even in the united Uchiha clan, wouldn't there still be an Uchiha Itachi with a double spy's identity? However, the flattery of the Uchiha clan members was rather stiff. It was not as smooth as Aoba's. Sometimes, one could clearly see that the other party was very deliberate. It was not like flattery. It even directly hit the horse's leg. But Akaru still felt very comfortable with these actions. The higher the level of the people, the more they liked to hear other people's praise otherwise. Why climb so high up? Could it be that they were already in the Hokage position, and they still wanted to listen to the cursing of the village ninjas? That was definitely impossible. After Fugaku said these words, his eyes stared at Aoba. He felt more and more that Aoba should not be a small subordinate in Konoha Intelligence Division. Then there was only one reason he could think of. That was that Eden was an impartial and incorruptible man, and he did not take this trick at all. This was definitely a deformed character that had been developed in Konoha Intelligence Division. Fugaku thought this in his heart. Brother Fugaku, I'm really not bragging about you. It all came from the bottom of my heart, Aoba said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He quickly picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip to ease his embarrassment. In fact, Aoba did not feel that he was flattering Fugaku. He was more willing to see this as a credit transfer. If the boss praised you, it would be absolutely right for you to return it to the boss. The reward that should belong to you was still yours anyway. The rewards that originally don't belong to you might become yours too. The most important thing was, good days were coming and all of this would happen just by moving your mouth, then why not? Alright, Aoba, let's not talk about this anymore. Just treat it as if what you said is true. Anyway, I feel quite comfortable listening to it. Fugaku said with a smile. Even he did not expect that he would one day enjoy flattery like this. This was something he never expected at all. Suddenly, Fugaku realized. He's just an ordinary person. Only ordinary people will encounter this kind of thing. The reason why when someone flattered him in the past and made him unhappy was simply because that person was not good at flattery. If they can flatter well, then it really can be added points. At least, the way Fugaku looked at Aoba now had changed. After all, whether what Aoba said was true or false, he loved to hear it. That was enough. Let's talk about Hari's memory. Fugaku's eyes were very serious. His eyes were focused on Aoba. When they were in the secret passage, there was still a memory that Aoba had not finished talking about, but they had to leave at that time. Looking at it now, this decision was not wrong. If they had not left at that time, the two of them would have been blocked by Orochimaru inside the stone door. Now, when Fugaku recalled what had happened at that time, he felt that it was extremely dangerous. Okay. Aoba nodded. He did not intend to flatter Fugaku. He felt that the reason why he was not annoying was very simple. He never took the initiative to flatter and never deliberately flattered. He had never made the other party feel embarrassed because of the flattery. Aoba has always just doing flattery rebound. As long as you praise me, then I will take the opportunity to praise you back. This was just like when he was in school. As long as his grades in that subject improved a little and the teacher came to praise him, he would reply with a smile and say it's because the teacher teaches well. Such a way of speaking. Not only did it make Aoba very low-key, the relationship between him and his superiors was handled very well. No matter where he went, whether it was in school, working part-time in society, or in the ninja world, it could be said that he was always successful. Even if Fugaku felt that Aoba was flattering him, he still felt very comfortable. Brother Fugaku, before we left, I saw a dialogue between Hari and Orochimaru. I'll tell you now. Aoba's expression suddenly changed. Just now, he only had a business exchange with Fugaku. Now, it was the most important thing. When Hari met Orochimaru, he said to Orochimaru, Orochimaru-sama, you said that you would give me a new body so that I could stand up again. How long would I have to wait? I've had enough of my crippled body. Orochimaru replied, you can get rid of this crippled body from today on. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Hari said, Orochimaru-sama, thank you. Orochimaru replied, you're welcome. After the two of them finished speaking, Orochimaru immediately walked over to Hari and picked him up. Hari asked in horror, what are you doing? Orochimaru replied, it's fine. After tonight, everything will be over. I will take you to see your most respected third Raikage-sama. There's no more memories up to here. Aoba repeated the conversation between Orochimaru and Hari to Fugaku. He did not make any changes to these words and all of them could be found in Hari's memory. Aoba was even thinking about whether he should restrain himself a little. Otherwise, wouldn't this point be too clear? It gave people a feeling that he was deliberately guiding it to Orochimaru. Isn't this Orochimaru? When Fugaku heard this, he suddenly raised his hand and wanted to slap the table. However, there were teapot and teacups on the table. So he changed his direction halfway and directly slapped his thigh. This slap was quite painful and caused Fugaku to grimace. The dialogue just now was very obvious. The person that led Harry to see the third Raigeki. It was a Kumigakure ninja named Gasui. From a certain point of view, wasn't it that Gasui was equal to Orochimaru? Fugaku did not doubt Aoba's words at all. After all, there was no reason for Aoba to put this kind of shit on Orochimaru's head. Now, it could be said that this was the case. Aoba, do you know how Orochimaru brought Harry to Hokage Rock? And also what Orochimaru did on Hokage Rock? Can you see Orochimaru disguised as Gasui? Fugaku asked Aoba. His heart was filled with curiosity, and the emotions in his heart had been raised to the extreme. I don't know. Aoba immediately shook his head. He had already thought of what he should know and what he shouldn't know. This part was what he shouldn't know. There was no other reason. It was completely because it was too difficult to make up. I didn't read this memory. I only saw Orochimaru carry Harry up, and then the words he said and there was nothing. After Aoba finished speaking, his eyes turned, as if he had just thought of something. He turned to look at Fugaku and slowly said, "Oh right, I also saw a scene. That is, while Harry was on the ground. I don't know where he is, but he is lying on the ground. He can't move at all." He wrote a line of words on the soil with his tongue. Aoba said in a deep voice. His expression was particularly nervous. "What word?" Fugaku asked despite knowing the answer. He was very clear about what Aoba was talking about. However, he discovered this matter from the follow-up investigation while Aoba had found this thing in Hari's memory. These 2 points were completely different. Gasui was Orochimaru. Aoba said slowly and word by word. When he said these words, his expression was extremely serious and solemn. His expression seemed as if he had discovered something big. It simply gave people a terrifying feeling. After saying this, Aoba did not forget to add. The only pity is, when Harry finished writing this line of words, he has no strength left. So when his body drops to the ground, he wiped out the words. I don't think we can find out even if we want to. It's such a pity. Otherwise, we can be even more sure of this. Aoba deliberately said this. He had already felt that Fugaku had already grasped this information. Or, it could be said that after Fugaku found this information, he found Aoba and asked him to help check Hari's memories. Thinking of this, Aoba could not help but sigh again in his heart about Hari's magic. Too awesome. All the evidence provided was crucial. He directly pointed the clues to Orochimaru. What else could he say? Awesome. Aoba only had this thought now. He could see that when he went to find Harry as Orochimaru, Harry did not regard Orochimaru as Gasui at that time. After all, it was not Orochimaru who did these things. Orochimaru had even kindly offered to change Hari's body. It was no surprise that he had taken a fancy to Hari's brain and wanted Harry to continue being an aide at root. However, just as Aoba was about to hire Shin, Dare, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, to Harry and said that he would bring him to see the third Raikage. Harry had already decided that Orochimaru was Gasui. Chapter 319. In fact, those words exist. Fugaku stared at Aoba and directly said something very important. In a split second, Aoba showed a very exaggerated and shocked expression. This feeling was as if he had heard something incredible and was a little dumbfounded. He put on a stunned expression and just stared at Fugaku. It seemed that he wanted Fugaku to give him an explanation. I saw that words. When Fugaku saw Aoba's expression, he smiled. Even with his personality, he wanted to show off in front of Aoba. It's like this. Haven't I been looking for Gosui? Fugaku placed his right hand on his chin, putting on a pondering posture. In an instant, his pitch-black eyes became serious and flashing with wisdom. After Gosui appeared yesterday in the battle, I had been staring at him. However, after Gosui got to Hokage Rock, he disappeared without a trace. At that time, I was very suspicious. Fugaku was talking about what happened. In fact, these ninjas all had the idea of showing off their reasoning. Even when the ninjas were fighting, they had to give an explanation to the enemy, or a third party to explain the whole process. It was very professional. Now Fugaku had entered this state, and like Konoha next door, he put on a very iconic action. What are you suspicious of? Aoba asked cooperatively. His eyes flickered with doubt. He looked as if he did not understand at all. In fact, real hunters often appeared in the form of prey. Aoba was no exception. He wanted Fugaku to completely connect Gosui and Orochimaru, but he refused to say it. He wanted Fugaku to say it. I suspect that Gosui is hiding in Konohagakure. Fugaku said sternly. When he said this, he was very angry. In the Third Ninja World War that was launched before, I personally went to the battlefield. I wanted to kill Kumagakure's ninja to avenge the dead Sekai. I wanted to find Gosui and kill him, but I found something very strange. Whether it was our Konohagakure's people or Kumagakure's people on the other side, everyone was looking for Gosui. This gave me an illusion as if Gosui had disappeared from the world. Fugaku explained his experience at that time. At that time, he was really confused and did not know how to find Gosui. He spent a lot of effort and even doubted himself. I wantonly searched Gosui in the country of fire territory. Kumagakure's ninja also wanted to find Gosui to ask for an explanation. Later, I found that even Kirigakure's ninja was looking for Gosui. At that time, a very strange thought emerged in my mind. I was wondering if Gosui was among Konohagakure and did not come out at all. Could it be that Gosui, who had broken through the gate, was a cover-up? Fugaku analyzed. Brother Fugaku, you are really good. Aoba couldn't help but sigh. He finally understood why Fugaku was the best candidate to take over Konoha military police force. This guy was simply Uchiha Conan. Except for the fact that he didn't guess the murderer correctly, everything else was almost guessed by him. It was just that, when it came to Fugaku, there could be two truths. Aoba, you don't know how I felt at that time. I thought of all the possibilities. I took Konoha military police force's people to search house and house, but I didn't find Gosui. At that time, I once thought of giving up, but then I thought that the Sekai might be watching me from the sky. Maybe if I worked a little harder, I could find Gosui. How could I give up like this? Fugaku shook his head. What he said now was from the bottom of his heart. He had been too depressed during this period of time. He needed to spit out all the bitter water. And Aoba, who had gone to the battlefield with him, became a target for him to vent. Brother Fugaku, I understand your feelings. I believe that when Brother Sekai in the sky saw us drinking tea and helped him find the real Gosui, he would be very pleased. When Aoba said this, he suddenly raised the teacup in his hand and said in the direction of the sky, to Brother Sekai. To Sekai. Fugaku nodded and similarly raised the teacup in his hand. He then put it to his mouth and took a sip. However, he felt that taking a small sip like this did not feel very good, so he forcefully drank it down. Comfortable. Fugaku slammed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table. This was the first time he had felt this kind of feeling. The depression accumulated in his chest was completely released at this moment, turning into an extremely comfortable feeling. Brother Fugaku, go on. What did you do afterward? Aoba placed his elbows on the table and spread out his hands to hold his face. He looked like a fan who had met his idol and was listening to his idol. It's very simple. I just believe that I can find Gosui, and I keep insisting and working hard for it. When others think that I have given up, only I know that I have not given up. If I don't seek justice for Sekai, my eyes will not forgive me. Fugaku suddenly opened his eyes wide, but his eyes were still dark, without any change. He just said this and did not show Aoba his Mangekyo Sharingan. Brother Fugaku, quickly tell me, what happened after the Hokage rock? You were just distracted by the words behind. Aoba found that Fugaku had been running further and further away. He had to pull him back. Otherwise, when the latter said that in the future that he would activate the infinite Tsukuyomi for Sekai. In that case, things would not be so fun. However, this was just Aoba talking nonsense. He knew that Fugaku would not go down the path of the infinite Tsukuyomi. At least he would not do it for Sekai. Compared to other Uchiha clansmen. In a sense, Fugaku was very normal. He knew that he would get married and have children. Moreover, he hadn't drifted too far after he had the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew how to restrain himself. The most important thing was that he always had love in his heart. It was easy for the Uchiha to have love, but their love was also lost very quickly, and it was very easy to turn love into hate. In that case, the whole thing was another matter. In fact, just on the incident of the Uchiha clan massacre. Most people only remember Itaka killing his parents, but they forgot about Fugaku and Mikoto's deep love for their son. Now that Aoba was close to Fugaku, he found that Fugaku was a very meticulous person. His observation was even more detailed, and his thinking was very fast. For this kind of person, how could he not notice the little movement of his son? Perhaps, Fugaku had long discovered it. His heart was also struggling. In the end, he still chose his beloved son. At this time, Aoba took a deep look at Fugaku. He did not say anything, but he silently thought about it in his heart. If Uchiha Itaka grows up the same, then he did not mind letting Itaka have a little accident. Although in his heart, he did not completely treat Fugaku as a friend. But relatively speaking, rather than letting Itaka bear the heavy burden of killing his parents, it was better for him to do good deeds and not let Itaka bear so much. Instead, let Fugaku feel the pain of losing his son. This was also a big gift. As Aoba thought about it, he thought of other things. After all, this kind of thing really made him feel very interesting, as if he could see more interesting scenes. After all, Fugaku was an existence that was willing to let Itaka kill him for love. So was it possible that because of Itaka's death he completely blackened? Then he would shout, "I want to open the infinite Tsukuyomi." Well, this seemed to be a good script. Aoba stared at Fugaku in front of him. He had more and more ideas in his head and felt that the future ninja world would be more interesting. But the most urgent matter for him at hand was to quickly tell Fugaku the matter of Orochimaru being Gasui. This kind of matter of framing someone. He should be quick and accurate. He absolutely could not be careless. Otherwise, you will have a lot of sleepless nights. After hearing Aoba's question, Fugaku slowly nodded. He picked up the teapot and poured another cup of tea for himself. His mood became complicated. Looking back at this experience in the past, I sincerely thank myself for persisting and not giving up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen the answer today. Fugaku picked up the teacup, put it to his mouth, sipped lightly, and then put the teacup on the table. His dark pupils became extremely deep. Just now, I already said that I suspect that Gasui is hiding in Konoha. He might be hiding in someone's home. That person might have been threatened by Gasui, or he might be a Kumagakure spy that had sneaked in. At that time, I didn't think that Gasui might not be Gasui. Fugaku slowly said. When he saw the words on the Hokage rock, he felt a sense of unreal, as if his previous beliefs had collapsed. At that time, I followed Gasui and saw his figure disappear. At that time, I guessed that Gasui was still in Konoha and might be hiding in someone's home. Fugaku said. This analysis is very reasonable. Aoba nodded and acted as a supporting character. From Fugaku's analysis, he could see what he was doing from the other side. After listening to what Fugaku had said, Aoba had already figured out a few points. The first point was to disappear into thin air. Whether it was Gasui or Satsuma Rentaro who he disguised as. Everyone has a bug-level disappearance out of thin air. Because they themselves were dead. Aoba would not live in their identities. Therefore, when he needed them, they would appear, when he did not, they would disappear. But this kind of thing will give some clues to some flexible and meticulous people, allowing them to speculate where the people who played these identities lived according to the location where these clones disappeared. Fugaku had guessed correctly. Gasui was in Konoha. However, he was not Orochimaru. Instead, he sat opposite him, drinking tea and listening to his analysis. At that time, I was thinking that since Gasui took Harry down from the top of Hokage Rock, then would there be any clues on the Hokage Rock? Fugaku pinched his chin, completely in a state of deep thought. Now he was recounting the reasoning process at that time, which was also a supplement to his current thinking. Now, it seemed that Orochimaru had brought Harry from route to Hokage Rock. Then, in front of Harry, he disguised himself as Gasui. Then, he killed Harry with Gasui's identity. Finally, he escaped and restored his identity as Orochimaru. Then, he disappeared. This also explained why Orochimaru never appeared on the battlefield. Because he was doing this kind of thing. Fugaku analyzed seriously. His eyes flashed with a bright light. He believed in the deduction he had made, especially with the matter of Gasui being Orochimaru. At that time, after I checked the ground of the Hokage Rock, I found a line of words on the ground. It was very small and very vague. I couldn't see clearly at all. I felt that if it was another person, they might have ignored it. I was glad that I didn't ignore it. Otherwise, there would be nothing else. A smile appeared on Fugaku's face. Right now, his heart was in a very satisfied state. It was this kind of feeling that everything was just right. He discovered the words left behind by Harry. He found a clue about Orochimaru in the words. The Aoba he found just happened to know where Hari's corpse was stored. They just happened to find important information on Hari's memories before Orochimaru came. All this was just right and made him feel very gratified. There was no sense of deliberate disharmony at all. Everything came naturally, and the most suitable clues were ushered in at the right time. After I saw the words, I immediately noticed that there might be something wrong with it. Then I used my Sharingan to extract all the words. Then, I used my Sharingan to remove the inconsistent places and repaired them. The final conclusion was the same as what you saw in Hari's memory. That was that Orochimaru was Gasui, and Gasui was Orochimaru. All of this was done by Orochimaru. Fugaku said bitterly. He had never doubted Orochimaru from the beginning. Now that he knew about this matter, he felt very sad. Why? Aoba immediately put on a puzzled expression. He looked like an innocent and ignorant child. He blinked his eyes and stared at Fugaku. He asked a question curiously, but it was guiding Fugaku's words. He wanted Fugaku to say these words and make the whole thing sound logical. Why did Orochimaru pretend to be Gasui? I really don't understand why it is like this. What good does this have for Orochimaru? After Aoba asked Fugaku 3 times in a row. He said another one that after he said it, even he himself was amazed. Could it be that someone is framing Orochimaru? Aoba was about to applaud himself first. Wonderful. It was really too wonderful. Aoba was very clear that no matter who it was, there was always a rebellious mentality in their hearts. The more you oppose it, the more they believe they were right. Framed. The corners of Fugaku's mouth curled up in a disdainful arc. This was the most interesting thing he had heard today. However, he knew that Aoba was still young. Even though he was in Konoha Intelligence Division, he still didn't understand the dangers of society, especially regarding the matters of the Uchiha clan. There were even fewer people who understood. It definitely isn't. Fugaku firmly shook his head. Right now, it could be said that in his heart, Orochimaru was the murderer who killed Sekai. This was already 100% certain thing. There was absolutely no other possibility. He firmly believed this. Why? Aoba asked again. In fact, he did not really want to know the answer, but when he asked, Fugaku had to think of the answer in order to answer him. In this way, Fugaku had to first convince himself to accept this setting and then would do everything possible to find an answer that may fit this question. At this time, any answer that was said, it would be the answer that Fugaku had decided in his heart. After all, it was no longer Aoba who told Fugaku that Gasui was Orochimaru. Instead, it was Fugaku who told Aoba why it was Orochimaru. This fundamentally changed its nature. It seemed that Fugaku was giving Aoba a lesson, but Aoba was the one who decided everything behind the scenes. Aoba provided Orochimaru with a basin of dirty water and let Fugaku splash it out. This was Aoba's way of speaking. He had already firmly grasped Fugaku. There was no surprise at all. It could be said to be completely pinched. I'll tell you. Fugaku pulled the table and immediately put on a show of wanting to tell Aoba everything. Otherwise, he would never give up. He was telling Aoba, and at the same time, he was also telling himself. According to Hari's memory, we can know that the last person to find him is Orochimaru. Moreover, Orochimaru has already said that he will take Hari to see the third Raikage. In other words, even if Orochimaru is not Gasui, he is also the person who shields Gasui. Fugaku analyzed. Aoba nodded doubtfully. One more thing, we saw what Hari left behind in the end. Gasui caused him to suffer so badly. There is no reason for him to hide Gasui. Therefore, the thing that he discovered must be true. That is, Gasui is Orochimaru. Fugaku said firmly. But, is it possible that Hari made a mistake? Aoba directly asked the real minister. Absolutely impossible. Fugaku directly shook his head. His face was full of determination. He was very clear that these things were not as simple as lying. His eyes stared at Aoba, and his tone was particularly tough. He said, Hari is the leader of Kumigakure Anbu. His IQ is famous in the whole ninja world. Even Danzo wants to recruit such a person under his command. In the matter of searching for the person who killed him, how can he make a hasty deduction under the uncertain premise? Aoba was about to be persuaded by Fugaku. Now he gradually calmed down. Then he began to ask in another place. He asked, what about the motive? Why did Orochimaru do this? It has no benefits at all. This was something that Aoba really wanted to ask because he hadn't thought of putting the blame on Orochimaru before. There was no reasonable reason. Even if the blame was shifted over, it could be easily overturned. You should know. Aoba killed Sekai because Sekai wanted to investigate him. He had no choice but to eliminate Sekai, and he killed Hari because he wanted Kumigakure's ninjas to retreat. There was no such strong connection at all. He has. Fugaku stared at Aoba. The whites of his eyes were filled with red veins as if he had thought of something that made him extremely unhappy, and he became angry. Aoba, you know that there are some people in our Uchiha clan who awaken the Sharingan blood limit. Fugaku immediately asked Aoba, but he didn't ask more. Instead, he felt that Aoba knew this common sense. I know. Aoba nodded. If he said that he didn't know, it would be too fake. Orochimaru has been coveting the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. He has been staring at me for a long time. I have a feeling about this. When Sekai died, his eyes were taken away by Gasui at that time. After saying this, Fugaku stopped talking. The implication was very obvious. Orochimaru wanted the Sharingan. Gosui took the Sharingan, and Orochimaru was equal to Gosui. This shock flashed in Aoba's eyes. He almost forgot that he had hidden the Sharingan in a tree trunk. He had been busy all this time. He even forgot about taking Sekai's Sharingan. Good fellow. Aoba couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was really a combination of many coincident. When he had been doing these things from the beginning, he really hadn't thought that much. But now it seemed that everything was linked together. Damn it! Is there such a coincidence? Aoba could not believe it. He felt that even a screenwriter would not dare to write like this. How could there be such a smart person who laid so much foreshadowing here and then guided the matter to Orochimaru step by step? If someone could really think of such a thing, that could be a legendary genius. Aoba felt inferior in his heart. He felt that this was the product of nature. Everything happened naturally and happened to gather together. It was completely inconceivable. Then, Aoba couldn't find a problem for a while. If he didn't know that he did this, he would probably be persuaded by Fugaku. This person was really worthy of being called Uchiha Konin. The analysis was orderly. It was reasonable and convincing. Even Aoba could not find any words to refute it. After racking his brain for a round, Aoba finally thought of a question that might be a little tricky. Brother Fugaku, if Gosui is Orochimaru, then how did Orochimaru become a ninja from Kumagakure? Aoba asked with a face full of doubt. Ha 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 ha. When Fugaku heard Aoba ask this question, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. He looked at Aoba with a doting gaze as if he was looking at a younger brother. This youth was really cute. The question he asked was actually so naive. How did he come up with this? Fugaku didn't know how to describe Aoba who had asked this question. His eyes were fixed on Aoba, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He really knew how to answer this question. First of all, Aoba, you have to understand a concept first. Gosui is Gosui, Orochimaru is Orochimaru, and they are two people. Fugaku said with a smile. That's not right. Brother Fugaku, didn't you just say that Gosui is Orochimaru? Deep doubt flashed in Aoba's eyes as if he really didn't know what was going on. However, he still asked it, as if he was confused. Aoba, don't interrupt first. After you listen to me, you can ask about something unknown. Because the questions you have now are likely to be answered by my next sentence. Fugaku said slowly. His tone was very gentle, and he did not have the intention to lose his temper with Aoba. I know. Aoba nodded. His face was smiling, and his heart was laughing. It seemed that Fugaku had completely accepted the fact that Gosui was Orochimaru. He had already been hammered to death. No matter who said it, it was useless. Gosui is a Kumagakure Jonin, Orochimaru is a Konohagakure Jonin. They are two ninjas. They are two completely different people. Fugaku explained. But the Gosui kill Sekai, and the Gosui who has done so many things is not the Kumagakure Jonin Gosui, but Orochimaru who is pretending to be Gosui. I know what you want to ask. Seeing that Aoba was hesitating, Fugaku immediately nodded and said, do you want to ask, where did this Kumagakure Jonin Gosui go? Yes, yes, yes. Aoba nodded repeatedly. He praised Fugaku in his heart. This person performed very well. Now that he already had an answer, it would be easier to fool him in the future. Didn't I tell you earlier that I investigated many places in the country of fire? Fugaku began to explain. Not long after Sekai accident happened, I found a few bones of Kumagakure ninjas in the southwest of Konohagakure. The reason why they were Kumagakure ninjas was that the torn cloth and then their forehead protectors were covered with Kumagakure symbols. However, those ninjas had been eaten by wild beasts to the point that not even bones were left. At that time, I didn't know their identities, and I didn't think that Gosui might be one of them. So I didn't take it too seriously. Now it seems. After Fugaku said this, his voice stopped. He stared at Aoba and immediately took a deep breath to calm down his complicated feelings. Then he continued. Gosui should be dead and eaten by wild beasts. It's actually like this. When Aoba heard Fugaku's words, he put on an extremely surprised expression. He looked like he could not believe it at all, as if it had already impacted his understanding of the ninja world. Do you want to ask who killed Gosui, right? Fugaku answered again. However, Aoba would not let Fugaku be so presumptuous. So, Aoba shook his head. Didn't you just say that Gosui was eaten by a wild beast? Then didn't the one who killed Gosui eat his beast? Aoba said with a face full of confusion. Ha 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 ha, of course not. Fugaku suddenly laughed and shook his head. He looked at Aoba, his eyes flashing with a bright light. He said, Gosui is a Kumigakuer Jonin. He has Kumigakuer's body technique. He can use Raiden Chakra do, lightning release chakra mode. Let alone the teeth of a beast, even a kunao can't pierce through his defense. How can he be killed by a beast? Then, Aoba frowned. It seemed that he was confused by these things. He pretended to think hard, but it seemed that he was not very good. After Gosui was killed, he was thrown into the forest and let be eaten by wild beasts. If I'm not wrong, the person who killed Gosui was Orochimaru. Fugaku's eyes flashed with wisdom. He had seen through everything. The whole story of Orochimaru's crimes had been clearly explained by him. It was completely logical. This. Aoba immediately took a deep breath, as if he had heard something terrible. The construction of the whole story made him feel extremely magical. All right. I understand. This is too cruel. Aoba began to sigh. It seemed like he had already understood the process of Orochimaru's crimes and was in disbelief. Orochimaru had been coveting the Sharingan for a long time, so he planned to seize the opportunity when this Kumigakuer envoy group came to Konohagakuer. This way, he could throw everything he did to the envoy group. In fact, this was exactly what he did. Fugaku immediately began to analyze. His right hand pinched his chin as if there was only one truth. Orochimaru first came to the outside of the village's barrier after the intruders from Kumigakuer entered Konohagakuer, and killed Gosui who was waiting there. Although Gosui is a Jonin and his strength is very strong, compared to Orochimaru, one of Konoha Sannin, he is obviously not a match, and will be easily dealt with by Orochimaru. After Orochimaru dealt with Gosui, he should have taken Gosui's face and made it into a human skin mask to disguise himself. Then, he would make a move at the right time. This also explains why when the other intruders were still stealing Byakugan, Gosui, who should have been guarding outside the village barrier as his mission, would appear and attack Sekai regardless of the mission because that Gosui is no longer the Kumigakuer Jonin Gosui, but Orochimaru. His real purpose is to take away Sekai's Sharingan. After Orochimaru took away Sekai's Sharingan, which result in Harry being locked up in Root. Orochimaru himself was a member of Root, which also explained why Gosui who killed Harry appear in Root without any warning. This further proved that the person was Orochimaru who wore Gosui's face. The reason why Orochimaru wanted to kill Harry was also very clear. That was, Harry did not arrange such a task for Gosui. Once Harry was released, Kumigakuer would also investigate. After all, Gosui was a Jonin. He would not act privately during a mission. In addition, Gosui took Sekai's eyes, which would make people think that Gosui's behavior might be just for the sake of the Sharingan, and it was possible to associate it with Orochimaru. Therefore, Orochimaru wants to kill Harry. As long as Harry dies, there will be no evidence to prove that he did all these things. It can even be said that this is a special task that Harry arranged for Gosui. In any case, the dead won't speak anymore. But after all the calculations, Orochimaru has missed out on the fact that Harry is not dead. Therefore, he used the identity of root member, which is his own identity, to approach Hari and promised to change Hari's body. But in this world, how can there be any technique to change the body? Orochimaru just wants to end Hari's life in this way. In the end, Kumagakuer suddenly attacked Konohagakuer, breaking Orochimaru's plan, making Orochimaru have to act in advance. He first entered Root with his own identity, then brought Hari out, and then killed Hari with Gosui's identity. Finally, he threw the blame on the third Raikage. Through this way, he told everyone that Gosui did not have a problem but was ordered by third Raikage. This is all the process of Orochimaru's crimes. Aoba. Do you still think that Orochimaru is innocent? Fugaku's eyes also trembled. The anger in his heart was like a volcano waiting to erupt. It had reached an uncontrollable level. He felt that he was about to explode. The anger in his heart was already overflowing. This is a tragedy caused by Sharingan. This is a tragedy caused by greed. Because of his own greed, for his own selfish desire, he disregarded the safety of the village and placed Konohagakuer in a dangerous situation. This kind of person is unworthy of the title, Sunin. This kind of person is not worthy of being the disciple of the third Hokage. This kind of person is even more unworthy of being the fourth Hokage. Fugaku said sentence by sentence, it can already be regarded as a crazy output. The anger accumulated in his heart was now surging. At this moment, all of it was released. He slammed the super unwarranted pot on Orochimaru's body, and the kind that couldn't be taken off. So it really was done by Orochimaru. After hearing Fugaku's detailed reasoning process, Aoba could not help but slap the table and exclaim in amazement. Good fellow! From today on, you are Konohagakuer's famous detective. Uchiha Konan. Aoba felt that Fugaku could really bear such a title. He selflessly helped him wash his name. It was simply too comfortable. At this time, it could be said that Gosui had nothing to do with him at all. Moreover, Aoba had also decided that he would no longer use Gosui's identity in the future. There was no more Gosui in the ninja world. Only Orochimaru. Brother Fugaku, what are you going to do about this matter? Do you want to report it to Sandaime-sama? Aoba once again sent out a tricky question. How is this possible? After hearing Aoba's words, Fugaku shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, he waved his hand at Aoba and said, this matter can't be told to Sandaime-sama, nor to Danzo, they are all people wearing the same pants. No one can know this. We can't alert the enemy. Aoba. If you trust Brother Fugaku, leave this matter to Brother Fugaku. Forget all our conversations today. These things have nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to get involved in this mess. Fugaku said very seriously. He was still very protective of Aoba. The clothes he found for Aoba were all from the Uchiha clan. In his opinion, this matter had nothing to do with Aoba. There was no need for him to get involved. This was a war between the Uchiha and Orochimaru. Chapter 320. When Aoba heard Fugaku's words, he immediately felt that the latter was simply too noble and upright. He even told him not to swim in muddy water. This can be said to be a perfect poking point in Aoba's heart. Brother Fugaku, don't worry. I don't know anything. I definitely won't destroy your plan. Aoba immediately nodded and said. He could be said to be eager for this kind of thing. At this time, Gosui and Orochimaru were already on the same level in Fugaku's heart. No matter what others said, it would be useless. Not to mention Orochimaru explained himself. Even if Hari got up from the iron shelf to explain to Fugaku, the latter would not believe it. Fugaku had already concluded the case through his perfect reasoning. In fact, it was not easy. Even Aoba himself did not expect that he would use such a method to remove himself completely. Wonderful! Aoba praised Fugaku's reasoning in his mind. Aoba had gone through a lot of ups and downs this day. In the beginning, when Fugaku visited him, he thought that Fugaku had found some evidence pointing at him from the last clues left by Harry, which made him quite nervous. Now it seems Harry was indeed the leader of Kumigakure Anbu. Whether he really thinks that Gasui was Orochimaru or wants to drag Orochimaru down along with him. In short, he had achieved his goal. Now that Orochimaru had become the target of Fugaku's suspicion, things became even more interesting. Aoba was not only praising Fugaku in his mind but also praising Harry. He wanted to drag someone down with him before he died, and he pulled it so reasonably. Aoba, thank you for today. If you hadn't taken the risk to take me to the location of Hari's corpse, then I might not have been able to get the truth in my life. In the end, I will live in regret for the rest of my life. Fugaku said seriously. I don't think so. After hearing Fugaku's words, the corners of Aoba's mouth slightly twitched. This Uchiha clan was really a clan that was as emotional as the legends said. They were able to live in regret for the rest of their lives just like that. There was no way to walk out of the haze at all. This ability to fight was too weak. However, Aoba thought about it carefully and found that this was indeed the case. After the death of his younger brother, Uchiha Madara had never come out of these things. In the end, his heart was still filled with hatred for his younger brother's death. Uchiha Obito was also like this. In the end, his mind was still thinking about Rin, and he had never come out of these things. Right now, Fugaku's emotions were only a little more restrained than those two people. He did not express his emotions so clearly, but it did not mean that he had no emotions in his heart at all. He just suppressed them all. Now that Fugaku knew that Gasui, the murderer who killed Sekai, was Orochimaru, his goal became even more clear. He only needs to target Orochimaru alone. You're welcome. Aoba immediately nodded at Fugaku. He accepted this gratitude happily and did not return the praise. This was just a small matter of courtesy. There was no need to be too hypocritical. Brother Fugaku, if there is nothing else, then I will go back. Today is my rare holiday. Aoba said to Fugaku with a smile. When he spoke, he looked in the direction of the window. From the angle of sunlight, it was almost afternoon. The two of them had already talked a lot. I'll send you off. Fugaku immediately stood up. He did not urge Aoba to stay. Just now, he had already finished what he wanted to say. There was no need to talk to Aoba about the rest. After all, the less Aoba knew, the lower the pace of participation. The corresponding threat would also be less. In many matters, Fugaku still held on to his bottom line. He did not lose his mind, nor did he lose himself in everything. He was still calm. Fugaku knew that Sekai's matter was related to Orochimaru. He only needed to find Orochimaru, and there was no need to drag Aoba into this. No need, I can go back by myself. If you follow me, it will be too eye-catching. As Aoba spoke, he was ready to take off the Uchiha clan clothes. Although he was quite greedy about these clothes. After all, there was the emblem of the Uchiha clan on it. If he wore this set of clothes to stir up trouble, people would instinctively put the angle of suspicion on the Uchiha. They would never think of anything. Not everyone could get clothes with the insignia of the Uchiha clan. However, this piece of clothing, Aoba had to leave it here. He could not take it away. Then, Aoba got up and took off the clothes he was wearing. Brother Fugaku, thank you for your clothes. After taking off his clothes, Aoba folded them and put them together with the cloak and mask on the side. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. He noticed the details of what Aoba had done. He was a clean freak and liked to do things in a regular manner. Now that Aoba had folded everything, it could be said that he still cared about him. Then I won't send you off. Take care of yourself. After all, we have already seen Orochimaru. I'm not sure if we leave any evidence that can point to our identities. It's better to be careful during this period of time. Fugaku warned Aoba. He was still very concerned about this matter. In his opinion, Fugaku could kill him to silence him for this matter. Understood. Aoba nodded. In terms of caution, he was above Fugaku. He would definitely not leave any traces behind. Even if he did, he would leave behind something related to the Uchiha clan. It had nothing to do with him. After all, his shadow clone should have returned to Anbu's dormitory at this time and was beginning to quickly finish the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. While the shadow clone walked over, many people had already seen it. If Orochimaru were to discover any problems in the future and investigate a little, he would not suspect him. These were all the foreshadowing that Aoba had made for himself. Aoba got up and walked out of the house. At this time, Fugaku got up at the same time and walked behind Aoba. His dark eyes stared at Aoba's back. "I'll send you out." Fugaku had a very good upbringing in this area. He could not send Aoba back to Konohagakure Intelligence Division, but there was no problem to send Aoba out from his house. When Aoba heard Fugaku's words, he did not say anything. He just nodded and took the lead to walk out of the house. Aoba had already been here twice. Moreover, it was within a day. He was already very familiar with the way out. He walked down the stairs, passed through the corridor, and finally reached the entrance. After that, he turned to look at Fugaku behind him. "Brother Fugaku, I'm fine here. I'm going back now." Aoba nodded at Fugaku. "Okay." Fugaku smiled and did not say anything else. He turned around and closed the door behind him. When Aoba saw Fugaku leave, his figure flashed and he jumped into the woods in front of Fugaku's house entrance. Almost in an instant, Aoba arrived in front of the trunk of a tree. He raised his right hand and touched the tree trunk. With the chakra surging out of Aoba's right hand, he directly imprinted a black circle-shaped flying thunder god formula on the tree trunk, leaving a mark coordinates here. After that, Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique. His figure disappeared in a flash and returned to Anbu's dormitory. Just after Aoba returned, he immediately saw the shadow clone sitting on the table holding a pen and writing the story of Teacher Bai in the ninja school. It seems the plan went smoothly. The shadow clone indeed returned under the attention of everyone. "Continue writing." Aoba nodded at the shadow clone. He was a little tired today and he has already set up the shadow clone. That kind of fatigue was not physical, but spiritual. His body had no problems at all. This was like high-intensity online gaming. All you encountered were pig-like teammates. The level of brain damage has been upgraded. Even if you were not physically exhausted, you would be mentally exhausted. This was almost the same feeling that Aoba had right now. Also, as more and more shadow clones were deployed and every time the shadow clones were cancelled, it would cause a great burden to his spirit, bringing him a strong sense of exhaustion. This feeling was not very easy to say. Often, the more information he received, the more complicated the feeling would be. However, there were pros and cons to this feeling. The advantage of this was that when he let the shadow clone carry out training, read memories, or study, he would not personally feel tired. What he would feel was the shadow clone fatigue. It was no different from doing nothing. The disadvantage was that after these shadow clones were cancelled, all the fatigue accumulated would be stacked on him. From a certain point of view, this was the reason why Tajokage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, was categorized as a forbidden technique. Aoba had arranged many shadow clones, so it was bound to cause a lot of mental impacts. Rest. Aoba chose to lie on the bed and have a good rest. He was ready to meet the information that might be sent back by the shadow clone in his sleep. Soon. Half a day and a night have passed. Aoba had not gotten up since he came back and lay on the bed. It was very chaotic outside now. Shimura Danzo was injured. Fugaku was suspecting Orochimaru. The people in the village were all talking about Kumagakure's ninja invasion. It could be said that it was extremely chaotic. Going out now was not a wise choice. It was more comfortable to lie in the dormitory. Early morning. Before Aoba woke up, he felt a wave of information attack him. Instantly, Aoba woke up. However, he was still lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Awake. But not completely awake yet. After Aoba received all the information, he slowly opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, and a hint of fatigue flashed through his eyes. Soon, this tiredness disappeared. It seems that those things are quite difficult to deal with. Aoba muttered silently, then looked at the shadow clone who was still writing at the side. In order to finish the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school in one go, this shadow clone had been writing for an entire night. Continue writing for a while longer. I'll go to the tower. Aoba said to the shadow clone that could be said to have accumulated a large amount of fatigue. After he finished speaking, he directly used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared in a flash. He directly appeared on the first floor of the tower. At this time, there was a wooden square on the ground in the middle, and were different in size. It looked like a large factory. The efficiency is not bad. Aoba swept his gaze over the wood on the ground. Everything that the previously removed shadow clones had done had been completely transmitted into his mind. Instantly, Aoba raised his hands and crossed his two fingers in front of his chest, forming a hand seal. Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Aoba immediately used the multiple shadow clone technique, causing thousands of Aoba who looked exactly like him to appear on the ground in front of him. Swish! Aoba's figure flashed once again. He directly used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and returned to Anbu's dormitory. He did not stay on the first floor for too long. Now, all the shadow clones on the first floor knew what to do. As Aoba's figure disappeared, the shadow clones on the first floor began to work one after another. Each of them had different tasks on their hands. They all operated on the wood squares on the ground that were processed from the trees. There was no obstruction at all, and they quickly began to move. In the Anbu dormitory, Aoba's figure had just disappeared when he came back again. It only took him a few seconds. Up to where you write it? Aoba asked the shadow clone who was writing the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. It's almost finished. It should be another 2 or 3 hours. The shadow clone replied. He still looked very energetic and was not completely exhausted. You continue to write here. If someone comes, remove yourself. If no one comes, you can finish writing and then remove yourself. I am going to work in the compartment. Aoba nodded at the shadow clone. Then he quickly walked to the wardrobe and picked up Anbu's ninja clothes. He was ready to go to work in the compartment again. Understood. The shadow clone nodded. As he spoke, his eyes were still focused on the red book. His hand did not stop and he wrote on the book one by one. Aoba did not say anything else. He was the one who wrote the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. Most of the time, he wrote it personally. Only a few times, he used the shadow clone to write it and finally sent the information back. However, the shadow clone also had the same consciousness as Aoba. The content to write was also what Aoba was thinking. Because of this, Aoba knew how much he would need to write in 2 or 3 hours. The speed of writing was very slow. Especially here, he had to write with a pen. The speed was even slower. Aoba was not in a hurry. After he changed into Anbu's ninja clothes, he put on the cat face mask and walked out of Anbu's dormitory. Aoba walked out of Anbu's dormitory and went straight to Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment. Now, the compartment still felt a little damp inside. After all, he had just released a lot of water yesterday, and Konoha Intelligence Division was in a low terrain. It was normal for water to enter. Not long after, the sound of footsteps coming from outside the compartment sounded. The guard leader led a large group of prisoners toward Aoba's compartment. Hi! After the guard leader saw Aoba, he immediately waved at Aoba. Right now, the first priority for punishing these waiting prisoners was to send these people to Aoba and teach them a lesson. Bring them in. The guard leader ordered the guards around him. As soon as he spoke, the guards began to send over a dozen of them. Before coming here, these prisoners had already heard that the person they were going to meet was the famous cat-faced demon in this period of time. They had already made preparations in their hearts. When they saw Aoba, who was wearing a cat-faced mask, they were stunned. They were still extremely shocked. Everyone looked at Aoba in horror, not daring to make a sound. Aoba had long established his own reputation among Konoha Intelligence Division, and the title of cat-faced demon had become a nightmare in the hearts of many prisoners. So many. Aoba swept his gaze over the prisoners who were being escorted in. The pillars here were not enough, and there were 2 or 3 prisoners tied to the same pillar. The scene was very crowded. He, yes, I met some dishonest people and tough bones. I sent them all to you. The guard leader said with a smile. However, he had a helmet on his head, so Aoba couldn't see his face clearly. He didn't know what kind of smile it was. All right. Aoba nodded. He didn't have any objections to these things. For him, no matter who he interrogated, it was the same process. He had already formed his own routine and habits. If the person who came here for the first time contributed his memories and increased his strength, then he would give them a chance. After all, Konoha Intelligence Division's core goal was to make the other party confess, not to punish them fiercely. But if it was a person who came here for the second time, not only did it prove that he had no value in using the mind-reading system, but it also made it clear that this person was a repeat offender. Almost nothing. In that case, Aoba was going to punish them severely. He wanted them to not dare to commit crimes in the future. After all, Konoha law was still very light. As long as they have a good attitude toward confessing their crimes and were only petty theft, they would be locked in Konoha prison for a few days. They would not suffer any abuse. In the hearts of those criminals, they did not treat Konoha prison as a big deal. They did not even feel threatened in their hearts. However, such a problem was solved by Aoba. The cat-faced demon that Aoba had transformed into could interrogate to a certain extent under the permission of Konoha Intelligence Division's rules with the purpose of obtaining information from the mouths of these prisoners. This was the point that Aoba made the prisoners feel the most desperate in their hearts. Sometimes, he did not ask for information at all and only tortured them. This caused these prisoners to be stuck in Konoha Intelligence Division, completely restricting them. By the way, the guard leader's gaze fell on Aoba. He looked deeply at Aoba's mask, and a thought that he had been thinking about for a long time appeared in his mind. Do you want to apply for a larger working room? If you don't feel comfortable speaking, I can say it for you. It's obviously a little crowded here. It's not enough. If we can change it to a bigger one, we can stuff more people inside. The guard leader immediately suggested. He had long wanted to let Aoba switch to a large working room. This compartment was really too small. It was no longer enough to satisfy his need to send prisoners to the cat-faced demon. The guard leader had gotten a lot of benefits from Aoba during this period of time. If he sent these prisoners to Aoba, he would be able to get the confession letter. The efficiency was very high. No matter how stubborn the prisoners were, they were like weak little sheep here. As the guard leader who had allocated all of these prisoners, he could choose whose prisoners to send to Aoba, making them quickly lose their first time. When they came back, they would already be people with a stain. Those who had a stain would beg him. If it can give him some benefits, then he would send them to the other compartment. Otherwise, he would send them to Aoba. There were even some rich people among them, and they would often spend money to bribe him. This way, they would never come to the cat-faced demon's compartment. These things allowed the guard leader to secretly gain a lot of benefits. However, he could not tell Aoba, nor did he dare to tell Aoba. He was also afraid that he would be interrogated by Aoba. However, the guard leader did not know. Aoba did not care who he sent over. He only needed to ensure that the people standing in his compartment were following his rhythm. That was enough. He was just an ordinary office worker, not a great hero who wanted to save the world. No. Aoba shook his head directly. What kind of joke was this? If it was a big place, wouldn't that increase his workload? At that time, more prisoners or suspects would be sent to him. Other interrogator ninjas could laze around and get their money every day, and he needs to be very serious and busy. How could there be such a reason? Aoba did not approve of such a thing. Why? The guard leader stared at Aoba in surprise. He thought that Aoba would gladly accept it, but he did not expect that Aoba would directly refuse it. Was there anyone who would refuse to be promoted? One had to know that changing to a larger working room meant being promoted. The words of a guard leader were more or less useful. It could tell Konoha Intelligence Division's bosses who had more efficient work and more development in the future. The guard leader had always obtained money for him to put in good words. If he hadn't gotten a lot of benefits from Aoba. No. It should be said that he had gained a lot of benefits from Aoba. Now his thinking was very simple, that was, if he earned it, he would at least give some to Aoba and he couldn't eat it all by himself. I'm used to this place. It's pretty good, I don't want to change it. Aoba shook his head and said. Ah. When the guard leader heard Aoba's words, he was stunned and did not know how to respond. Was this a reason? What kind of reason was this? Used to it? This. At this moment, the guard leader was speechless. He did not know what to say. Not only was he surprised. Even the surrounding prisoners who were tied up and listening to the two of them were staring at Aoba in confusion. It's too crowded here. If we change it to a bigger compartment, the prisoners will be more scattered. You can also relax a little. The voice of the guard leader sounded again. It's warmer if you squeeze it, Aoba replied indifferently. As he spoke, he directly made the people here not know what to say. However, one of the impatient prisoners said to Aoba. Cat-faced demon, he wants to speak up for you. He wants to push you and help you get promoted. The reason why this prisoner helped the guard leader explain was very simple. He wanted to use this opportunity to make the cat-faced demon and the guard leader have some impression of him. Maybe the cat-faced demon would be a little gentler and let him go so that he could safely get out of Konoha Intelligence Division. As for the guard leader, the meaning of this was much greater. Whether or not he would come here in the future would all depend on the arrangement of the guard leader. As long as the guard leader was willing to give him a certain degree of water, there would be no problem in accepting the interrogation. It would be fine as long as he did not accept the cat-faced demon's interrogation again. After the prisoner made a simple and easy explanation, the guard leader looked at this person meaningfully and nodded silently. That gaze seemed to be saying, "Boy! You did something good. Well done." After the explanation of this prisoner was spread out, the other prisoners were upset. Why didn't they think of such a thing? Someone directly took the initiative. Now they could only watch that person get great benefits, and they could only be envious. I am not interested in promotion. Aoba's indifferent voice slowly sounded. His tone was very flat and there was almost no fluctuation of emotion. It felt like he was talking about an extremely ordinary thing. Everyone present, whether it was the prison guard on the side or the prisoners who were tied up for interrogation, were all speechless after hearing Aoba's words. It was the first time that they had seen such a strange person. Ha 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 ha, as expected of the cat-faced demon. The guard leader immediately laughed to cover up the awkward situation. Then, he waved to the prison guards beside him. "Let's go out. Don't disturb the cat-faced demon." After the guard leader finished speaking, he took the lead and walked out. When the prison guards heard him, they immediately followed him. No one said anything else. At that moment just now, the guard leader felt that Aoba was a little unappreciative. However, he could still count on Aoba to gain some benefits, so he did not say too harsh words to Aoba. "Since you don't want to be promoted, then you will stay in this dark place for the rest of your life." After the guard leader left, Aoba's gaze fell on the prisoners who were waiting to be interrogated. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and his aura instantly changed, causing the temperature here to drop a lot. "Is this your first time?" Aoba's voice echoed in the compartment, clearly drilling into everyone's ears. For a moment, the expression of these prisoners changed greatly, and their eyes were filled with terror. Unconsciously, a day passed. Aoba handed over the room full of prisoners and their confession letters to the prison guards outside. He then ended his day's work. It was the first time that these prisoners had come to his compartment. However, he still chose some lucky prisoners and gave them a whip that would make them remember him. It was enough to make them not dare to do anything illegal in the future. The reason why Aoba did this was because when Kumagakure's ninjas invaded Konoha, and when Konoha was flooded, they took advantage of the chaos and steal. These people were only a small part of them and most of them were not caught. However, since these people appeared in his compartment, Aoba would not let them go easily. Soon, Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory and looked at the red book on the table. It was almost noon. Aoba had already received the news that the shadow clone had been cancelled. The story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school was finished. Aoba raised his hand and picked up the red book. Then he walked toward the door. Just as he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped. No. Aoba quickly thought about it in his mind. Then, he began to retreat and returned to the seat next to the table. Now is not the best time to ask Eden to publish this book. Aoba narrowed his eyes slightly. With a thought, his hands immediately formed a seal and summoned another shadow clone. After the shadow clone appeared, it stood in front of Aoba and stared at him. "Write all the contents of this book on this black book. The faster you copy, the better. When you finish, cancel yourself to inform me." As Aoba spoke, he quickly took out a black book. "Yes." After the shadow clone heard Aoba's words, he immediately raised his hand to take the dark book. Then, he sat on the chair and quickly opened the book, searching for the location of the latest page. Then, he flipped the red book that he had already written to the corresponding location of the plot. He picked up the pen and began to write quickly. "You can write slowly. I'll go eat ramen." Aoba nodded at the shadow clone. Then, he took a step and left the Anbu dormitory. When he walked out, he met several people along the way. They all nodded at him. There was even one person who raised his hand and greeted Aoba. Aoba had seen these people before. However, he couldn't remember their names. These people were the same as him who had participated in reading Kumagakure's ninja memories. They were the Anbu from the Yamanaka clan. After these Anbus got the manuscript of the first chapter of Teacher Bai of the Ninja Academy that Aoba had written, they all praised the brilliance of this story. They had privately discussed the plot that might appear in the future, but they could not think of what kind of surprise awaited them. In a few short days, these Anbus were looking forward to the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. Some of the manuscripts even passed out inadvertently. Of course, everyone did not mention these things in public. It was just like how the students would not shout out the topic of asking for resources or discussing related resources in the classroom. However, when they were privately chatting on QQ, it was uncertain. Perhaps some packages and resource links were already on the way. TLN, Tencent QQ, also known as QQ, is an instant messaging software service and web portal developed by the Chinese tech giant Tencent. QQ offers services that provide online social games, music, shopping, microblogging, movies, and group and voice chat software. It was precisely because of this batch of manuscripts that after they were spread out, it caused a lot of repercussions in Konohagakure's ninja circle. Almost every ninja who graduates from the ninja school has the most basic understanding of the structure of the ninja school, and it was very easy to substitute into it. In addition, Kumagakure had just attacked Konohagakure, so they needed some ways to vent at this time node. Unconsciously, the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school was already regarded as a godly piece of art in the hearts of many ninjas by virtue of the first chapter manuscript. So, many children who were still in the ninja school found that their fathers picked them up from school at a high frequency. These were all subtle influences. However, there was some regret in the hearts of the ninjas. That was that they did not know who the author of this manuscript was. The people who spread it did not say anything about this side at all. For a moment, who wrote the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school, become a topic of discussion in the ninja circle. They could not imagine who was so talented, but one thing they could be sure of was that the author was Konohagakure's ninja, because the background was in Konohagakure. Of course, Aoba himself did not know about this matter. At this time, he walked all the way out of Anbu's dormitory and met many Anbu from Yamanaka clan greeting him. These people all knew that the author was Aoba, but they did not say it out loud. They only silently regarded Aoba as the god who wrote the book in their hearts. It can't be. Didn't I just give them a manuscript? Is there a need to change their characters so much? After Aoba walked out of Anbu's dormitory, he was still confused. He was not very clear why these Anbu changed so obviously. You have to know. When they were on their last mission, these people were afraid of Aoba, afraid that he would be on the same team as them and delay their promotion. Aoba didn't think too much about it. After coming out, he directly walked toward Ramen Ichiraku. After the Kumagakure invasion incident and the flood incident, as one of Toka's few friends, he had to go and greet him. After a while, Aoba walked to the entrance of Ramen Ichiraku. He lifted the curtain and walked in. "Brother Toki, give me a bowl of ramen," Aoba said to Toki. At this time, there were not many people in the shop. Once again, it returned to the desolate state when the Third Ninja World War had just erupted. People hoarded food and hid at home, and very few people came out to eat ramen. All right. When Toka saw Aoba, he immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled. You could see the joy on his face. "Aoba, why are you free to come today? Aren't you Konohagakure Intelligence Division very busy?" As Toka spoke, he directly picked up the kitchen knife and cut the noodles that had been kneaded on the board, preparing to cut them into strands of noodles. "I'm here to see you." Aoba stared at Toki and said. When he saw that Ramen Ichiraku had not suffered any damage, he felt much more at ease. After all, when he was spraying water, it could be considered a type of attack. He did not deliberately show any mercy. "You're the best kid." Toki immediately gave Aoba a thumbs up. Then, he retracted his finger and continued to prepare the noodles. He said, "Wait a moment. I will cook your ramen and then have a good chat with you." "Okay." Aoba nodded. He could clearly see that Toka kneaded the dough and cut it on the spot. The reason was very simple. There were fewer customers. Step, step, step. Just at this time, footsteps sounded outside the entrance. As the footsteps got closer and closer, the curtain at Ramen Ichiraku was lifted. After that, 3 people walked in. They stood at the door and looked for a seat. Finally, their eyes instantly focused on Aoba and their eyes instantly lit up. "Aoba, you are indeed here. We have been looking for you for half a day. Now we finally found you." In a split second, the one in the middle of the 3 spoke. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. They were here specifically for Aoba. Chapter 321. When one of the 3 people spoke, Even Aoba was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly turned his head and looked in their direction. Just now, he was facing Toki, who was cooking ramen, with his back facing the entrance. He knew that someone had come in, but he did not know who the person was. Aoba did not think much about the matter of someone coming. After all, this was Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House. It was normal for guests to come in at any time. All of a sudden, Aoba's gaze fell on the three people who had just entered. The person standing in the middle of the front was wearing Konoha Gaku's standard ninja attire. He put on a rather messy coat outside the standard flak jacket over a black outfit. His hair was tied up behind his head, and there were several scars on his face. This person. Aoba recognized him. It was Nara clan, Nara Shikaku. The person standing on Nara Shikaku's right was also wearing a standard ninja outfit, but he was wearing a red coat over it. His ash blonde hair was also combed up, and his eyes were staring at Aoba. This was Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Inoichi. The last person standing on the left side of the two was a seemingly harmless-looking fatty. His special ninja outfit had the word food written on it, and his spiky red hair was casually scattered behind him. It was Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choza. At this moment, the gazes of these three people were all focused on Aoba. They all looked at Aoba as if they were looking for him for something. You guys are looking for me. Aoba looked at the three of them suspiciously. Whether it was Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, or Akimichi Choza, who stood at the side like a mascot, they all stood at the entrance without moving. They just looked at Aoba silently. When Aoba saw the three of them, he did not know what they were trying to do. They just said that they were looking for him and did not tell him the specific reason. Don't tell me you want me to treat you guys. Aoba suddenly said with a smile. It's not impossible. Akimichi Choza suddenly smiled foolishly. He raised his right hand and scratched the back of his head. His eyes flashed with anticipation as if he was very tempted by what Aoba said. Choza, we have a lot of opportunities to eat. We have something to talk about here. Nara Shikaku looked very serious. He glanced at Akimichi Choza next to him, indicating that the latter should not talk nonsense, especially not be bought over by food for the time being. Aoba, we came to you this time because we have something to discuss with you, but we don't know how to tell it. Yamanaka Inoichi took a step forward. There was some hesitation in his eyes. After all, it was not easy for them to open their mouths when they came to find Aoba. Sit down and talk. He didn't know why they couldn't talk. Is it a difficult question? Have some ramen. Don't be polite. I'll treat you. Aoba turned around and looked at Toki. He nodded at Toki and said, Brother Toki, 3 more bowls of ramen. Okay. Toki was currently preparing the noodles for Aoba's ramen. Now, he only needed to prepare 3 more bowls of ramen, so he didn't feel that it was too complicated. After Aoba said this, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza looked at Nara Shikaku together. Their eyes were full of inquiry, waiting for Shikaku to make a final decision. All right. Nara Shikaku nodded and made a decision. He looked at Aoba and carefully stared at him for a while as if he wanted to see what Aoba was thinking from Aoba's expression. Yes. Akimichi Choza immediately jumped up in joy. His eyes were filled with intense excitement. The reason was very simple, he could sit here and eat ramen. Yamanaka Inoichi stared at Aoba deeply for a while. He did not say anything, but his eyes were slightly serious, and there was a hint of apology in the depths of his eyes. As the expressions of the 3 people changed, they walked in the direction of Aoba and sat down next to Aoba. Inoichi sat on Aoba's left, followed by Shikaku and Choza. After the 3 of them sat down, Inoichi's lips moved slightly. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, but was unable to say it out loud. Aoba looked at the 3 of them, and small question marks popped up in his head. All of them were fidgeting. Nothing was said. What was the meaning of this? Aoba was confused by the three ninjas beside him who were known as Ino Shikacho. Don't tell me you want Teacher Bai of the ninja school's other chapters. Aoba frowned slightly and asked suspiciously. This was the only reason he could think of. Other than that, he really couldn't imagine anything else that could be the intersection between him and these three people. Pfft. At this moment, Inoichi just happened to pick up the teacup on the table and directly spat out the tea. The expression on his face was extremely different. The corners of Shikaku's mouth twitched violently, as if he had heard something that made him feel that he should not have heard, and quickly lowered his head. He looked as if he was afraid that people would recognize him and think that he had something to do with Aoba. Damn it! This troublesome person! Why is he talking nonsense? Is this a topic that could be discussed in Ramen Ichiraku? Ah! Choza, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what Aoba was talking about. His instinctive reaction was Teacher Bai something could be eaten? After Aoba had finished speaking, the three of them completely displayed different expressions. Isn't that so? From the three of them, Aoba could tell that they were thinking different things. Inoichi knew what Teacher Bai of the ninja school was. Although he looked very surprised, there was a trace of desire in his heart. Obviously, he did not expect Aoba to suddenly say such words. Moreover, he really wanted it in his heart. Shikaku, on the other hand, completely wanted to pretend not to know him. This was a typical example of knowing what Teacher Bai of the ninja school was. However, he did not want to talk about this in public. It was a bit awkward. As for Choza, this person had no idea what Aoba was talking about. What was Teacher Bai of the ninja school? Can it be eaten? If it can't be eaten, then forget it. Let me explain. After hesitating for a moment, Shikaku let out a sigh of relief. Now, he no longer dared to let Aoba continue spouting nonsense. Who knew that after a while, he would say something outrageous again? Shikaku knew that Aoba was the author of Teacher Bai of the ninja school, so he could not help but feel a little strange. That. This time, the three of us are looking for you. Mainly because of Chunin exam. Shikaku said helplessly. If not for his sister's urgent urging, he wouldn't be willing to do such a troublesome thing. Originally, he was only going to find Inoichi alone. Then Choza wanted to follow him. In the end, it became the three of them together. Chunin exam. Aoba frowned slightly. He could faintly smell a trace of conspiracy. He felt that there was something going on here. Could it be that they were looking for me to participate in the Chunin exam? There is no need. I had already rejected it once before. Why did they have to mobilize so many people just to find me to participate in Chunin exam? Aoba felt that there was something wrong. Something was very wrong. Instantly, Aoba chose to strike first. A playful smile appeared in his eyes as he swept his gaze over Nara Shikaku. He seemed to be playing around casually. Brother Shikaku, you wouldn't be looking for me to be the examiner, right? I thought about it just now. If I were to be the examiner for the first round, I would indeed be able to do it. However, you guys have to think about it clearly. If I were to be the examiner, the chances of passing would be low. Aoba said seriously. His words seemed ridiculous, but it wasn't completely unrelated. At the very least, with his status as Konoha Intelligence Division cat-faced demon, coming to the venue of the Chunin exam to be an examiner wasn't impossible. He was especially responsible for the first round, intelligence gathering. When the three heard Aoba's words, their faces immediately darkened. No one had expected that Aoba would actually mention the position of an examiner. Who gave you the courage? Cough, cough, cough. Shikaku choked on his own saliva and coughed uncontrollably. His face once again revealed a helpless expression. So troublesome. It was really too troublesome. He felt from the very beginning he should not come to Aoba. According to the information he had on Aoba, it could be said that this person had no ambition at all. He had always stayed at the bottom of the Konoha intelligence division. Moreover, he often said embarrassing things. It was simply troubled within trouble. He also didn't know what Inoichi liked about Aoba. Was it because of Teacher Bai of the ninja school? In fact, Shikako was right. It was because Inoichi saw the first chapter of Teacher Bai of the ninja school and immediately felt Aoba's talent. When Shikako mentioned that he needed genin from the Yamanaka clan, he thought of Aoba. Aoba, we came to find you today not to ask you to be the Chunin exam's examiner, but for you to participate in the Chunin exam. Shikako said slowly. As he spoke, he stared at Aoba. He wanted to clearly see what kind of reaction Aoba had. Moreover, through the possible reaction of Aoba, he could guess what Aoba was thinking. Brother Shikako, you are not joking with me, are you? The smile on Aoba's face slowly disappeared, and he suddenly became very serious. He looked at Shikako coldly and then shook his head. Stop it. You told me about this last time. I won't participate in Chunin exam. Aoba directly turned his body back and faced Toki in front of him, completely showing that he didn't want to talk to them anymore. Aoba, actually, things are not what you think. We are mainly. Inoichi had a bitter smile on his face. He looked at Aoba, ready to explain to Aoba. After all, he was the closest to Aoba. However, just as he opened his mouth and before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Aoba very rudely. I am not interested in Chunin exam. If you are here to discuss with me about Teacher Bai of the ninja school, maybe I can consider giving each of you a complete book. But if there is anything else, you can have a good meal. Aoba did not want to continue on this topic. Wasn't this just teasing him? What was the use of the Chunin exam? What was the use of Chunin's title? Aoba did not care about these titles at all. Not only did he not care, but he also avoided them. This kind of thing would only bring him endless troubles. It was not as comfortable as it was now. How good was it now? On the surface, he looked like a harmless ordinary office worker. He went to work in Konoha Intelligence Division every day. He was just a small subordinate. He would not attract anyone's attention at all. Here's the thing, my sister and Chosa's sister wanted to take the Chunin exam, but the registration needed to be 3 people in a group. They lack 1 more member, so we thought of looking for you, Shikako explained to Aoba. Please, you shouldn't look for me for this kind of thing. You guys are really interesting. You want me to form a group with your cousin? The corners of Aoba's mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile. He shook his head helplessly and then said indifferently, it's better to just let the 2 of them give up the Chunin exam. What do you mean? Chosa asked, stunned. He vaguely felt that Aoba was looking down on them, but he also felt that something was wrong, and he did not know how to react. What's the difference between looking for me to team up and giving up? Do you really think that I can take 2 people to pass the Chunin exam? Aoba shook his head and said. The reason we are looking for you is to prevent them from passing the Chunin exam, Shikako suddenly said. What the hell? Aoba was completely stunned by these 3 people. He knew that Shikako was a representative of high IQ, but after talking for a long time, he still couldn't understand what he was trying to say. My younger sister, Saki, and Chosa's younger sister, Rin, were the next generation Ino Shikacho. Their original group members were Yamanaka Kaze. Now that Kaze has been selected by Danzo-sama, he has been transferred and no longer forms a group with them. Now, Saki and Rin both want to participate in this year's Chunin exam. If we did not find you, they would also go to find another person. So we hope that you can help us and form a group with them, then be eliminated. Shikako explained his plan. Is there something wrong with your brain? Aoba's eyelids jumped fiercely. He understood Shikaku's words and knew what plan Shikaku had in his head. However, what did this have to do with him? And they want him to become Kaze's substitute? This was something that Aoba could not allow. If you can't give up, you have to be eliminated. Do you want me to accompany your two sisters to be eliminated this time? Is there something wrong with your brain? Or do you think there is something wrong with my brain? Aoba said with a sneer. He had a good temper before. He thought that even if Shikaku had some request, it would not be too outrageous. The words he said should at least be acceptable. But now, he felt that there was no logic at all. You guys eat, I'm leaving. This bowl of ramen can be considered my treat. Don't look to me for these kinds of things in the future. I'm not in the mood to play house with you guys. After Aoba finished speaking, he immediately got up and began to leave Ramen Ichiraku. His heart was filled with disdain and displeasure toward what they said. He had been in the ninja world for so long and had never been so speechless. What the hell? Even if they treated him as a tool man, they shouldn't play with him like this. This was not even considered a flashy operation. Aoba, please understand us. Once the two of them pass the Chunin exam, they will be Chunin. If they successfully become Chunin, then they will be participating in the Third Ninja World War. Shikaku said helplessly. In fact, all of these were because of his love for his sister. Oh. Aoba did not stop at all. He did not take Shikaku's request seriously at all and felt that it was very funny. Even such a request could be said, how did his skin become so thick? Aoba. Shikaku immediately called out to Aoba. Then, he suddenly got up and walked quickly toward Aoba. In a few steps, he arrived beside Aoba and stopped him. Now, the only person we can think of is you. I hope you can help us. Shikaku said sincerely. There was nothing wrong with his attitude. What he said made Aoba feel extremely speechless. If you asked them to give up, then you would be in this situation. Aoba said indifferently. He knew about the war. Chunin and Jonin were the main forces on the battlefield. Genin would often stay in the village unless it was the kind of situation where they need to go to the battlefield. To a certain extent, it was impossible. Genin's identity was also a form of protection in itself. It could prevent them from participating in the war. However, this was only at the beginning of the war. In the end, they still have to go to the battlefield even if they were a genin, and they will also go to war directly after graduating from ninja school. The Third Ninja World War was an exceptionally tragic battle. In the original development of ninja world history, it was the feeling of all forces fighting to the last bullet. Not to mention now, after Aoba continuously provoked and stirred up trouble between the various forces. Not only did the Third Ninja World War arrive early, but it also evolved into an even more tragic feeling. And after saying that, Aoba turned his face slightly and glanced at Shikaku from the corner of his eye. He slowly said, even Genin might have to go to the battlefield. Aoba did not despise Shikaku's behavior for not wanting his sister to go to the battlefield. After all, he was similar to this. In order not to go to the battlefield, he tried his best to hide his strength. It could be said that he was selfish. However, Aoba liked to live in a more comfortable way. For Konoha, he had a sense of belonging in his heart, but he did not have much of a sense of national honor. After all, he did not belong here. He just transmigrated here. Aoba believes that this is where he lives and has a few good friends. He will make some appropriate choices whenever he wants to help, but the premise was that it will not affect his normal life. But if he were to go out to fight for Konoha, he was not so idle. This kind of thing, whoever wants to do it will do it. Aoba did not have any dissatisfaction with this idea of not wanting to go to the battlefield. After all, this was human nature, and anyone had the right to choose. But Aoba scoffed at Shikaku's choice. The parties involved did not say that they wanted to hide and chose to participate in the Chunin exam. They wanted to climb to Chunan's position, but some people just had to meddle in other people's business. They even used some of their connections to get the two girls out of Chunan exam. Why did this feeling make him so unhappy? Aoba admitted that Shikako was very smart. He could think of planting a person to let that person enter the group of the two girls, and then through the act of dragging the two girls down, let the two girls fail the Chunan exam smoothly. Was this very interesting? Aoba felt that whether the two girls from the Nara clan and Akimichi clan could pass the Chunan exam was a question, or even needed to be dragged down. Aoba, just treat it as a favor. If we allow them to go to the battlefield, it would be too dangerous. Shikako said in a low voice. You can change to another person. After Aoba finished speaking, he directly stepped out of Ramen Ichiraku and disappeared. He left 4 bowls of ramen for these 3 people, including his own. Because the noodles had not been cooked, he had already left. Aoba did not even have the mood to eat ramen with these 3 people. He could almost foresee it. If he continued to sit here and eat ramen with these 3 people, then the next topic would be the Chunan exam. Hey! Shikako looked in the direction that Aoba had left and could not help but sigh. He already knew that they had fallen out in their conversation. What a pity! Shikako shook his head helplessly and returned to the seat where Inoichi and Choza were sitting. He raised his hands and patted the backs of the 2 people. It's time for us to go. The expression on Shikako's face revealed deep helplessness. As he spoke, he had already begun to look for other candidates in his mind. Shikaku, wait, the ramen is ready. Choza rubbed his stomach and put on an eager look. When he smelled the aroma of the ramen, he was already dying to eat, and his stomach was rumbling. Why are you still in the mood to eat ramen? Shikaku said in a bad mood. He was not in the mood now. The registration for the Chunan exam was nearing. If he did not settle the matter, then the 2 girls might find someone to team up with. Hey! At this time, Toki, who heard the conversation between the 2, immediately turned his head. His narrowed eyes shone with a terrifying light. You are not eating. Toki's voice was filled with a dangerous aura. In an instant, it was as if Noodle House's temperature had dropped. I hate people who waste food the most. As Toki's voice rang out, everyone, including Shikaku, felt goosebumps all over their bodies. They felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. Eat, we all will eat, Shikaku braced himself and said. That's more like it. The corners of Toki's mouth curled up into a smile. It looked like a transformation from a cloudy day to a sunny day. The aura around his body instantly changed greatly, causing all of them to be dumbfounded. He, I can eat them all. It's not impossible for me to eat 4 bowls. Choza was immediately overjoyed. He could finally eat. When he entered Ramen Ichiraku, he began to feel hungry. No. To be more precise, it was probably because he had already started to feel hungry when he heard that Aoba wanted to treat them. Why did you find Aoba to participate in the Chunan exam? Toki stared at them curiously and asked. He had heard some of their conversations just now, but he did not interrupt. We don't want the 2 girls to pass the Chunan exam, Shikaku explained. Aoba's strength is relatively weak. As long as he plays normally, the 2 girls will not be able to take him. If we can place Aoba in their group, he can drag them down. Inoichi explained. He indeed thought of Aoba because of Teacher Bai of the ninja school. However, the impression that Aoba left on him was that his body was weak. So, this is what happened. Toki looked at Shikaku meaningfully, then looked at Inoichi. However, he did not look at Choza, who was eating quietly. Aoba's normal performance. It may indeed shock you. Don't look for him. Toki muttered to himself. As he spoke, he had already turned around and walked toward the workbench where he prepared noodles. After leaving Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House, Aoba strolled while going back to Anbu's dormitory because his mood wasn't so calm, and there were many things on his mind. He had never expected this. He had actually encountered such a thing. This generation's Ino Shikacho had asked him to participate in Chunin exam, but they had actually treated him as a debuff. This year's Chunin exam. A strange thought suddenly appeared in Aoba's mind. Now that he knew that Shikako did not want the two girls to pass the Chunin exam, he would let them pass. Now is the time of turmoil in the ninja world. Not only will the Chunin exam not be abandoned because of the war, but it will be more complicated and held for several more sessions. The reason for this was very simple. It was to select as many Chunin as possible to become the backbone of the war. When Aoba met the trio earlier, he still did not know why, since the Third Ninja World War was coming, why did the village have to prepare for Chunin exam? Now, after the increase in reading memories during this period of time, Aoba had accumulated more experience and understood the situation of the ninja world more clearly. Therefore, he understood that the more frequent the war was, the more likely they would hold Chunin exams. The purpose of the Chunin exam was to select more outstanding ninjas and to make these ninjas contribute to the village on the battlefield. It was just that. When Aoba thought about how the three of them had sought him out to make up the numbers and be a loser, he felt very unhappy. How contemptible it must be to do such an underworld operation. Aoba was very low-key and did not fight for anything. He did not care about the misunderstanding that the world had of him. However, they expressed their contempt for him in front of him. This made him very dissatisfied. After a while, Aoba arrived at a relatively more prosperous area in Konoha. Have you heard? Danzo-sama is injured. Very, very serious. He might not be able to move for the rest of his life. I heard about it. Even the village's medical ninja can't do anything about it. They want to find Tsunade-sama, but no one knows where she is. This is a bit difficult. This is really bad news. The Third Ninja World War started. The impact of Danzo-sama's fall is too great. Originally, when Kumagakure lost to Hari, I thought that we had the upper hand in the war with Kumagakure, but I didn't expect that hateful Raikage also paralyzed Danzo-sama before leaving. Right now, all the medical ninjas in the village are helpless. I feel that it might be impossible. I just don't know who can take the position of Anbu leader. At present, it seems that no one can replace Danzo-sama. Yes. Danzo-sama is too important to Konoha. When Aoba passed by a vegetable stall in the center of the bustling area, he heard that the ants in the village were all talking about Danzo. Unexpectedly, there was still a day when Danzo's reputation would be reversed. Aoba remembered that what people said not long ago was that Danzo was the reincarnation of a Tengu, who specialized in eating people and ate all the missing people in the village. Now, he had directly become Konohagakure's pillar of support. However, this was not without reason. The current Danzo was indeed the village support, and not everyone could replace him. Hiruzen was a very timid person to begin with. If Danzo was no longer by his side, it was still unknown how the Third Ninja World War would turn out. Moreover, Danzo's fall would instantly cause the power of the village to lose balance. The Uchiha clan would feel that the big stone weighing on their hearts was gone. Another period of time passed. Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory. Bang! Just as Aoba pushed open his room door and walked in, he immediately heard a faint sound. Following that, information was transmitted into his mind. It was the shadow clone that had stayed in the dormitory. When the shadow clone heard that someone had come in, it immediately and swiftly cancelled the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Then, everything that had happened during this period of time was transmitted to Aoba's mind. Your reaction is quite fast. As expected of me. Even my body didn't find the moment when the shadow clone was cancelled. Aoba praised himself. He walked into his room and looked at the table. He immediately saw two books. One was red. The other was black. Among them, the red book cover was very exciting. Just now, the shadow clone in the dormitory was copying the story of Teacher Bai of the Ninja World in a black book. Before he finished writing it, he heard the sound of the door and cancel the shadow clone. Do you want to continue writing? Aoba stared at the book on the table and thought about it quickly, especially the words that Eden had told him not long ago. Now that Danzo has become like this, I shouldn't rush it. But the timing is really bad. As those aunties said, the current Konoha still needs Danzo. Aoba's eyes suddenly flashed with a thoughtful look. He began to quickly weigh the pros and cons of this matter in his heart. If he doesn't care about anything, Konohagakure will be supported by Hiruzen alone. The two Konohagakure advisors, Koharu and Homura behind Hiruzen, had already been ignored by him. As for Orochimaru, he was focused on scientific research. He did not care about what happened outside. The other two Sunin were not here. There were not many people who could be used. They were in a very awkward situation. At this time, with Hiruzen's extremely cowardly character, perhaps he would make an exaggerated concession in many things and eventually ruin the good situation that he had created. Moreover, those aunties had already said it. Konohagakure's medical ninja could no longer treat Danzo's injuries. The only person who could treat Danzo's injuries. Only Tsunade. Then, Konohagakure would definitely try their best to find Tsunade. If they couldn't find her, Danzo wouldn't be able to stand up. Konohagakure's current strength was greatly weakened. If they found Tsunade, then Tsunade would be kidnapped by morality and forced to treat Danzo. Not to mention that Tsunade had hemophobia and her treating Danzo was something that Aoba couldn't accept. Looks like. Aoba's eyes became serious, and he made a decision in his heart. A very bold decision that would take a bit of a risk, but might also have a great harvest. I can only do it myself. Aoba silently nodded. At this moment, he thought of many ways and finally chose one of them. He was not completely without any benefits in helping Danzo. Instead, he would put Danzo in a more painful situation. Chapter 322. Aoba thought about it and immediately made a decision, that was, to solve Danzo's serious injury. At the beginning of the Third Ninja World War, Kumagakure and Konohagakure had already fought a few times. Tsunagakure and Omegakure were also in a great battle. Iwagakure and Kirigakure, on the other hand, may attack at any time. The ninja world began to enter its chaotic time. However, the most important person besides the third Hokage fell at this time. This would cause the third Hokage to directly lose his most capable helper. In this chaotic situation, what will happen was unknown. Aoba looked at the history of the entire ninja world. When Hiruzen was in position, Danzo had been silently supporting him from behind. He had never left Hiruzen alone. Let's go and take a look first. After Aoba had a rough plan in mind, he immediately walked to the side of the table and picked up the black book. This book was prepared for Danzo. Danzo had only looked at it once. He had never looked at it again. In fact, the contents of the book had not been completely written at this time, but it was not important. Anyway, it was not appropriate to show this thing to Danzo at this time. This thing was just to be prepared. Thinking of this, Aoba's eyes fell on a red book on the table. On the cover of this red book, there was an extremely hot and fierce beauty. It was the book with Fugaku's signature on the title page. The story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school had been completed, and there were not many pages left in the book. Aoba no longer planned to use this book. Then, Aoba picked up the red book directly. I think I have a better idea. Aoba put the red book and the black book into his ninja pouch, then left Anbu's dormitory and walked toward Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Along the way, Aoba could feel people looking at him from time to time, and they smile meaningfully. Aoba felt the gazes of these people. His face was expressionless. But in his heart, he felt that this was not a very appropriate method. This won't do. Aoba silently thought in his mind. He knew that as long as he gave the manuscript to the Anbu from the Yamanaka clan, they would spread it out. Although he had already emphasized not to spread the manuscript, it was useless and had no effect. These people had never intended to listen to him. The most important thing was, if it was spread out, then it spread out. He would just treat it as this book being promoted. But he doesn't know who secretly revealed that the person who wrote the book was Aoba. This directly made Aoba a small celebrity in front of these Anbu. Recently, every time he passed by the crowd, someone would look at him. This feeling. How should he say it? If it was someone else who liked to show off or who was very high profile and want to be the focus of everyone's attention, their hearts might be greatly satisfied. But for Aoba, this was a big problem. His style was very low-key, cautious, and did not like to be noticed by too many people. He just wanted to do his own things silently. This situation now made him feel a little uncomfortable. His impression of the Yamanaka clan was greatly reduced once again. Looks like he had to find a chance to clarify things. It was time to drag Fugaku out. After a while, Aoba arrived at Konoha Intelligence Division's Black Room. At this time, the Black Room was unusually quiet. There was no sound, so there was no one inside. Sure enough, they're off work. Aoba also had a testing attitude. After all, the distance from Anbu's dormitory to Konoha Intelligence Division was not far. After that, Aoba turned around and walked toward Eden's office. His idea was very simple. Since Danzo was still of value to Konoha now. In that case, he could save him. However, he definitely couldn't save him for free. Now, he had made up his mind. He might as well look for Eden and give this Konoha Intelligence Division captain face. This way, not only could he repay the care that this big brother gave to him during this period, but he could also let Eden return a favor to Danzo. A few minutes later, Aoba came to the door of Eden's office. The door of the office was closed. Judging from this situation, he should not be here. But he still knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Along with the dull knock, there was no response from Eden's office. It could be confirmed that there was no one inside. Then, Aoba was now sure that Eden had already returned home. Let's go to Brother Eden's house and take a look. Aoba turned around and left Konoha Intelligence Division. He had read Eden's memories and knew where the latter lived. After leaving Konoha Intelligence Division, Aoba walked toward the area in the middle of Konoha. The ninja in the middle and high ranks position in Konoha all live in the core circle of Konoha. The benefits they received were all good. About half an hour later, Aoba came to the door of a house. He stood at the door and looked up at the gradually darkening sky. He then hesitated for a moment. According to the memories, he read. Eden likes to play some small games that simulate torture with his wife before going to bed. Even Aoba didn't know these two were like this. Perhaps this was like-minded. One likes to torture, the other likes to be tortured, and every night comes a period of whipping, then all the emotions were mobilized. It was just. Aoba didn't know if the two of them were in the middle of the process. After a moment of hesitation, Aoba raised his right hand and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. There was a light knock on the door. Although the sound was not loud, it could be heard by the people in the room. Aoba did not want to be too loud and disturb Eden's mood inside. However, he was not very willing to wait, so he had to bite the bullet and knock on the door. Who is it? An unhappy voice came from the door. The owner of the voice was Eden. Brother Eden, it's me, Aoba. After hearing Eden's voice, Aoba was slightly relieved. He could clearly hear the impatience in Eden's tone, but it was clear that he had not disturbed him. The torture game between the two of them should not have officially begun. Creak. With the sound of a door panel rubbing, the door to Eden's residence opened. At this time, Eden, who was dressed in grayish-blue pajamas, stood at the door, staring at this subordinate in front of him who had never been here before. Did something happen? A lot of question marks appeared in Eden's mind. He vaguely felt that something had happened. Otherwise, there was no need for Aoba to find him. For someone like Aoba to take the initiative to find his home, there must be something wrong. There is indeed something. Aoba nodded, then glanced at the door behind Eden. He turned his eyes to Eden and asked, "Brother Eden, do you think it's more appropriate for us to go out and talk somewhere, or go into your house and talk?" "Go out. Wait for me to change my clothes. Ibiki still has homework to do," Eden said without hesitation. Then he nodded to Aoba and added, "Wait for me here for a while." "Okay." Aoba did not expose Eden's thoughts. Aoba was very clear on what Eden's habits were. Not only that, Aoba looked up and found that the window on the upper floor was dimly lit. Ibiki's room was upstairs. The place where Eden and his wife were playing was in the basement. However, there were still some props scattered around the house. It was already too late for Eden to clean up at this time, so he hurriedly told Aoba to wait. Then, he went into the room to change his clothes. He did not dare to let Aoba in. A few minutes later, Eden changed into regular clothes and walked out. He stood at the door and glanced at Aoba. "Aoba, you haven't eaten yet, right? I know a good barbecue shop and the environment there is very quiet. It should not be closed yet. Let's talk over there," Eden said to Aoba. His tone was very calm, without any anger. If it was someone else who knocked on the door, he would have already been angry. However, the person in front of him was Aoba. No matter how much he complained in his heart, he did not dare to say anything. "Okay." Aoba nodded. He felt that Eden's arrangement was pretty good. There was no problem. "Come with me." Eden immediately walked out and brought Aoba to the barbecue shop not far away. Aoba followed closely behind. He was silent all the way and did not say anything. After a while, Eden brought Aoba to the barbecue shop he mentioned. For this barbecue shop, in addition to seeing it in Konoha people's memories, Aoba also vaguely saw it in the anime. It seemed to be where the Akimichi loved to eat the most. Eden ordered a private room, ordered several plates of meat, and then sat on the futon in the private room. "Aoba, sit down." After Eden sat down, he pointed at the futon in front of him and gestured for Aoba to sit down as well. Aoba nodded. He immediately sat down on the futon, faced Eden head-on, and looked at each other. "Aoba, there must be something important for you to look for me so late at night, right?" Eden's eyes focused on Aoba. After carefully examining Aoba's facial expression, he picked up the teapot on the table, poured out a cup of barley tea for Aoba, and pushed it in front of Aoba. Then he poured himself another cup, held it to his mouth, felt the mellow fragrance of the tea, and took a small sip. "Tell me. No one will disturb us here. The waiter will serve all the dishes at one time after they are all ready," Eden said to Aoba. From his words, it could be seen that he often came to this barbecue shop to eat and was already very used to it. "Okay." Aoba also picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. The rich and fragrant barley tea had a quiet effect. "Brother Eden, I came to find you this time mainly for a few things." Aoba couldn't tell exactly how many there were, so he didn't say a fixed number. He reached into the ninja pouch and took out the red book. "The first thing is that I want to give you the story of Teacher Bai in the ninja school." Aoba placed the red book on the table and pushed it in Eden's direction. As he spoke, he nodded at Eden, a look of "you understand" on his face. "Aoba, you can't be." When Eden saw the red book, his eyes suddenly lit up. His dark pupils seemed to be burning with hot flames, and every cell in his body became excited. He asked with a trembling voice, "Have you finished writing the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school?" "Ha ha ha, that's right. Aoba immediately smiled and nodded. Before he said these words, he had already guessed that Eden might have this reaction. Now, this appearance really did not make him feel anything wrong. Everything was no different from what he imagined. I have finished writing the story of Teacher Bai of the Ninja School. Now the story on this red book is the full content. Aoba stared at Eden with a serious expression on his face. Brother Eden, now I will give you this book. I hope you can help me to publish the story of Teacher Bai of the Ninja School. Aoba said very seriously. No problem. Eden nodded fiercely and then patted his chest. The whole process and movements were very serious, giving people a feeling of assurance from the bottom of their hearts. Leave this matter to me. From tomorrow onwards, I will start immediately. I will strive to publish it officially this month. There will definitely be no problem. Eden's face was very serious. To him, the story of Teacher Bai of the Ninja School made him see a different kind of novel. It had a milestone-like effect and was not something that other novels could compare to. Even deep in his heart, he did not think that Aoba could write a novel better than Teacher Bai of the Ninja School. However, he did not say such words. From his point of view, he hoped that Aoba could write better works. This way, he would have more beautiful books to read. Brother Eden, I have one more thing to explain, and that is the author's signature. Write the word Fugaku, it is not the Uchiha Fugaku. You understand what I mean, right? Aoba said to Eden. In fact, he found Eden this time. The main purpose was not to publish the story of Teacher Bai of the Ninja School. This was just a matter of convenience. However, on the way here, he met many people looking at him with very special gazes. This was something that he was unwilling to accept. It was not because he wrote the novel Teacher Bai of the Ninja School and has some sense of shame about writing this kind of book. His face was thick enough. The thing that made him feel uncomfortable was he had received the attention of too many people. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Everyone looked at him with eyes that made him feel as if he was being burned. There was a very painful feeling. Okay. Eden nodded. How could he not understand what Aoba meant? It was just that the issue of the signature made him feel a little uncomfortable. After all, the book was written by Aoba, but it was signed in someone else's name. It made Fugaku become the person who picked the peach. This book signature could not be easily accepted by a book fan like him. I hope the problem of the author's name can be solved slowly in the future. Eden sighed. It will not be resolved. Aoba shook his head and looked at Eden. I have decided that my pen name will be Fugaku in the future. Any publicity and explanation made to the outside world will make Uchiha Fugaku the author of my work, and I am just a nobody who silently writes a book behind the scenes. This. When Eden heard Aoba's words, he was stunned. This kind of thing was completely different from his philosophy. It made him feel extremely difficult to accept and he did not know what to say. Brother Eden, this is the way to make me feel very comfortable. I don't want to be seen by so many people, so I let Fugaku be the person who is surrounded by stars. I just want to write a book quietly. In this way, I can write better works without being disturbed. In this way, you can also have better books to read. Aoba explained to Eden with a smile. I understand, Eden nodded. He understood everything in principle, but in reality, there was still a pit in his heart when he operated these things. He temporarily did not cross it, maybe it would be better in the future. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a light knock on the door of the private room. Customer, your dishes are ready. Do you want the dishes to be served now? The waiter's voice sounded from outside the private room. Do it. Eden immediately said. As he spoke, he directly picked up the red book on the table and placed it into the ninja pouch at his waist carefully like a treasure. Yes. The waiter's voice sounded again. Then, the door of the private room was opened. One by one, waiters came in with the dishes and placed the marinated meat on the table where Aoba and Eden were. It was not just meat. There were also some seafood, vegetables, and fruits. Overall, it looked very sumptuous. Please enjoy. After the waiters served all the dishes, they bowed deeply to Aoba and Eden. Then, they left in turn and did not disturb their meal anymore. This was the reason why Eden liked to eat here. There was no need to worry too much about the environment. The waiters here gave their customers great respect. They would prepare all the dishes according to the wishes of the guests and serve them. This way, there would not be a problem of repeatedly delaying the customers' time to serve the dishes. Other than that, the barbecue shop's waiter could also accompany them and served the barbecue. However, this kind of service could still be chosen. Some guests hoped to have some more private space, so the waiter would leave and no longer disturb them. Come, Aoba, don't be polite. Whatever you want to eat, roast it yourself. Let's each roast our own. I won't roast it for you. Eden waved to Aoba. He directly picked up a barbecue clip and put a piece of beef on the barbecue rack, making a sizzling sound, and directly emitting a delicious fragrance. It could be seen that Eden was in a good mood. When Eden knew that the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school was going to end, he was very sad. However, after this period of foreshadowing, he had already accepted this matter in his heart. Now, he was no longer in the mood to be sad, but have more expectations. The story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school was finally coming to everyone's eyes. Okay. Aoba nodded and picked up the barbecue clip next to him. He picked up a piece of thin beef and placed it on the barbecue rack. Brother Eden, I can rest assured if I hand Teacher Bai over to you. Aoba said. When Eden heard Aoba's words, he was stunned for a moment. He stared at Aoba in a daze and did not know how to answer this question. Literally. There did not seem to be a problem. But why did he feel that it was strange? Cough, cough, cough. Eden cleared his throat and immediately turned his attention back. He immediately put away the smile on his face and stared seriously at Aoba again. Aoba, you just said that you have several things to tell me. The end and publication of this book should be just one thing, right? Is there anything else? Eden asked. After hearing Eden's words, Aoba did not speak immediately. Instead, he flipped the meat on the barbecue rack over. Following Aoba's silence, the atmosphere in the entire private room became heavy. Seeing that Aoba did not speak, Eden did not immediately ask. He could faintly feel that this matter was not that simple. Aoba seemed to be still hesitating. Since that was the case, then let Aoba think about it again. Just as Eden had guessed, Aoba still hasn't fully figured out whether this matter will affect him more or not. Time passed by. Gradually, the piece of meat that Aoba had roasted was cooked. He picked up the roasted beef using his chopsticks, placed it in the dipping sauce for a while, then put it into his mouth and slowly chewed it. The taste is not bad. Aoba nodded. He then raised his head and stared at Eden with a serious expression. There is no need to think it through. Just do it. Aoba made up his mind as he chewed. Brother Eden, before I say these things, I want to ask you something. You have to answer me truthfully. Aoba said in a low voice. What is it? When Eden was asked by Aoba, his eyes were full of suspicion, especially when he saw Aoba's serious look. Even he was nervous, not knowing what Aoba was going to say. Do you really want to save Danzo-sama? Aoba asked in a low voice. You can save Danzo-sama. Eden's voice suddenly rose a lot, and his whole body became spirited. Shh, Aoba raised a finger and placed it in front of his mouth, indicating for Eden to keep quiet. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Brother Eden, I didn't say that I could do it. I just wanted to ask you, do you really want to do this? If not for Danzo-sama speaking up for me and promoting me to this position, I wouldn't be the me I am today. So, if I have the chance to save Danzo-sama's life, I would also like to repay his kindness. Eden nodded heavily. His meaning was very clear. He hoped to save Danzo, but he had no way to save Danzo. Brother Eden, you have been taking care of me all this time. I am willing to help you return this favor. Let's go and see what's going on with Danzo-sama. Aoba said with a serious face. In fact, he was not hesitating because of Eden, but because of Danzo. He hadn't thought about saving Danzo. What would happen if he saved Danzo? What would happen if he couldn't save Danzo? After his consideration, in the end, he thought of an even more appropriate method. No matter what, he had to find Danzo, so he might as well put on an act on Eden's relationship. Not only could he achieve the same goal, but he could also further develop Eden's relationship. After this period of thinking, Aoba found that if Eden took care of him, then he would be fine in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. It could be said to be a superior who shielded him from the wind and rain. Are you going to see it? Eden's excited mood immediately calmed down. Just now, he thought that Aoba would find Tsunade-sama, but when he heard that it was Aoba himself who went to see it, he suddenly did not have so much expectation about this matter. Yes, I will go to see it myself. But I have a condition, that is, I cannot expose my identity. I need to change into a new set of clothes and put on a mask. Only then can I be at ease. Otherwise, I will not go. Aoba replied. Do you have to be so careful? Eden asked the curiosity that he had always had in his heart. He had already faintly noticed that Aoba was not as weak as he looked on the surface. However, because of Aoba's relationship with Tsunade-sama, he did not investigate Aoba, nor did he want to expose Aoba. He even gives Aoba a suggestion, Aoba, if you can save Danzo-sama, you will be Danzo-sama's savior and the great savior of the village. You can leave Konohagakure Intelligence Division in one fell swoop and work in the top management of the Konoha Hospital. I am not interested in these things. I don't want to be famous, and I don't want to be in top management. I think Konohagakure Intelligence Division is quite good. I am used to it and don't want to go anywhere. Aoba shook his head and said. All right. Eden looked at Aoba's love for Konohagakure Intelligence Division, which had been expressed countless times, and suddenly, he was more and more convinced of it. Come to think of it, Aoba, do you really have the confidence to save Danzo-sama? Eden asked seriously. He was still very concerned about this matter. His eyes were fixed on Aoba as if he wanted to see the answer to the question he wanted from Aoba's face. Whether I can save him or not needs to be seen. I have never seen Danzo-sama's injury before, so I don't understand his current situation. Aoba's words were not a refusal, but the truth from the bottom of his heart. Danzo was injured by the third Reikage. It was different from the situation when he played the role of Gosui to hurt Harry. Although they were both crippled. But the position and degree of injury were uncertain. Therefore, Aoba could not guarantee that he could cure Danzo's injury. He had to go to Danzo in person and carefully examine the injury. Then analyzed it through the medical knowledge he had stored. Finally, made a conclusion based on the difficulty of operating the medical ninjutsu. These were not things that could be directly decided without seeing them. Medical ninjutsu was ninjutsu that makes medical treatment more convenient based on medical knowledge. For example, Shakura no Mesu, Chakra's scalpel. It had a higher accuracy than a scalpel. But it was not that it could not be replaced with a scalpel. It just made the operation process easier. Even if it was Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm technique. It was not the kind of thing that you could directly press on a person and then directly heal them. After all, this was the real ninja world. Not the world in the game. I understand. I'll take you there. After hearing Aoba's words, Eden hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, he gave his own conclusion, which was to take the risk to bring Aoba there. He had already understood what Aoba meant. If he wanted Aoba to check on Danzo's injuries, then he had to bring an Aoba who refused to reveal his identity with his identity. This was quite difficult for him. After all, at this critical juncture, bringing a person who would not reveal his identity to get close to the injured Danzo was something that no one could easily let go of. However, Eden was willing to try. Do you have anything else to add? Eden looked at Aoba again. It doesn't matter whether I cured Danzo-sama or not. You and I only know about this matter. No third person can know that I was the one who treated Danzo-sama. Aoba said in a deep voice. Aoba, do you know that if you say it like this, all the credit will be mine? Eden smiled bitterly. If that were the case, then the credit he received would be too great. The risk you take is too great. Aoba said with a smile. If you say so, I won't be polite. Eden nodded. Aoba's words just now had reached the bottom of his heart. After all, taking the risk to bring Aoba, a medical ninja who did not want to reveal his identity, would put a lot of pressure on him first. If Aoba successfully cured Danzo-sama, then the pressure would turn into a huge reward. But if not healed, or if something unexpected happened, then the pressure would not only be a problem of pressure, it might even lead to his death. Simply put, it was a gamble. Is there anything else? Eden gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were a little red now, and he was starting to look a little crazy. He was going to bet everything on this matter. Nothing else. I'll tell you when I think of something. Aoba said lightly. He did not have any specific requirements for these things. If he thought of something else, it would not be too late to tell Eden. Tomorrow morning, come to my house and find me. I will prepare clothes for you and take you to see Danzo-sama. Eden said in a deep voice. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and his eyes were full of determination. Now, he wanted to gamble on Aoba, the Tsunade's student. Although he did not know what level Aoba's medical ninjutsu had reached, he still had some understanding of what Aoba had done in his compartment. After the prisoners were ravaged, he was able to walk out of Konoha Intelligence Division almost unscathed. He did not cause any extra trouble for Konoha Intelligence Division and also gained the title of Cat-Faced Demon. Okay. Aoba nodded. Now that this matter had been arranged, his mood also relaxed a little. Suddenly, he picked up the barbecue clip again, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it directly on the barbecue rack. Sizzle! The moment the meat was put on the barbecue rack, there was a sizzling noise and smoke. Aoba, can I ask you a question? Eden was no longer in the mood to eat barbecue. His eyes were fixed on Aoba as if he wanted to see through Aoba's heart. Now, he was more and more confused about this subordinate. Can I say no? Aoba picked up the roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Sure. Eden was stunned and said with a smile. Ask away, Aoba said casually. He picked up the barbecue clip again, picked up a piece of beef, and put it on the barbecue rack. The corner of Eden's mouth twitched violently. Why didn't this person play according to the routine? Just now, he wanted to ask, but he felt a rejection from Aoba's words. He immediately retracted this thought and found that Aoba had let him ask. He was directly at a loss. That. I want to ask, why are you asking to save Danzo-sama? Eden immediately collected himself and looked at Aoba curiously. This question had already been in his mind when Aoba had said those words just now. However, Eden did not ask. He could even guess what Aoba would say. It was nothing more than words for the sake of Konohagakure's future and so on. Because of you, brother Eden. Aoba looked even more casual, making it impossible to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. As he said this, Eden's face was full of black lines. These words were pleasant to hear, but he did not believe them. However, he also tactfully stopped asking. In the following period of time, Aoba and Eden casually chatted about other topics, but the most they talked about was the new book. Eden was already beginning to look forward to Aoba's new book. After the two of them finished eating, Eden paid the bill and left the barbecue shop with Aoba. Then, they went their separate ways. The two of them had different thoughts in their hearts, but they reached a consensus on the same thing. After all, they had a sense of interest. After Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory, he directly fell asleep on the iron bed. The next day, early morning, Aoba was woken up by a bombardment of messages. The shadow clones that had been set up had already returned to his body, and they had brought along the experience of splicing and building wood on the first floor of the tower. It's time to find Eden. Aoba immediately changed into Anbu's standard uniform. Just as he was about to put on the cat face mask, he suddenly felt that this mask had a certain status. I can't wear a cat face mask. Well, I can't wear Anbu uniform. I'd better change. Aoba changed into casual clothes again, then put on a cloak on his body, and directly put the hat on his head, fully covering his face. After Aoba finished all this, he immediately thought of something and connected to the Flying Thunder God formula on a tree branch in Konoha forest. Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared from Anbu's dormitory. Now, because of the problem with Teacher Bai of the ninja school manuscript, Aoba's identity was a little eye-catching to a certain extent. If he walked out directly in this outfit, then his identity would be no different from an ID card. Anyway, no one noticed that he had walked out of Anbu's dormitory. No one noticed that he had not gone out. His body was not in the dormitory. The problem was not big. Eden will settle everything. Aoba soon arrived at the door of Eden's house. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, then the muffled sound of knocking immediately spread into the room. He's here. Eden's voice immediately sounded. He had made an agreement with Aoba, so he already knew that the person who came was Aoba. He did not have the impatient feeling of last night at all. Creak. The entrance door to Eden's house was opened. This time, Eden let Aoba in openly. Aoba, come in quickly. I've prepared clothes for you. I guarantee that your identity will be hidden. Eden opened the door and looked around. After making sure that no one was following behind Aoba, he closed the door. Thank you, Brother Eden. Aoba immediately thanked Eden. Don't be so polite, quickly change into it, and then I will take you to the Hokage building. Yesterday, when I went back, I found out that Danzo-sama was recuperating in the office next to the Hokage office, which was temporarily transformed into Danzo-sama's consultation room. Eden said. He knew very well how important this matter was to him, so he did not stay idle for a moment and directly went to inquire about the information. Understood. Aoba immediately took off his cloak and looked at the sofa in Eden's living room. There was a set of clothes there, which looked like the clothes of a medical ninja. Moreover, it was equipped with a white mask, which could completely cover his identity. For this set of clothes, Aoba was quite satisfied. He put on this outfit, then put on the mask and looked it up and down. After making sure there were no problems, he turned around and walked over to Eden, who was standing at the door. Brother Eden, let's go. Aoba's eyes focused on Eden through the eyes of the mask and looked very confident. Chapter 323. You look so good in this dress. Eden looked at Aoba up and down. When he came back overnight last night, he went to Konoha Hospital and asked Yamagata-ken for a medical ninja uniform. It was the clothes medical ninjas wore during surgery at Konoha Hospital. Of course, this dress was not for Aoba to use for surgery. This dress was only for Aoba to cover up his identity. After Aoba wore it, he looked like a medical ninja who came out of Konoha Hospital. If he wore a white mask, no one would be able to see his identity. Brother Eden, let's go take a look. I still don't know Danzo-sama's specific situation. Aoba said to Eden. Okay. Eden nodded. After that, he took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. He stared at the door, pushed it open, and walked out. Aoba followed behind Eden and the two walked toward the Hokage building together. Half an hour later, Eden brought Aoba to the Hokage building. Along the way, not many eyes focused on Aoba. The most important reason was that it was still early. Moreover, Aoba was wearing the clothes of a medical ninja from Konoha Hospital. During this period of time, there were too many medical ninjas coming and going in and out of the Hokage building. The villagers had long been accustomed to them. Eden stood in front of the Hokage building, and his eyes swept over the two ninja guards. His face suddenly became cold, and his imposing manner suddenly changed. "I'm going to see Danzo-sama," Eden said in a deep voice to the two guards standing at the entrance. His voice revealed a feeling of being in a high position for a long time. That kind of aura that was inadvertently revealed was not something ordinary people could withstand. "Yes." The two guards immediately nodded and made way. They all knew Eden and knew that the latter was Konohagakure Intelligence Division's big boss. They did not dare to provoke him at all. After the two guards gave way, Eden brought Aoba into the building. When Aoba passed the entrance, he looked at the two ninjas guarding the entrance through the eyes of the white mask. He could confirm that these two people were the two people who were knocked out by Fugaku's Sharingan that day. The current Hokage building. It was not too unfamiliar to Aoba. He had never been to places above the second floor, but he had come to the ground floor quite often. Aoba did not say a word. He just silently followed Eden. They went up the stairs and went directly to the second floor of the Hokage building. This was a ring-shaped corridor. There were rooms on both sides of the corridor. Each room had a sign on it, indicating its function. Some were staff offices. Some were advisor offices. The innermost room at the end of the corridor was the Hokage office, where the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen worked. Eden directly brought Aoba to the end of the corridor, but their target was not the Hokage office, but a room beside the Hokage office. The room has no signage. From the outside, it was impossible to see the specific function of this room. Eden stopped at the door. He did not continue to move forward. He turned to look at Aoba and nodded at him. Then he raised his right hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. After Eden knocked on the door of this room was slowly opened, revealing a face that looked like it had been through some hardships. Aoba's gaze focused on the person who opened the door. He instantly recognized the person. This person was Konohagakure's advisor, Mitokado Homura. "So it's Eden. Why are you here so early?" When Homura saw Eden, his eyes slightly relaxed. As he spoke, his eyes glanced at Aoba who was standing next to Eden. There was no surprise in his eyes. It was obvious that he was not surprised that a medical ninja appear here. Homura was obviously asking a question that he already knew the answer to. He had already seen Aoba, who was wearing medical ninja clothes beside Eden. However, he pretended not to see it. There was no other reason. Just that. He just wanted Eden to take the initiative to say this. "Advisor-sama, I brought a very good medical ninja here to see Danzo-sama's injuries," Eden said to Homura in front of him. "Very good medical ninja." Homura frowned slightly and turned to look at Aoba. Just now, he just glanced at Aoba casually and did not take Aoba too seriously. After all, there were too many medical ninjas here recently. Even he could not bear to look at them. He looked at Aoba again and asked, "How good?" At that time, Eden was speechless and did not know how to answer. How good? Even he did not know Aoba's attainments in medical ninjutsu. "What is your name?" Homura's eyes were still focused on Aoba, and then he said again in a commanding tone, "Take off your mask." "Advisor-sama, he is a medical ninja I brought with me. He is very good. He promised to see Danzo-sama's situation, but the only condition is that he is not willing to reveal his name and appearance." Eden said in a low voice. This was something he had discussed with Aoba, so when this situation occurred, he had to speak for Aoba. He could not let Aoba face this question alone. Oh? Do you still want to hide your identity and name? Eden, are you sure he is reliable? If something happens to Danzo, you can't bear this responsibility. Homura narrowed his eyes and stared at Eden. His words could already be said to be a threat to Eden. Moreover, he did not hide his suspicion of Aoba and it sounded a bit harsh. Advisor Sama, just as Eden was about to explain again, he felt Aoba appear next to him. He gently patted his shoulder and planned his words. Let me explain. Aoba's voice slowly sounded. His dark eyes focused on Homura through the holes in the mask. Now his identity was hidden. There was no need to be polite at all. However, Eden's identity was still clear. Aoba would more or less pay attention to it. Advisor Sama, according to the news that has been spreading widely in the village, Konohagakure's medical ninja has seen Danzo-sama's condition. If no one can treat Danzo-sama now, then Danzo-sama will have to lie in this room in the future. Aoba said indifferently, almost not giving Homura any face. You. Homura stared at Aoba. Aoba was now wearing a mask, so he couldn't see his face at all, but it didn't stop him from expressing his anger toward Aoba. You can go back. Homura directly refused. His expression was very bad, and he directly waved to Eden. He was Konohagakure's advisor. He was used to being pampered in Konohagakure. No one usually dared to talk to him like this. Even Hiruzen was polite when talking to him. How could he accept this? This person was actually so rude. Advisor Sama, Eden still wanted to fight for it. In fact, he was quite confident in Aoba. It was only because Aoba don't want to reveal his identity, otherwise, as long as he said that this person was Tsunade-sama's student, then he was sure that this Homura in front of him would very warmly invite Aoba in. Eden, don't say any more. I won't let an unknown medical ninja come to check on Danzo's situation. If there is an accident, you can't bear this responsibility, and I can't bear this responsibility. Homura shook his head and said. He completely did not want to talk about this matter anymore, and he was already a little impatient. Advisor Sama, there is something you have to figure out first. That is, if we don't do anything, Danzo-sama will be in danger. And if we do something that might cause an accident, then this accident might be a good accident that saves Danzo-sama's life. Even if we really cause some mishap, we lose nothing. Aoba spoke again. In his heart, he had already determined that this was the last time he would speak. If Homura invited him in, then he would seriously help Danzo. However, if Homura still refused to let him in, then it could be said to be Danzo's fate. You. Homura narrowed his eyes through the lens of his glasses and fell on Aoba. He understood what Aoba meant. There was no problem in saying this. The current Danzo was already crippled. If he did not receive timely and effective treatment, then he should be lying here in the future. But he still could not easily let this unknown person come in. Sorry, I can't. Homura shook his head and said. Just as he was about to speak, footsteps came from behind him and interrupted him before he could finish. Let them in. The person who spoke walked out of the room and entered Eden and Aoba's line of sight. It was a purple-haired woman who looked to be around 50 years old. Her indifferent face had a stern look like that of a school director. It was the other advisor, Udaten Koharu. At this time, Koharu was wearing a burlap robe and looking very elegant. Her face was slightly pale. It could be seen that she did not have a good rest recently. Koharu, the identity of this person is unknown. We can't let him treat Danzo casually. Homura frowned and said. However, his tone was still much weaker. It was already different when he was talking to Eden and Aoba. After all, the person in front of him was Koharu, who had the same identity as him. In addition, the latter was a woman, From the time they met until now, they had always been in a concession attitude. Let me decide, Koharu said indifferently. Her gaze passed Homura and fell on the masked Aoba. She said, I heard your conversation just now. I only have one question. After you answer me, I will decide whether I will let you treat Danzo. Brother Eden, let's go. The corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up behind the mask. Then he patted Eden on the back, turned around, and walked directly on the way back. This. Eden looked at Aoba's back and was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what to say. That. To Advisor Sama. Sorry for disturbing you. Eden nodded at Homura and Koharu, then quickly followed Aoba. Actually, he was very clear about Aoba's thoughts. He had the same feeling just now. They specially came here to treat Danzo-sama but were stopped at the door. Others did not know, but he was very clear. Aoba was Tsunade-sama's direct student. Although Eden did not know what level Aoba's medical ninjutsu had reached, he understood that if there was a medical ninja other than Tsunade-sama who could treat Danzo-sama's injuries, then it could only be Aoba. However, Eden was very sympathetic to Aoba's feelings just now. After all, Aoba was here to help. He just didn't want to expose the fact that he was Tsunade-sama's student. Now, under the questioning and cold eyes of these two advisors, he directly chose to leave. Perhaps, without his relationship with Danzo, he might also choose to leave on the spot. After all, even a person without a temper would not be able to endure such anger. You. Koharu looked at the back of Aoba and Eden as they left, and the doubts in her heart instantly became chaotic. She just wanted to know why the masked man was wearing a mask. Why hide his identity? And was there really a need for that? They had already spread the word that any medical ninjas in the village could diagnose Danzo here. Even if there was no way to cure Danzo, they would not be punished. This way, there was no need to hide his identity. Then, there was only one reason. A thought flashed through Koharu's mind. She suddenly thought of the most likely reason. It was that this person really could cure Danzo. He just did not want to expose his identity as an expert. Wait! Koharu immediately shouted at Aoba. Her eyes were focused on Aoba's back, and she felt that what she was thinking just now was possible. Now she wanted to let Aoba try. Only, this time, Aoba did not speak. He directly walked out. Aoba's idea was very simple. He had just given Danzo a chance, but they did not cherish it. Now that the opportunity had been missed, he did not want to do it anymore. Aoba, Advisor Sama is calling for you. Eden followed behind Aoba and whispered to him. I didn't hear them, Aoba replied indifferently. Aoba, at least give me some face. It's cool to leave now, but it will be hard for me in the future. Eden said helplessly. He did not expect to act like this at all. He continued, since you chose to hide your identity, you should at least fight for some time with me. Suddenly, Aoba stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Eden. All right. Aoba could hear the sincerity in Eden's voice. Now, Eden was no longer speaking for the sake of Danzo, but for his own matters. After all, Aoba could just pat his butt and leave, but Eden could not. Eden did not hide his identity at all. Consider it for Eden. Aoba muttered silently in his heart. He had used up all the opportunities he had given Danzo just now, but now he was giving Eden a chance. Leave it to me this time. Eden raised his hand to pat Aoba on the shoulder. When his hand was raised in the air, he immediately retracted it. Now, he already knew that Aoba's body was not as weak at all. But he was already used to this action. It was completely out of habit. Moreover, Eden was really afraid of Aoba. He was afraid that after he hit Aoba, Aoba would immediately fall to the ground. This was really possible. Eden turned around and walked toward Homura and Koharu. Aoba stood still. Right now, he was here to treat Danzo after he came to a conclusion after weighing the pros and cons. Also, treating Dano was not the only thing he had to do here. Advisor Sama. Eden quickly ran to the front of Homura and Koharu. With a smile on his face, he bowed deeply to the two of them, showing great respect. Eden, what's the situation? Where did you find this medical ninja? Why does he have to wear a mask? Is he reliable? Koharu frowned and asked in a low voice. She did not dare to speak loudly now, for fear that Aoba would hear it and stop helping them to treat Danzo. Very reliable. Eden first nodded and confirmed Aoba's ability. Although he had never seen how Aoba used medical ninjutsu, he just thought that Aoba was very reliable. He is a student of a well-known medical ninja. I persuaded him for a long time before he was willing to come out to treat Danzo-sama. However, his only requirement is to wear a mask and not let people know his identity. Eden explained to Koharu. Why? Homura said in confusion, if he has the ability to treat Danzo, he will become Konohagakure's great hero and enjoy the worship of countless people. Isn't that good? What do you know? Some people just like to keep a low profile and don't want others to know their identity easily. Koharu rolled her eyes at Homura in a bad mood. Then, she looked at Eden and said, Eden, invite him over and let him see Danzo. Why do I feel that he might really help Danzo? You actually believe him? Homura stared at Koharu in confusion and added, you have to know that he is a person who doesn't even want to reveal his identity. Why don't you believe me? Koharu stared at Homura and said, it's been so many years, but your brain is still so stubborn. We don't know his identity. Will Eden bring him here if he doesn't know his identity? Will Eden joke about his future and Danzo's life? Why don't you think of this? When Homura heard Koharu's words, he was stunned. He suddenly felt that it was very reasonable and did not know how to refute it. The most important thing is... Koharu looked at Aoba who was standing there with a serious expression. She took a deep breath and said slowly, I saw Orochimaru on him. As soon as Koharu said this, not only Homura who was standing beside her, but even Eden also had a lot of question marks popping up in his head. The two of them couldn't figure it out. What similarities between Aoba and Orochimaru? I didn't see it at all. I mean feeling. Koharu helplessly explained. She rolled her eyes at Homura and Eden. She was extremely dissatisfied with the reactions of the two people. It's the kind of feeling that can't be seen through. Orochimaru felt the same when he came yesterday. I don't know what kind of chips he has. Koharu said seriously. Even she was not sure why. After she asked Aoba, she was shocked to see that Aoba left without looking back. When Homura and Eden heard what Koharu said, a lot of question marks appeared on their heads again. They felt that there was something wrong with Koharu's thoughts. This person is much more powerful than Orochimaru, Homura said snappily. Oh? What do you mean? Koharu asked curiously. Orochimaru, we at least know his name and appearance. What do you know about this person? Homura said in a strange tone. Shut up. Koharu immediately felt that Homura was mocking her. She immediately shouted. Her voice was very loud and echoed in the corridor. However, Eden immediately reacted. I'll call him over right now. He hurriedly nodded at Koharu and Homura. After that, Eden quickly walked toward Aoba. He walked until he was in front of Aoba and a smile appeared on his face. It worked. Eden said excitedly. There were many things that made him happy. First, he could see the extent of Aoba's medical ninjutsu. After all, when he secretly practiced medical ninjutsu in Konohagakure Intelligence Division, he knew about it. Moreover, he also used his own connections to help Aoba conceal it. Second, he brought a medical ninja to see Danzo's situation. No matter what, Danzo had helped him. He still didn't want Danzo to have any problems. Thirdly, he had successfully reversed the two advisors' views. This gave him a strong sense of accomplishment. All right. Aoba raised his eyes and looked at Eden. Just now, he felt that he had given the last chance to Eden. The latter had also successfully seized this opportunity. Then, he had nothing to say. He nodded at Eden. Follow me. Eden immediately brought Aoba back. At this moment, Koharu and Homura, the two advisors, were still standing there. Now, both of their eyes were focused on Aoba, and they kept looking him up and down. Through the information provided by Eden, they knew that the person in front of them was a student of a well-known medical ninja. This was the extremely simple information they had. After all, even the so-called well-known medical ninja, they did not know who that person was. It could be said that it was not much different from not saying anything. Cough cough. At this moment, Koharu cleared her throat. She glared at Homura and held back the words that Homura was about to say. Homura could only close his mouth. Come in with me. Koharu gestured to Aoba, who was wearing a mask, and walked into the room. Aoba and Eden followed behind Koharu. Homura was the last person and closed the door. However, there was still a hint of helplessness on his face. He stared cautiously at Aoba. He had always been skeptical about things like not knowing the name or identity. Danzo is over here. Koharu pointed at the bed that had been set up in the room. There was an infusion needle inserted in the back of Danzo's hand. Let me see. Aoba took a step forward and arrived in front of Danzo. When he arrived, he immediately saw Danzo staring at him. However, Danzo's face was still covered in bandages. He refused to undo it no matter what. Danzo-sama, can you speak? Aoba lowered his voice, making it sound low and rough. He had seen Danzo before, and he knew very well that if he did not deliberately change his voice, he would be recognized by the other party. Ken Danzo's voice seemed to be quite weak, as if saying a word could make him use up a lot of strength. I'll do a few small tests first. After I ask you, you just have to answer me yes or no, and that's it. Aoba said in a low voice. He was now a medical ninja. Yes. Danzo's voice sounded particularly weak. Suddenly, Aoba reached for his ninja pouch. He took out a handful of kunao from it. Swish! The moment the kunao appeared in Aoba's hand, Koharu and Homura instantly flashed to Aoba's side. The two of them reached out at the same time to grab Aoba's wrist. However, Aoba gently moved his wrist. It seemed to be a very simple action. However, it cleverly avoided the hands of the two people who were grabbing at him. If I wanted to harm Danzo-sama, there are countless ways that you can't detect. Medical ninjas know how to save people, and they also know how to kill people. They are not so clumsy. Aoba's indifferent voice slowly sounded. After Aoba said this, Koharu and Homura looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. In the end, they nodded to each other and chose to believe in Aoba, giving some space. Aoba took the kunao, lifted the quilt covering Danzo, and gently stabbed Danzo's left foot. The whole process wasn't too strenuous. It did not pierce Danzo's skin at all. He did not even bleed. It was a very simple touch. Can you feel it? Aoba asked softly. No, Danzo replied. His voice was very tired, and there was a kind of helplessness. Aoba nodded. He held the kunao and stabbed it at Danzo's thigh. The strength this time was similar to before. It did not cause any substantial damage to Danzo. Do you feel anything? Aoba asked again. No, Danzo still gave a negative answer. Seeing such a scene, only then did Homura and Koharu understand. This medical ninja in front of them did not take out kunao to do anything bad to Danzo, but to analyze the injuries that Danzo had suffered. Do you feel anything now? Aoba held the kunao in his hand and stabbed it toward Danzo's waist. However, he could feel that Danzo's body did not even have the slightest reaction. It was like a mass of dead meat. No, Danzo still denied it. How about now? Aoba held the kunao and stabbed it at the position below Danzo's neck. Yes. Danzo immediately replied. Okay. Aoba nodded. He picked up the kunao again and stabbed at Danzo's arm. Do you feel anything? Aoba asked. Yes. Danzo replied again. Okay. Aoba nodded again and looked at Danzo's head. He placed the kunao on the bed, raised his right hand, and directly slapped Danzo's head. Do you feel anything? Aoba gently patted Danzo's head with his right hand. He didn't use any strength at all. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Tenso no Jutsu, Heavenly Transfer Technique. Along with the crisp sound of the electronic prompt, very special ninjutsu appeared in Aoba's mind. This was Kumagakure's space-time ninjutsu. It could teleport objects to a designated location. Of course, it could also teleport people. However, if a human's physique did not reach the abnormal level, it was possible to be directly smashed into pieces. Sigh. Aoba frowned slightly. He felt that this technique had more or less overlapping functions to him. This technique was a good technique. But he already had a better Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. However, perhaps in the future, it might be useful under certain circumstances. Following the electronic prompt, there were also some memories. These memories were all Danzo's memories. It had already been loaded into Aoba's brain and could be extracted and examined at any time. How is it? Koharu immediately asked nervously. After hearing Aoba sigh, she had already felt that things might not be good. During this period of time, many medical ninjas had come to see Danzo. In the end, they all left while shaking their heads and sighing. Not only was Koharu staring at Aoba, but even Homura and Eden were also staring at Aoba at the same time. Even Danzo, who was lying on the bed, raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Aoba. Danzo-sama was hit in the chest and squeezed many internal organs, causing the internal organs to be damaged. However, the injury that caused his current situation is the injury to his spine. If I'm not wrong, Danzo-sama injured his spine. Aoba said in a deep voice. Can it be treated? Koharu immediately asked. This was the question that she was most concerned about. Other medical ninjas had given similar answers, but they had no ability to treat Danzo. Now, they placed all their hopes on Aoba. After all, the previous people had no other way. I need to check it myself. Aoba said seriously. The more he looked at it now, the more he realized the benefits of Byakugan, which turned into X-rays. How do you check? Koharu was stunned at that moment. She didn't understand what Aoba meant. I want to see the injury on Danzo-sama's spine, and then make a judgment and finally treat it, Aoba said with a serious face. Koharu had a bad feeling in her heart, but she did not want to stop Aoba, because she had another feeling in her heart that Aoba might treat Danzo. Do you have anesthetics? Aoba asked Koharu. No, Koharu was stunned. After hearing about the anesthetic, she was a little dumbfounded. That's it then. Aoba retracted his hand and stood up straight. He looked at Koharu and then at Homura. This is all for today's examination. I have more or less understood the preliminary situation. Now I will go back and prepare. Tomorrow, I will take the things I need and come directly for the operation. Aoba immediately said. The examination he just said was actually just an excuse because he already knew what Danzo's injury was before he come. The operation will be carried out tomorrow. Koharu felt that all of this had come too suddenly, and her heart was still not prepared. She could not help but ask, how confident are you? 90%, Aoba said indifferently, his words filled with confidence. This. Koharu swallowed hard. She stared at Aoba, increasingly feeling that this person was not simple. He was actually able to give such a high success rate. You have to know. After the other medical ninjas had seen Danzo's injuries, they were all helpless at that moment. Now I have to go back and prepare the things I need for tomorrow's operation. Tomorrow at this time, I will go with Brother Eden. After Aoba finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the thoughts of these two advisors. He directly turned around and walked toward the door, leaving the two of them with a cool back view. Chapter 324. Koharu and Homura looked in the direction where Aoba had left. A lot of question marks appeared in their heads, and they didn't know what to say. They both felt dumbfounded. Did he leave just like that? What did this mean? Did he take the excuse that he was not ready to run away? Was the mask used to cover his shame? All of a sudden, Koharu and Homura looked at Eden's face together, and their eyes were full of strong doubts. Eden, I need an explanation. What does this mean? Koharu frowned and asked. That's right. Is it because he can't treat Danzo, and then he ran away with this excuse? Homura asked as well. The two advisor-sama. Don't worry. Eden raised his hands, indicating that the two advisor-sama shouldn't be too anxious. At this time, his forehead was covered in sweat. He believed in Aoba, but even he had to admit it. Aoba's way of doing things seemed very unusual at some point, making him feel that he could not keep up with Aoba's thoughts. I promise you. 90% of what he said is 90% that he can treat Danzo-sama. If he can't, he will say it directly. He won't fool you at all. Eden explained one sentence after another. He was also very anxious. After saying these words, he looked in the direction of the door and felt that he could catch up with Aoba. Advisor-sama, leave this matter to me. I will find him now. Tomorrow morning, the two of us will be together, and we will definitely treat Danzo-sama. Eden patted his chest and promised. You are quite confident in him. Koharu took a deep look at Eden, then nodded and said, You can go. Yes. After receiving Koharu's permission, Eden immediately quickened his pace and ran out of the door, chasing after Aoba's footsteps. After Eden left, Homura turned to look at Koharu, his eyes flickering with doubt and confusion. You don't really believe them, do you? Homura asked. Otherwise, what else can we do now? Get Tsunade back? Koharu asked helplessly. But, Homura still wanted to say something, but when he saw Koharu's gaze, he obediently shut up. After Eden chased out of the corridor, he did not see Aoba. He immediately became anxious and quickened his pace again. When he reached the stairs, he just happened to see Aoba standing there waiting for him. Who? Eden let out a long sigh of relief. He stared at Aoba and couldn't help but smile. You really are good. Eden knew that Aoba definitely did not leave because Danzo's injuries were incurable. He understood Aoba's character. If Aoba had no way to treat Danzo's injuries, he would have told them everything frankly. He would definitely not say anything like that. Since Aoba had said so. Aoba was confident. Eden was still very confident in this aspect of Aoba. Brother Eden, let's talk while walking. Aoba nodded to Eden and finally walked toward the Hokage building entrance. This time, he came to the Hokage building with Eden, but it was different from the previous times. There was no need for him to worry about being discovered by the ninjas guarding the entrance. Aoba took the lead and walked out. After he walked out, he stood at the entrance of the Hokage building and waited for Eden. After Eden also came out of the Hokage building, Aoba and Eden walked toward the direction of Eden's residence. Aren't you going to hide? Eden walked beside Aoba and lowered his voice. Right now, he did not dare to call Aoba by his name. The current atmosphere made him feel uncomfortable. As Konoha Gakure Intelligence Division people, he clearly felt that there were many eyes staring at the two of them. They should be Hokage's Anbu. Is it useful? Aoba's indifferent voice came from behind the mask. At least you can avoid these eyes, Eden said helplessly. To his knowledge, Aoba was a very cautious person. How could he suddenly relax his vigilance like this? Actually, there is no need. Aoba's voice was still very indifferent. He did not care about these people and continued, these people should have been sent by the two advisor-sama. If I were in their position, I would also be wary of strangers like me, so it would be better to let them see it openly. This, Eden widened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. Even if we hide, they will still come if they want to find me. Moreover, we don't have any problems at all. If we hide directly, it will make them feel uneasy. Aoba said calmly. Okay. After hearing Aoba's words, Eden suddenly felt that it was quite reasonable. It seemed that this was really the case. Let's go. Aoba did not say anything else and went straight toward Eden's residence. Eden's residence was very close to the Hokage building, and the distance would not exceed 10 minutes. After the two of them returned to Eden's residence, Eden slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He had clearly felt that the gazes that were staring at them had disappeared. They should have gone back to deliver the information. Brother Eden, do you have any place I can use here? It is best if it's a quiet place. I need to concoct some medicine. I will use it tomorrow to treat Danzo-sama's injuries, said Aoba as he walked into Eden's residence. There is a basement okay? But you need to wait for me to clean it up. Eden nodded. He could already tell from Aoba's tone that this person was planning to stay here today. Thus, he could only contribute the basement. It was just that there were some of his tools piled up there. He needed to pack them up. Thank you, Brother Eden. You can go and pack up. I will write a list here. Later, you need to buy it for me. It's the ingredient necessary to make the medicine for Danzo-sama's operation tomorrow. I will have to trouble Brother Eden. Aoba was not polite to Eden at all. After all, in name, he went to treat Danzo's injury on the premise that Eden wanted to repay Danzo. Aoba, tell Brother Eden the truth. Are you really sure that you can treat Danzo-sama's injury? Eden pursed his lips and asked. He had just seen Aoba poke Danzo with a kunai, but Danzo did not respond at all. This was enough to explain many problems. Don't worry, I have 100% confidence. If I said it truthfully, the two advisors would feel that I was bragging, and I am Tsunade-sensei's student. Aoba's words were filled with strong confidence. I understand. Eden nodded heavily. He could clearly feel strong confidence in Aoba's eyes and voice. This confidence was not something that could be created by just bragging. It was the strong confidence that came from strength. I'm going to clean up the basement now. You write the list. Eden immediately walked in the direction of the basement. All right. Aoba sat in the living room and took out a stack of paper from his ninja pouch. Without hesitation, he started writing on it. A while later, Eden returned to Aoba. His forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that it took a lot of effort to move away the equipment he usually loved. Aoba, the basement has been tidied up. Come with me. Eden waved to Aoba. Now he had a feeling that he had transformed his home into a laboratory. Moreover, when he thought that he was doing this to repay Danzo's grace back then, just thinking about it made him very excited. Okay. Aoba nodded and then took out a list in his hand. It was densely packed with medicine and items. Brother Eden, I'll have to trouble you with these things. There aren't many things, but they are a bit messy. They might be a bit expensive. Aoba handed the list in his hand to Eden. His eyes looked through the eye sockets of the mask, revealing a determined look. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Eden immediately took the list that Aoba handed over. Without looking at it, he placed it in the ninja pouch at his waist. Then, he said to Aoba, "Come with me." After saying that, Eden brought Aoba directly to the basement. Aoba nodded and followed Eden to the stairs of the latter's house. Eden's house was slightly different from Fugaku's house, which was that the stairs at Eden's house could go up, and there was also a staircase leading to the basement. Eden walked down the stairs and led Aoba to the basement. The basement was lit. This place could be said to be very clean. When translated, it was. There was nothing at all. In the corner of the basement, there were huge boxes piled up. Those boxes were filled with all kinds of props. "Aoba, I only left you a table and a chair. If you need anything else, you can tell me anytime," Eden said to Aoba. "It's pretty good. It's enough." Aoba nodded at Eden. "Then I will buy the items on the list for you now." Eden immediately got up and walked upstairs. "Brother Eden, thank you for your hard work," Aoba said to Eden. "This is not a big deal." Eden waved his hand and walked up directly, leaving only Aoba here. After Eden left, Aoba immediately made a series of hand seals with which he was extremely familiar. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Aoba immediately used a shadow clone technique, and a dozen people who looked like him appeared before him. "I won't say more. You should already know. Hurry up and finish the task." Aoba looked at the shadow clone with serious eyes. "Yes." These shadow clones nodded simultaneously, and they connected with the Flying Thunder God formula on the tower with a thought. Then, they used Hirai no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared. The tower's first floor. After the dozen or so clones of Aoba arrived, each of them formed a hand seal at the same time and once again used Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In a split second, a densely packed clone appeared. Each of the clones sat directly on the ground and slowly closed their eyes, immersing their thoughts in reading Shimura Danzo's memories. At the same time, Aoba was sitting on the chair in the basement of Eden's house. He raised his hands, rubbed his temple, and then slowly closed his eyes. Now, it's time to check Danzo's memories. When Aoba checked Danzo's injuries, he had already successfully touched Danzo's head and obtained his memories. However, he did not have the time to check them in detail. Now was the time to check Danzo's memories. Then Aoba sank into Danzo's memories. He did not flip through Danzo's memories from the beginning like he was watching a movie. He did not look through the details for the time being. Instead, he was looking for a type of sealing technique. Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. This sealing technique was very crucial in his plan. Gradually. Just like that, Aoba kept his eyes closed and went deep into Danzo's memories. After an unknown period of time, footsteps sounded in the basement. It was Eden who had returned. At this time, Eden was holding many things in his hands. They were all bought according to the list Aoba had given. "Aoba, all the things have been bought. See if there is any problem." Eden carried the bag and walked to Aoba. "Okay." Aoba slowly opened his eyes and looked at Eden, who was walking over. He raised his hand and took the bag from Eden, then placed everything inside on the table. He checked it carefully. "No problem." Aoba nodded and looked at Eden. He said, "Brother Eden, I will take a day off today. I will prepare the medicines here." "Okay." Eden nodded and took out the red book from his ninja pouch. He waved it in front of Aoba and said with a smile, "Actually, I also have a task. I will go and settle Teacher Bai's publishing work." After saying that, Eden also laughed. He turned around and left the basement. In fact, he admired Aoba for being able to create those things in such an environment. Following the heavy sound of the door closing, Eden had already left this place. Continue. After Eden left, Aoba took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. He continued to search through Danzo's memories. Right now, he needed to find memories related to Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal inside. Time was very tight. The sooner you could find the method to use Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, the sooner you could practice. At this time, one of the shadow clones in the tower suddenly widened his eyes. Found it! The shadow clone roared, and then with a bang, it immediately disappeared and returned to Aoba's body with the information. Bang, 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 bang. As the shadow clone disappeared, the shadow clones in the surroundings were removed one after another, and the information surged toward Aoba's brain. On the other side, in the basement, Aoba was still searching, and his brain suddenly shook. Information emerged from his brain. Found it! Aoba's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally found Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal in Danzo's memory. He had always felt that this seal was very powerful, but he did not know where to learn it. Aoba flipped through many books about seals, whether it was given to him by Minato or by Kushina, but he did not see the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal at all. It was at that time Aoba realized it. This was an extremely rare sealing technique. It was either extremely rare, rarely recorded in ancient texts, or it was something Danzo invented specifically for Root. Now there was an answer. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, developed this sealing technique. At that time, the purpose of developing the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal was to cultivate an Anbu death squad. Through this group of people, it would then affect the rules of the war. They were strong and unafraid of death. Even if they were caught, they would not reveal any secrets of the village. They could be said to be the perfect vanguard force. Not only that, these people could also become the corpse army using Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, after their deaths. The captured enemy ninjas in the war were used as Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, living sacrifices, allowing these death squad ninjas with strong mental attributes to once again appear in the form of undead and contribute their strength again. Only Senju Tobirama was not able to cultivate this death squad in time. The First Ninja World War erupted. In the end, after Danzo inherited the Anbu leader position, he saw the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal in Konohagakure's Book of Seals. Danzo secretly took away the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal and did not leave any copies. The first time Danzo saw Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, he immediately thought of cultivating a group of special Anbu that he would use this seal, which was the Root. Root ninjas would do some shady things. Those things would not be leaked out when they were caught or betrayed. It was simply a perfect seal. In fact, the second Hokage and Danzo are still somewhat different. This might be the difference between the final positions of the two. Aoba discovered through Danzo's memories when the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was studying and creating ninjutsu, his first thought was the village and then his clan. It was precisely because of this. Many of the things that Tobirama left behind were advantageous to the village, while the Senju clan was annihilated in the long river of history. As for Danzo, he considered himself first, followed by Hiruzen, and finally, the village. After all, Konohagakure suffered many disasters that almost destroyed the village, but he did not lead Root to attack any enemy. Instead, he waited until the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, consumed too much energy and suddenly appeared to fight for the position of Hokage. Now I must hurry up and study the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. Aoba made a series of hand seals. This time, it was not the same hand seals earlier but the hand seals for Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Along with the movement of chakra. In front of Aoba once again appeared a shadow clone that was exactly the same as him. You have an hour. Aoba stared at the shadow clone and said to the latter in a deep voice, in an hour, no matter what the result is, immediately cancel all the shadow clones. Yes. The shadow clone immediately responded, and then with a thought, he connected with the Flying Thunder God formula on the first floor of the tower. Immediately after, Aoba's shadow clone displayed Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed and disappeared. Chapter 325. Aoba's Tower, First Floor. This floor that had just sent Aoba's shadow clones away again welcomed Aoba's shadow clone. This time, there was only one shadow clone. However, this was just because Aoba wanted to save a bit of trouble. After this shadow clone appeared, he began forming hand seals and crossed his fingers in front of him. Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Bang! 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 Along with the chakra fluctuation, several hundred shadow clones of Aoba appeared in the field. No one spoke. They all understood what their purpose was. They immediately began to practice. In the basement, Aoba moved his shoulders left and right. Right now, he felt that he had to spend a portion of his chakra to directly outsource the matter of learning the cursed tongue eradication seal and give it to those shadow clones to do. Instantly, Aoba focused his gaze on the things that Eden had bought. In fact, only a small portion of this thing would be used to treat Danzo's injuries, and the rest would become his own collection. There were some things here. It was not something that he could buy with his status. It was not that the shop owner would not sell it to him. It was that if he left a purchase record, they would think of him if something happened in the future. This way, the advantage of letting Eden buy it would be reflected. However, the records of Eden buying these things were also left behind. But, this did not make Aoba feel afraid. Firstly, Eden would not easily betray him. He still had this bit of confidence. Secondly, Eden did not think that he had done anything. After all, these things were bought in name to treat Danzo's injuries, and the two advisors would also approve this. Aoba took out a few medicine bottles and cups listed on his list. He began to configure the special ointment that Tsunade mentioned in her memory that could repair the nerves on the bones. Gradually, time ticked by. Just as Aoba finished configuring the ointment, information flooded into his brain one after another. This information was sent back by the shadow clones. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Aoba stopped what he was doing and closed his eyes to check the knowledge he had grasped. Then Aoba once again formed hand seals. It was still the shadow clone hand seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. A shadow clone that looked exactly like him immediately appeared beside Aoba. Then, he nodded at the shadow clone and said, "You have to come back in an hour, no matter how far you go." Yes. Aoba's shadow clone nodded heavily. Just like the shadow clone that had appeared before, he immediately used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, and disappeared instantly. After this shadow clone arrived on the first floor, it repeated the previous shadow clone method. It summoned hundreds of shadow clones and studied the cursed tongue eradication seal on the foundation that it had previously built. This method of research was also the reason why Aoba told the shadow clone to release the technique within an hour. The first batch of shadow clones were all studied from 0 to 1. There might be a slight difference in the strength of each person's research, but they were all studying from the beginning. It was enough for them to understand what it meant in an hour. If they continued, it would be a waste of time. After taking back the group of shadow clones, Aoba analyzed and summarized the information of the hundreds of shadow clones through his brain and completed the update of the information. In this group of shadow clones on the field, although the number was no different from the previous group, each shadow clone could be said to be standing on the research results of the people in front of them. They were no longer 0. Even if they did not get 1, they could still get 0.2 or 0.3. The efficiency would greatly increase. After setting up these shadow clones, Aoba continued to brew anesthetics. He knew that this kind of medicine was available in Konoha Hospital. However, he did not work in the hospital. He did not know the specific time and effect of the anesthetic in the hospital. He might not be able to complete the task as he expected. In that case, Aoba felt that it was better to follow Tsunade's method. That was more reliable. Slowly. Another hour passed. As the shadow clones returned the information, Aoba's brain trembled a little, and then he began compiling these memories. Almost succeeded. Aoba suddenly widened his eyes. He could clearly feel that in the second batch of shadow clones, there was a breakthrough in the progress of learning. He had already figured out the main principle of the cursed tongue eradication seal, but he was missing some details to supplement it. These details were reflected in the information sent back by the other shadow clones. Now that Aoba had refreshed the progress of learning again, he felt that the last batch of shadow clones could conquer the cursed tongue eradication seal. Then, Aoba formed a seal with both hands. He once again used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, and another shadow clone that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. Come back after completing the mission this time. When you finish, immediately release the technique. Aoba directly gave the shadow clone a death order. In his opinion, after completing the final summary, the last one did not need more than an hour. Understood. Aoba's shadow clone disappeared instantly. After the shadow clone left, Aoba also began to complete the finishing work of configuring the medicine. Half an hour later, a stream of information flooded into Aoba's brain. This made him immediately realize he had now grasped the cursed tongue eradication seal. Everything is ready. Aoba felt the time now. When the last group of shadow clones returned, the information they brought was that the sun was still shining in the tower. It should be afternoon now, and it is not night yet. It is much faster than I expected. There is no need to continue staying here. Don't disturb big brother and sister-in-law. Aoba immediately got up from the chair and packed up all the things here. Then he walked up the stairs of the basement. When he reached the top of the stairs, he gently pushed the trapdoor that covered the basement open and walked out of it. Brother Eden! Aoba shouted and looked in the direction of the living room. Here! The moment Eden heard Aoba's words, he came directly in front of Aoba and immediately asked Aoba, "Is there anything else you need?" "Brother Eden, I'm ready. Let's go and treat Danzo-sama now," Aoba said to Eden. So fast Eden was stunned at that time. He thought he would wait until tomorrow morning, but he didn't expect that they could go even before the evening. Danzo-sama's injury is serious. It is dangerous to delay for one more minute. We must finish the treatment as soon as possible to have the best recovery effect, Aoba said seriously. Oh, okay. Eden's heart tightened, and he began packing up, ready to go to the Hokage building. There was a little doubt in his heart. Since time was so precious, why didn't he feel that Aoba seemed to cherish time? However, he was only thinking about these words in his heart. He would not say it at all. In a few minutes, Aoba and Eden left Eden's residence and walked toward the Hokage building. Just as the two of them were about to leave, suddenly, they felt gazes focused on them. This feeling was the same as when they were coming back. They haven't left yet. They really don't feel tired. Eden complained helplessly. When he went out to buy those things for Aoba, he could still feel those people. It seemed that they had no intention of leaving at all. It's fine. Aoba did not care about these people. After all, he was going to treat Danzo's injuries this time. After the treatment was done, naturally, these people would no longer follow. Under the watchful eyes of these Hokage Anbu, Aoba and Eden returned to the Hokage building. This time, the guards of the Hokage building did not even ask. When they saw Eden, they directly stepped aside. Not only because the two advisors had already explained this matter but also because of Eden's identity as Konoha Intelligence Division Captain, which made their hearts in fear. Aoba directly followed Eden to the second floor of the Hokage building and came to the room where Danzo was recuperating. Knock knock knock. Eden raised her hand and knocked on the door. Creak. Along with the door opening, Koharu came out of the door. She first saw Eden standing at the door, and then she saw Aoba, wrapped up so tightly that it was impossible to see his face. "Come in." Koharu didn't say anything more. She just let step aside and let Eden and Aoba come in. At this moment, there were only Danzo and Koharu in the room. Homura was already gone. After all, Konoha could not have two advisors to accompany Danzo all day. At least one person had to maintain the regular operation of the village. Just as Eden was about to talk, Aoba took the lead and walked in first. "Danzo-sama has injured his spine. What I need to do now is to reconstruct his spine. The entire process is rather troublesome. The two of you can watch, but don't make any noise or disturb me. Otherwise, Danzo-sama will be in danger." Aoba immediately said in a low voice. "Understood." Koharu immediately nodded. She had been focusing her attention on Aoba just now, so she had heard what Aoba had said and understood the meaning behind it. I understand." Eden didn't manage to keep up with her. He was still thinking about how he had greeted the advisor Sama earlier. "I don't know how long it will take for the entire treatment. It's best not to let anyone else in. Even if they do, don't make a sound." Aoba warned again. "Understood." Koharu's eyes became much more determined. She immediately looked at Eden and said, "Eden, you guard the door. No one can be let in, including the Hokage-sama and advisor-sama." This. Eden suddenly felt a bit awkward. It was not only because the identity of the person he wanted to stop was too special. Whether it was the Hokage or advisor, he would need a lot of courage if he wanted to stop them. Also, in his heart, he wanted to see how Aoba would treat Danzo. "I alone am enough here," Koharu said in an unquestionable tone. She had no intention of discussing it with Eden. Koharu felt that no one in the village was more suitable than her to stay here. After all, she was a medical ninja, so she could guess what Aoba was doing from afar. Yes. Eden had a helpless expression on his face, but he had no choice. This was Advisor Sama's order, and he was not qualified to go against Advisor Sama's request. Then, Eden walked out of the door. After he went out, he closed the door and stood silently at the door, ready to stop everyone who was about to come over. What a pity! I can't see his mighty appearance anymore. But there will still be a chance in the future. Eden pursed his lips. He was initially feeling a little uncomfortable, but after thinking that he was the only one who knew Aoba's identity, he felt more at ease. At this point, there were only 3 people left in this room. Danzo was lying on the bed and could not move. He could only look at the ceiling, not knowing what he was about to face. It was because of the injury to his spine that made his brain's thoughts much blocked, and there were no random thoughts. He only had a feeling of despair. This made him somewhat admire Harry. After all, after being crippled in this state, he still had to insist on finding who did it. At this time, Aoba's gaze fell on the empty ground in the room. He estimated the distance and took out a marker from his ninja pouch, then drew an X mark in the middle of the ground. At the next moment, Aoba made a series of hand seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Aoba's low voice sounded. Along with his voice, one shadow after another appeared in the room. There were a total of 7 shadow clones. This. When Koharu saw this scene, she immediately widened her eyes. One must know that a person who could split out 7 shadow clones was definitely not an ordinary ninja. This medical ninja who wears a mask to hide his identity, besides medical ninjutsu, also had a very solid foundation in ninjutsu. This was not an easy matter. Koharu was a medical ninja herself. She knew very well how much energy it took to learn medical ninjutsu. Moreover, learning medical ninjutsu well was not as simple as mastering medical ninjutsu. Now was the most obvious example. Including her, Konohagakure's medical ninjas were all helpless against Danzo's injury. But this mysterious person in front of her dared to accept it. In her memory, even if it was Konoha's slug princess Tsunade who had already left the village. It was also impossible for her to fully balance medical ninjutsu and ninjutsu. Even the ninjutsu she used in battle was closely related to medical ninjutsu. Now, this mysterious person looked young. But he gave her a special expectation. For a moment, Koharu's eyes were fixed on Aoba. She was not only watching Aoba treat Danzo, but she also wanted to see how Aoba treated Danzo. After Aoba's 7 clones appeared, they exchanged glances with each other, then nodded. 5 of the clones took a step back, forming a pentagram. At the middle point of the pentagram, it was the X symbol that Aoba had drawn with a marker. In an instant, the 5 clones formed a hand seal together. The method and order of each shadow clone were different. However, their timing was the same. Snapped. 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 As these 5 shadow clones slapped their palms on the ground, black chakra lines appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, these chakra lines form a circle. In the middle of the circle was the X symbol. When the last black chakra line stopped, the black chakra pattern was released. The pattern on the ground suddenly shook. This. When Koharu saw this scene, she immediately widened her eyes, and there was a strong shock in those beautiful eyes that were no longer young. As the saying goes, you will know if they are true experts once they make a move. This was a soul imprisonment seal. Koharu had seen it on the body of a ninja from the Uzumaki clan, but she had never seen anyone use it, let alone a medical ninja. The soul imprisonment seal was a special sealing technique used to seal the soul, and it had only appeared in the Uzumaki clan before. The effect of the soul imprisonment seal was that it could imprison the soul of a person in the sealed area in the body. Even if the person was dead, the soul would not leave the body and could not go to the Pure Land. This sealing technique had 2 uses. One was to imprison the soul in the body when the person was about to die so as to delay the death. This could allow the seriously injured person to wait for the medical ninja to rescue him. Another use. It was used as punishment. The soul of the person could be imprisoned in the body, and then they could wantonly ravage the person's body. Even a fatal injury would not let the person die. It was completely possible to repeat the death and wounding continuously, and the soul of the person who was punished would be tortured before going to the Pure Land. Of course, according to the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Whether the soul of the person who the soul imprisonment seal imprisoned could successfully ascend to the Pure Land or not was another matter. When Koharu saw the mysterious person in front of her use the soul imprisonment seal, a big stone hanging in her heart fell. She knew that no matter what happened, Danzo would not die quickly. Normally, it should be to seal the soul of the dying person and then wait for the arrival and treatment of the medical ninja. Now, this mysterious person. He would seal the patient's soul, then he would treat them. This type of ninja that could combine sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. Koharu had never seen this before. He was the only one. Could it be? Was he an Uzumaki clan survivor? It was indeed possible. Otherwise, why would he hide his identity? Koharu thought of the Uzumaki clan based on the sealing technique in Aoba's hands.